If you want collections, charge off, late payments, even bankruptcies removed without waiting 7 years, sending endless disputes, or hoping for luck, you need to see this first. Also, most negative accounts stay on your report because people dispute the wrong way, at the wrong time, and with the wrong language. But don't worry, I'm going to show you how to get an unfair advantage against the credit bearers. So let me show you how to do this. Now, I'm about to show you the one thing that's going to give you an unfair advantage against Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. But hold up, before we talk about it, I need you to do one thing. If you want to learn how to get an unfair advantage against Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, what I need you to do right now is hit that like button, please. All right. Now, my goal for this workshop is to show you how to get an unfair advantage against Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, and the only way to shortcut this process is through this one thing, and I'm going to break it down. All right. All these consumer reporting agencies have one thing in common, and that one thing has the power to bankrupt the credit bureaus. And by the time this is over, you'll have the power to knock the credit bureaus out. Now, who this is for? If you have collections, if you have student loans with late payments, if you have a charge off, if you have a bankruptcy, if you have evictions or repossession, or even if you have child support on your credit report, who this is not for is people that I can but not willing to put in the work. All right, now I do have some results disclaimer because I can't guarantee that you'll have excellent credit, a 750, a 700, but what I can guarantee is that the work works. All right. Now, there is a huge gap of where you are and where you want to be, whether that's trying to get a house, whether that's trying to get access to funding for your business, or whether that's trying to get your dream car. There's a gap of information and you're trying to get there. And I was just like you years ago. I was just like this. I didn't have the information and I was there and I was trying to learn. And my goal was to get a house. But everything changed back in September 5th, 2013 when my daughter was born, right? I was with my wife and I wanted to give them the whole entire world. My goal was to become a captain in the United States Navy. And my first mentor, he was one of the highest ranking officers in the military. And he gave me the information, but before he gave me the information to learn how to become a captain, things changed after I read these 3 books. Once I read these 3 books, I really didn't want to become a captain in the United States Navy no more. 3 things that this one book had in common was that time is my most valuable asset and credit is also power. And when I learned these different things, I also told my business partner, he was first a shipmate in the Navy, then he became a business partner, and then we became close friends. But I taught him all the information that I learned in that book, and he was able to get access to funding to invest into real estate. And what he did was able to, get his credit and invest into income producing assets. But for me, my credit score was trash. Tried to do the same thing and I realized my credit score wasn't in the place to get access to funding. So what I did was, of course, probably just like you, went on Facebook, went on YouTube, got information, tried to dispute it online, trying to dispute with Credit Karma, trying to do different things, but none of the things was working. Everything kept coming back, verify, 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 verify. And I then started doing some more research, started buying some books. Just like I learned from my mentor, I bought some books to learn more about credit. And as I was learning these different things, I was learning different ways and different strategies to fix my credit. And then once I discovered different strategies, I then discovered the FCRA, which is the Fair Credit Reporting Act. And then I was able to put all the information together to then eventually get closer to getting things removed from my report. And as you can see right here, I was getting things removed month after month after month. And then eventually I finally got my credit score high enough. Like, you don't need a perfect credit score to buy a house as far as the VA loan. All you need is a 620 or higher as far as to get qualified for the VA loan. But I got it higher and I was able to get approved for my house and I was excited. But after all the information and things that I learned and got my credit, we took credit to the next level, right? We was able to leverage credit to invest. Well, as I got my credit fixed and I got approved for the house, I was able to then take all the information that I learned and got access to funding. And then I invested into income producing assets. I bought some real estate. I bought some cars to put on Toro. I started doing all type of things with my credit. Me and my business partner, like I said, we took credit to another level, and we also took that information that we learned, we posted it on Facebook. People started asking us questions, and we started teaching our, military friends, family members, cousins, whoever we could teach this information. And we also started doing it for people as well. And as you can see, we've been doing this way back since 2019. We've been before that, but we started this business back in 2019, helping others fix their credit. And we learned things the hard way. After 5 years, we discovered the hard way, but we want to give you the cheat code and the easy way to actually fix your credit. And I'm gonna break this down from round 1 to round 12. And you're gonna learn everything you need. And most importantly, I'm gonna break down everything that you have to do to get your credit back in shape, so you can get access to funding, so you can invest into income producing assets. You can pass down the information to your family. You can share it. You can show, you can break this down. I'm breaking it all down for you. It's going to be amazing. All right. So pay attention and get a pen, get some paper, get something to drink. Hey, because this is going to be a long one. Now, let's talk about the hidden rules that can make your account vanish. And I'm breaking it down. Whether you have student loans with late payments, whether you have an open account with late payments, whether you have charge-offs, whether you have repossessions, whether you have collections or bankruptcy, it doesn't matter. My promise to you is I'm going to teach you how to create letters to remove anything from your credit report. I'm going to break down the credit point system. I'm going to show you how to leverage artificial intelligence to also help you do this much more effectively. I'm also going to show you how to pay off your credit card debt, even if you're on a low budget. I'm going to show you a hidden portal to increase your chances of getting these accounts removed from your report. I'm also going to give you a plan of action for 12 rounds to delete or help you improve your credit. And I'm also going to show you how to get access to $100,000 in business credit and personal credit. It doesn't matter. I'm going to break it all down. I got you. So pay attention, sit back, relax, grab a pen, get some paper. You're going to be able to watch this over and over and watch specific parts so you can learn these things to help you rebuild your credit. And then most importantly, once you build, you're going to be able to leverage your credit. So you leverage your credit to invest into income producing assets that continue paying you over and over and over again. I'm so excited. Now, the reason why I know this information works is because now I'm not a lawyer, but I partnered up with the lawyer firm and I learned different things. I learned so much information, being able to consult, talk to them, learning the different rules and the violations and the different laws that are in place to help people remove accounts from their report. Now, law firms can't work, well, they can't work with a lot of people, but sometimes it takes longer than other cases based on what you have going on with your credit profile. But the thing that I learned is that these laws work, these things work. You just have to be patient. You have to be willing to put in the work, and you have to be effective of creating your letters and don't create this. I'm breaking it all down, but this is the reason why I know this works. All right. So before we get into it, I need you to share this with 5 of your close friends. Basically, I need you to share this. All right. I want you to share this because a lot of people that are not subscribed watch this channel, and I need people that are watching to share this information like this, but share it to 5 of your closest friends. And if you have more than 5 friends, share it with them as well. This information is going to teach you not only how to fix your credit, not only how to rebuild your credit, but most importantly, how to leverage your credit so you can invest into things that you might like and you understand what you need to do this. All right. So please share this. All right. All right. So first round, what you need to do first. This is the first round, how you're going to actually get your credit in order. So you can't fix what you can't see. You can't fix what you can't see. So the first thing you need to do is get access to your report. So the link is also going to be in the description and pinned to the comments. So you go to hiddencreditreport.com. Now, once you go to hiddencreditreport.com, you're going to be able to, you can start for $1 trial, right? And you're going to be able to create an account for $1. And then when you log in, you're going to see a lot of different things, but we'll talk about all the different things later. But what I need you to do first is click on reports at the top. All right. So when you click on reports at the top, then what you need to do is click on 3-bureau report and scores. Okay. Then what you want to do is click on switch to classic view. That's why it's hidden. Switch to classic view. Once you click on switch to classic view, then you're going to be able to see all the accounts on your report. And I'm going to break it down. But the reason why you're able to remove anything off of your report is based off of multiple laws. But here goes the first law we're going to be talking about: 15 USC 1681 EB. All right. Now, what I need you to do is go over to Google, right? Go over to Google and type in 15 USC 1681. All right. And then from there, what we want to do is scroll down, and you're going to see this one right here. Okay. Now, from there, what you want to do, of course, is scroll down 15 USC 1681. Now, this is the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Now, what you want to do is click on the subchapter right there. Okay. And now you're able to see all the different things that when it comes to reporting information about you, you see all the laws that are in the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Okay. Now, there are other acts as well, but right now we're going to be talking about the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Now, when it said E, right, you want to go down to compliance and procedures. I'm teaching you how to actually go to the law. All right, 15 U.S.C. 1681E, compliance and procedure. And then you want to go down to letter B, all right, accuracy of report. So as you can see right here, whenever a consumer reporting agency, which is Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, and there are many other consumer reporting agencies that are out there, prepares a consumer report, which is your credit report, it shall follow reasonable procedures to assure. But look at this right here. It shall, like it must, it has to, like there's no other. It shall follow reasonable procedure to assure maximum possible accuracy of the information concerning the individual about whom the report relates. All right. Now you see the law. It's clear as day. It's right there. Now I'm going to explain why this law is so effective and how you can leverage it to get accounts removed from your report. All right. So back to this. So as you just learned, the one specific law to help you get these accounts removed from your report. Now, what you want to do now is investigate the completeness and accuracy of every single account, every single thing on your report. You want to investigate because most people, like I said before, you can't fix what you can't see. So we need to see what's on our report, to see what's holding us back, to see what's going on. So first thing you're going to do is investigate. All right. Now you're going to identify all the negative information on your report, right? So you're going to go to the delinquency, and you're going to go to the derogatory. So you're going to see the accounts that are delinquent, and you're going to see all the accounts that are in derogatory status. All right. You're going to be able to identify. I'm going to show you what to do, but I want you to, pay attention and follow along so you can see what's going on. All right. Now, what you want to do is examine the account. The reason why you want to examine the account, because now you're going to be able to identify how the account is being reported and see if it's actually accurate. Okay. Now, when you look at your account, you're going to see that TransUnion, Experian, and Equifax are reporting inconsistent information on your report, which will allow you to leverage the Fair Credit Reporting Act. It will enable you to get this account removed from your report based off of that law that we read. So you want to examine every single account. So all you got to do is just go. I'm going to show you how to do this much faster, but I want you to visually see it first. Okay. So you're going to go from the account number. You're going to go line item by line item. Just look at all the information. So you go, just continue going down and you look at this, and then you look at this, and then you look at this. Pretty sure it's reported incorrectly. And then you go to the next line and you're going to look to see if it's reported inconsistent. And then you're going to continue doing it over and over and over again. You're just going to have awareness of, all right, these accounts are reported incorrectly, which will enable the law to help you get the account removed from your report, right? Now, the next thing you're going to do is also, not only with the account, you also want to check your payment history. So you're also going to see that, hey, TransUnion, Experian, and Equifax is also not reporting the same information as far as payment history. And you're going to see the inconsistencies with these accounts. And since it's not being reported 100% accurate, it gives you the ability to remove the account off your report. Now, there are other hidden laws that's going to help increase your chances of getting the account removed from your report. But right now, we're going to leverage that one specific law first, okay? And then you also check to see if you have public records, all right? So if you have a bankruptcy in your credit report, later on in this video, I'm going to show you the process of how to remove a bankruptcy off your report. Yes, life might have happened. Yes, you got a bankruptcy, but it doesn't have to stay in your credit report for the next 10 years, all right? I'm going to show you how to get it off your report based off of things according to how, we'll talk about it later, but Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, the public records or the courthouse said that, hey, once you get this specific letter, they don't report to the credit bureaus. So how do they actually get your information? We're going to break all that down, but I'm going to show you a process of how you can remove public records and potentially how you can get paid for the violations on those specific bankruptcy, because we have a lawyer in place that can actually help you get paid as well. Hey, man, I got some exciting, but I just want to show you how you can get this off your report. You don't got to wait 10 years for it to fall off, all right? Now, you also want to analyze your inquiries. We're also going to break down a strategy to remove those inquiries off your report without you waiting 2 years, okay? Because after 2 years, they automatically fall off, but we're going to break down the strategy so you don't have to wait 2 years for it to fall off, because there are things that are in place to help you remove these inquiries without you committing fraud or saying things that, hey, we're going to break down the real way based off of the law, based off of strategy to help you remove these inquiries the correct way off your report. All right. Now, the next thing you want to do is leverage artificial intelligence. All right. Now, all those accounts, right? We're going to leverage this prompt. All those accounts that are negative, that are hurting your credit score, I want you to screenshot those accounts. All right. Screenshot those accounts. And here's what we're going to do. All right. What we're going to do is leverage ChatGPT. All right. Whatever you like, ChatGPT, Grok, all those different places that have all those different sites, leverage one of them. And then this is the prompt you're going to leverage. Okay. This prompt right here. Let me basically show you. So this prompt right here, we're going to leverage AI. All right. You're going to leverage this prompt. Act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and find violations according to the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Okay. So what we're going to do is tell ChatGPT, right? We're going to upload. So you can upload all those images, right? You can upload all those images and photos, screenshot all those negative accounts on your report. Okay. So once you screenshot all those negative accounts, yes, you can actually download your report, but sometimes artificial intelligence isn't 100% accurate, and sometimes they miss different accounts. So what I want you to do is screenshot the charge off, the collections. If you have a repossession, eviction, whatever you have on your report, I want you to screenshot those accounts. Okay. Now, once you screenshot those accounts, you're going to put this prompt: act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and find violations according to the Fair Credit Reporting Act. And then what you're going to do is just click on submit. Now, what's going to happen is, artificial intelligence is going to review the accounts that you screenshot, and it's basically going to break down all the violations that it finds to help increase your chances of getting the account removed off your report. And you can leverage every single violation to help you get that account removed off your report. You're going to be able to knock the credit bureaus out. I'm so excited to share this information, because before artificial intelligence was available, you had to go, like I showed you before, line item by line item, and then look, all right, find this violation, and then leverage this violation, and then go back and do this. But now it's much easier, it's much simpler, and you don't have to learn all the different laws. You don't have to memorize and do certain things to help you get these accounts removed from your report. We can leverage artificial intelligence to help us with this whole entire process to make this much faster. So as you can see right here, major FCRA violations found, high confidence. Okay. So as you can see, the first violation that they found was account type inconsistently, revolving versus charge account, maximum possible accuracy. So what's wrong? Equifax is showing revolving, Experian is showing revolving in charge account, TransUnion is showing revolving in charge account. An account cannot literally be both revolving credit limit utilization or charge account, not preset spending limit, balance due in full, right? While this is a violation, account type directly affects utilization calculations. This is a reason. This is the reason why it's a violation. So account type directly affects the utilization calculations, scoring algorithms, risk classification. Conflicting classification equals inaccurate reporting. Courts consistently rule this as material inaccuracy. So you can leverage that right there as a violation to help you remove the account off your report. Number two, the credit limit reported as 0 on Equifax. So Metro 2 compliance violation. So what's wrong? Equifax shows credit limit at 0, high credit at $2,240, the balance $1,785. Why this is a violation? A 0 credit limit artificially inflates utilization to 100+%, right? Metro 2 prohibits a 0 limits on revolving accounts unless it's a true charge account and consistently reported as such. But Equifax also labels it revolving. This scoring impacted material error, all right? So this is the reason why you can get that account removed off your report based off of that violation. Number three, balance amounts do not match across Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. What's wrong? Equifax shows this balance, Experian shows this balance, TransUnion shows this balance, right? While this is a violation, balance is a core data element. If furnishers cannot report the same balance, the data is incorrect, unverifiable, not reasonably reliable, right? This alone is enough to force deletion if not corrected. Violation. All right, number four, high credit amount conflicts based off of this specific law. What's wrong? Equifax shows this. Experian shows this. TransUnion shows this. Why this is a violation? High credit represents the maximum historical exposure. It must be identical across Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. Conflicting high credit means furniture lacks accurate records. Reporting is unreliable. Number five, here's another violation. Date open is inconsistent. FCRA 15 U.S.C. 1681 EB. What's wrong? Equifax shows this. Experian shows this. And TransUnion shows this, right? As you can see, while this is a violation, date open is used for account age, risking, modeling, legal, timeline. It cannot differ for the same train line. Even a 22-day difference is legally material, right? So charge account number, here's a sixth violation. Charge account with monthly payments listed. Metro 2 plus FCRA EB. What's wrong? Account labeled as a charge account, yet reports monthly payments, $47. Terms, 0 months. While this is a violation, true charge accounts do not have installment style monthly payments, do not report terms. This is structural data corruption. Woo! Hey, number seven, closed account continues to report, seven, closed accounts continues to report active monthly data. FCRA violation. What's wrong? Account status closed. Still reporting monthly payment, recent last active dates, ongoing balance changes. Why this is a violation? Let's pay attention. Closed accounts should report static date unless legitimately updated. Continuous updates imply account is still active or reporting is misleading. Another violation. Number eight, last active date conflicts across Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. What's wrong? Equifax shows this day. Experian shows this date. TransUnion shows a totally different date. Three totally different timelines. Why this is a violation? Date last active must be furnished verifiable. These discrepancies prove poor record keeping, failure to maintain accurate procedures. Number nine, this one account has already 9 violations Dispute comments prove unresolved consumer disagreement. FCRA violation of this, FCRA violation of this. What's wrong? Comments show consumer disputes after resolution. Consumer disagrees. Why this matter? If disputes were resolved but inaccuracies remain, investigation was not reasonable, verification failed. This strengthens your CFPB plus AG complaints, and we're going to be talking about that as well. All right, so strategic, so this breaks down. But as you can see, there were 9 clear violations of just that one account that we just broke down. So I'm pretty sure once you screenshot your accounts, you're going to see multiple violations. And I'm going to show you how to create your letter based off of artificial intelligence. So you can create a unique letter 101, not the same letter, all right? And you'll be able to leverage this to help you remove this account from your report based off of these violations that you found with that, with this one specific account. But when it comes to your credit report, your accounts, you're going to be able to leverage it, all right? I'm going to break down. But before we get into how to create your letter, let me show you this first, all right? So the first thing you want to do, we saw the prompt. Now, the next thing you want to do is clean up your personal information. So you can clean up your personal information. You can get things removed within 24 to 48 hours when it comes to your personal information. And you're going to see that your personal information is really incorrect and is being reported differently. Your name is probably misspelled. Your address is messed up. Your phone number is messed up. They probably have the wrong job history. They're probably reporting something else. So you want to clean this up as well. This is very important, okay? Now, what you want to do first is create a free account with Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. All you have to do is, let's just say for Experian, I'm going to show you how to do this. So Google, and I'm going to have the links down for you. Free Experian credit report. And then you're going to click on it. Then you're going to go ahead and create a free account with Experian. Okay. Not they've signed up for free. Okay, you're gonna sign up for free and go ahead and create a free account with Experian. I'll have the link provided below so you can go ahead and create that free account with Experian if you don't already have an account with Experian. Okay, now if you already have an account with Experian, what you want to do is just scroll all the way down to the bottom and click on dispute sending. Okay, I got you. And then what you want to do next is click on file a dispute. Okay. Then what you want to do is click on start a new dispute. All right. And then what you want to do is review your name. You're going to see your name being probably not reporting correctly on your credit report. You're going to see different, your name misspelled. Now, this is just an example. You're going to see your name misspelled, showing different things. The next thing you're going to do is next thing you're going to do is just review your name, review your addresses, review your phone numbers, also review everything that's being reported about your personal information. Make sure it's 100% correct, but you're going to see that it's not reporting correctly. So you're going to click on, let's just say, our address. And then once you click on the address, you're going to click on resident type is inaccurate. And then you're going to click on next. Okay. Now, once you click on next, you're going to be able to add another address that's being reported incorrectly. But before you submit, you want to add at least, I think you're going to be able to add up to 5, and then you click on submit, and then you can go back and do another set of 5. You only can do 5 at a time unless it changed. But once you do 5 at a time, and then once you have all your addresses, all your phone numbers, everything that you're able to dispute, you can go ahead and send it off. Now, some addresses, they may not let you dispute. So here's what you want to do next. If you can't dispute some of the addresses, you can go ahead and I'll show you how to create a letter to send to Experian to remove your personal information and clean that up. Okay. Now, once you submit that off, now let's go to TransUnion. Now, the same thing that you did with Experian, we're going to do the same thing with TransUnion. And I'm going to have the link for you to create your free account with TransUnion. So you're going to create a free account with TransUnion. And then once you create an account with TransUnion, what you're going to do is click on dispute. Okay. Now, once you click on dispute, the next thing you're going to do is click on start new request. Okay. Start new request. Now, once you click on start new request, now what you're going to do is see your information. Okay. So you're going to see your name, and you might have multiple names. You're going to want to dispute that. You're going to want to delete that or clean that up. You're going to see multiple addresses, probably different variations of your address. You're going to see different variations of your first name as well. You're also going to see multiple phone numbers on there. You're going to see multiple employers on there as well. So what you're going to do is click on save, or once you click on the addresses that are incorrect, you're going to click on save and continue, right? And then from there, what you're going to do is, if you need to add another item, go ahead and add another item. But if you don't need to add another item, you're going to click on next and click on submit, right? Okay. Now, the next thing you're going to do is create an account with Equifax, a free account with Equifax. You can create a free account with them as well. And then you're going to click on the bottom left. The same thing with TransUnion. Before we go to Equifax, the same thing with TransUnion that you did. It's going to take about 24 to 48 hours, probably 72 hours, the longest. And if it does take, but usually it happens like that when it comes to your personal information. You're going to see your personal information get cleaned up quickly, okay? After that, you're going to create a free account with Equifax, okay? Now, once you have your account with Equifax, free account, you're going to log in, and on the left-hand side, or depending on if you're on a laptop or your phone, you're going to see Dispute Center, okay? All right, and then you're going to click on File a Dispute. Now, what you're going to do is file your personal information. You're going to dispute your personal information, okay? And then from there, what you're going to do is just review like the personal information. If it's incorrect, if you see different variations of your first name, last name, if you see multiple addresses that don't belong to you, you want to clean that up. If you just see, we want to get those removed, all right? So you're going to click on, let's just say you have multiple variations of your first name, you're going to click on dispute this, okay? Then you're going to update make sure they have the correct first name, last name on your report. If your date of birth is off, you want to make sure the date of birth is correctly reported on your credit report. If your phone number is off, your addresses are off, you want to correct that as well, all right? So now they'll only give you, they give you 3 options. And the one I would like you to select is not reporting correctly. But you probably have to pick one of the 2 and just pick one that best suits you, okay? Now, once you do that, once you click on one of the best that suits you, then you'll click on submit your addresses, your phone numbers and everything. And like I said before, that takes about 24 to 48 hours, probably 72 hours to get that updated and reported correctly as far as your address, okay? Now, the next thing that's very important is creating your letter. Now, this is the letter that we're going to create. You're going to tell ChatGPT, we're going to go back to AI, right? We're going to go back to ChatGPT, and we're going to tell ChatGPT to create a letter, right? Now, act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and create a letter with the violations that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, okay? What we're going to do is let ChatGPT do its thing, all right? So, Dave, this is where we stop playing defense and go for the deletion. So here go a formal dispute letter, all right? Maximum possible accuracy, right? So you're going to copy this letter and put it in, Word doc. So we're going to have, your full name, you're going to have your address, all right, city, state, zip, date of birth. You're going to put your social security. Now, you don't have to put your full social security. You can just remove it if you want to, but Experian, TransUnion, Equifax already have your social, but you could just put your last 4 if you don't want to put your full social, okay? You need to put today's date, all right? And then from there, to whom concerned, I am writing to formally dispute inaccurate, inconsistent, unverifiable information currently being reported on my consumer credit report regarding the following accounts. All right, so this one is just this specific account. So we got the creditor, we got the account type, account status closed, reporting balance approximately this, right? This dispute is submitted pursuant to the Fair Credit Reporting Act, 15 U.S.C. 1681, and demands a reasonable reinvestigation of the disputed information listed. Number 1, here are the violations. Number 2, this violation requests immediate deletion of trade line. All right, so I just wanted to see what it had. So the first one, or number 2, all right, requested action, immediate deletion from this trade line due to inaccurate reporting. Requested action, delete, all right, delete account due to, all right. Number 4, violation number 4, violation number 5, violation number 6, okay, violation number 7, all right, formal demand. Due to multiple material inaccuracies, conflicted data points, and failure to maintain maximum possible accuracy as required by federal law, I'm formally requesting immediate deletion of this account from my credit file, or And we're not doing no or, all right? So we just want one. We ain't trying to do this, okay? We just want immediate deletion from this report, okay? And then I expect this matter to be handled promptly and in full compliance with the Fair Credit Reporting Act. Sincerely, your full name, signature, all right? Why this letter is powerful, attacks core data fields, not opinion, cites specific FCRA sections, establish unverified plus inaccurate reporting, sets up CFPB AG escalation, position you to force deletion, not corrections, all right? And like I said before, you're gonna create this letter. You're gonna have to have probably a big envelope, and you have to send that off certified. It's okay that if you have a thick envelope that's sent to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, all right? So you're gonna have multiple options to do this. If you have a letter, or if you have multiple, let's just say for Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, if you have like, let's just say 5 to 10 or even 15 pages, I would suggest you go to the post office and send it to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, right? And then you can, Google. I'll have it in the prompts. I'll have the addresses, or you can leverage ChatGPT to get the addresses for you to send off. But most importantly, you want to go to the post office and print that letter off, because it's going to cost you a lot of money if you send it online, all right? Because it goes off the pages, and if you have a lot of pages, hold on. When it comes to sending these letters, first and foremost, you want to send the letter certified, right? You also want to add 3 forms of identifications: driver's license, proof of residency. It can be a water bill, light phone bill, cell phone bill, account statement, something that has your name and address, insurance bill. You get where I'm going, right? And then for extra, you can send in your not your driver's license. I already said driver's license. You can also send in your passport, or you can send in your social security card, right? Have three identification, because the reason why you want to have 3 is because you want to make sure that I know you're sending it off certified, but you want to make sure Experian, TransUnion, Equifax actually do or conduct an investigation and not kick it back and say we need more identification to verify this is actually you. They do that sometimes, just to not do, I quote unquote say, to not do their job, but to ensure that they actually conduct an investigation when they receive your letter. And it's going to be thick once you leverage what I'm showing you here, but it's going to increase your chances of getting accounts removed in the first round. And we're going to break down what you got to do next, round 2 and beyond. But for right now, we need them to do a full investigation of the law. All right. So that's the first thing you're going to do, of course. If you want to send it online, I can walk you through on how to send it online. I can show you and give you an example. All right. So you want to go to this. I'm going to have the link in the description, but you want to go to this site right here, right? And then you'll be able to you'll be able to craft a letter and send online. I'm going to basically walk you through the process of how to do this. Okay, so step 1, create a free account with them. And then you do have to, load funds. You'll be able to see how much it costs. It just varies based off of, like I said before, how many pages you're sending per round. All right, so you're going to click on start a job. Then you're going to click on certify letter. Okay. And then you're going to name it, let's just say Experian round 1, okay? And then you're going to upload some documents, okay? So I'm just going to upload one account. It's going to upload just a letter really quick. And then from there, we're going to manually put the letter in, okay? Then you're going to put down, okay? Then you're going to click on save, okay? And then what we're going to do is scroll down, go all the way down. And then from there, what we want to do is put non-electronic signature. You're going to put your return address, okay? You're going to put your name, all right? And then we're going to click on save changes, all right? And then from there, what we're going to do is just click on process this job. Let it do its thing, all right? And then you'll be able to see how much this will cost you without actually, processing the job. Okay, you'll be able to see how much it's going to cost. All right, now once you process the job, right, you're gonna click on verify. You're gonna click on verify, and you're gonna verify to make sure everything is good to go. You're gonna have the letter. So once you have your, once you uploaded everything, you're gonna have the letter, and then you're gonna have, make sure everything is good to go. And then once everything is good to go, then you're gonna do, you're gonna make sure you're gonna pay. You're gonna see how much it costs. So you see the total price. See if it makes sense for you to, of course, pay it to send it off, or you need to, print the letters off and then, take it to the post office. I'm pretty sure if you have a lot of pages, it might be just cheaper for you to actually just print everything off and take it to the post office. Okay, just based off of what you got to do. All right, and then from there, once you send off your letters, certified to Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, you have to wait 35 days according to the law. All right, I didn't make it up. They have 30 days to conduct an investigation. Okay, and then they have 5 days to mail that investigation back to you. But usually you usually get it before the 35-day period. So just wait 35 days, and I'm going to show you what to do, what you need to be doing next as you're waiting these 35 days. So as you're waiting these 35 days, there are some things you should be doing as you're waiting. But since you're waiting, I want to share some wins of people who leverage this information to knock the credit bureaus out. All right. So in the community right here, the credit circle, what we have is the wins of people. And I'm gonna go over some few wins of the people who got results. All right, so as you can see right here, we got some wins, right? Now this client right here, this person got a 327-point increase in 30 days by leveraging the information, okay? As you can see, 90-point increase, 132-point increase on this score, and 105-point increase on TransUnion, right? And the reason why is because they got their bankruptcy deleted off of their credit report, which improved their credit score, as you can see, tremendously. Now here's another person that that leveraged the information. So by sheer luck, I came across Dave and scrolled in on April 23rd. I was interested, but was for sure want to help me. Immediately, I was skeptical. The next day, I watched some more and printed out my reports. It was terrible. I had 10 bad non-collection altogether. It seemed overwhelmed to me. I decided the next year or so would come and go no matter what. So I tried it. There's so much to be said. It's a lot. But in 15 months, I went from a 515 to a 779 credit score. It takes time and patience. If you hang on, it can happen. It isn't magic. It isn't overnight. Patience was key. And now I'm here nearing a 800 credit score. I messaged Dave last night to thank him for all he gave for others and wanted to share this. It can be done. Take it one account at a time on your report and you can get there. All right. So I have been trying to fix my credit since April. Stumbled across Dave's YouTube, and since May, I've gotten multiple deletions, but my score up and down. 3 negatives accounts still remain: Navy Fed, Amex, and Cavalry, which has been giving me the most problem. But finally, I'm so excited to share some great news. By using the secret letter method, dispute the inaccuracies, use the Metro 2 code and a law, escalated to the Attorney General. We're going to be talking about that. If not deleted, well, one of the 3 has successfully been removed in 15 to 30 days. American Express. Thank you, Dave. Okay. So the process works. Things happen. But we're going to be talking about different things on how you can get these accounts removed from your credit report. I'm going to be breaking down if you want to join the community. It's completely free to join the community, but the classes you do have to pay for, okay? So as you're waiting these 35 days, the next thing you want to do is understand what you need to be doing to improve your credit score. So in order to improve your credit score, you have to understand what makes up your credit score. And I'm going to break this down in the point system, all right? So the FICO score, what most banks look at, is broken down into 5 different factors, okay? You have payment history, you have amounts owed, you have average age, you have credit mix, you have new accounts, right? That makes up your credit score. Now, if we break this down into the point system, and I broke it down so you can understand that, hey, if I improve in this area, you'll see an increase. And if I improve in this area, you'll see an increase. So the highest credit score you can have right now with a FICO score is an 850. All right, FICO 8, most banks look at. Now, things going to change probably from now that FICO score might be a little bit higher, a little bit lower. Things might change. But for right now, FICO 8, most banks, credit unions are using, right? So 850 is the highest credit score you can have. The lowest credit score you can have is a 300. I know it sounds possible. I mean, like it's crazy for a person to have a 300 credit score, but that's the range, right? So if you do 850 minus 300, that means you have 550 points to technically play with when it comes to your credit score. So if you do the math behind this, right, payment history is 35%. So if you do 0.35, what we learned in school, right, 0.35 times 550, that gives you 192.5 points in this specific category. So if you ever miss a payment, if you ever are late when it comes to your credit, or of course, if you're on time, this is the factor it affects of your credit score. So if you get a late payment, it affects this part of your credit score, okay? Now, utilization. Utilization is 30% of your credit score, amounts owed. So if you do 0.30 times 550, that gives you 165 points, okay? Average age, that is the age of all the accounts, the average of it, that's 0.15, and you times that by 550, that is 82.5. And I'm gonna show you different ways to affect each area so you can get extra 25, 50, 100 points, depending on what you have going on with your credit profile. We're gonna be talking about that later on. But right now, I just want you to understand the different factors, the point system, what makes up your credit score, so you can understand what you need to do to improve your credit score, all right? So credit mix is 10%. 10 times 550 is 55 points, right? New accounts, 0.10 times 550 is 55 points, all right? So credit mix. Credit mix, you wanna have revolving accounts and you wanna have installment accounts. So revolving accounts consist of credit cards, your charge cards, your store cards. Those what our revolving accounts are, okay? That category. Now, installment accounts is student loans, a personal loan, a car loan, or home loan. Those are considered installment accounts. So now you understand the difference between revolving accounts and installment accounts. All right, these are the different type of things you want to make up of your profile. Now, new accounts is clear, but when you have new accounts, that also affects your age. So you don't want to consistently open up new accounts every single time. But new account / hard inquiries, as you know, if you add a new account on your credit profile, it helps your credit score, all right? But you don't, as you're helping, it also affects the average age of your credit score. So even though adding a new account also affects the age. So you don't want to be opening up a new account every 3 months, right? You want to, wait. So every now and then you want to open up a new account when it comes to your credit profile, okay? And one of the best things you can do is, if you think about it like this, you can also leverage business credit, right? You can open up a new account, but instead of opening up on your personal credit, you can open up on your business credit. So you could open up a business credit card, but it's not, you'll get a hard inquiry on your personal credit, but that comes off in 2 years, but you won't affect the age of your credit score. So now you're making your personal credit look really good, and you're building up your business credit, and you can use those business credit cards, and it won't affect the utilization of your personal. So as you know, if you max out a business credit card, it's not going to report on your personal. Some of them do, but we'll talk about that. But most business credit cards don't report on your personal credit score, okay, or your personal profile. So I just want you to understand what you want to be doing, understanding the system, understanding what accounts you need. So as you look at your credit profile, right, do you have revolving accounts? Do you have installment accounts? If you do have revolving accounts, you really don't need to add a new revolving account on your profile. You just need to take care of the one that you have, right? If you don't have an installment account, all right, you don't have to add it just yet, because maybe you're looking to buy a house and that is considered an installment account. Or maybe you're trying to get a new car and that's considered an installment account. All right, so you don't have to add an installment account just yet. You just want to look at your profile and focus on the things that you already have that you need to fix. Now, if you don't have no credit at all, or if you have everything that's negative, that is bad on your credit profile, then of course you want to add some accounts on your profile to improve your credit score. So we're going to be talking about a different type of accounts that are out there that you can add on your credit profile that will help you. All right. I just don't want you to be open up in all these different accounts. Manage this account. I got to manage this account. Now I forgot about this account and it came late and you back at to where you are now. So let's focus on what you already have. Let's fix that before we start adding all these different accounts on our profile. Now I'm going to show you some accounts you can add on your profile if you don't have no accounts at all. All right. And I'm also going to be talking about different things as well. But most importantly, I want you to understand this, that credit is credibility, and credit is nothing but a direct reflection of how we manage our money. And how we manage our money, life might have happened, things happen. Not here to judge, no judge zone, because shoot, I managed my money really bad. I didn't know all these different things. Now I'm getting better. Well, gotten better as far as managing my money, and I want to help you as well, so you can understand how you can manage your money, so you can take care of what you need to take care of. So one of the best ways you can leverage that or do that is by leveraging artificial intelligence. So one of the things you can do right now is pull an account statement, right, of your banking history. And then what you want to do is put this prompt right here. Here's my salary and bills, right? So you'll tell ChatGPT, right? Here's my salary of $5,000, $6,000 a month, and bills of whatever, how much is your bills, all right? And then you can also have your account statement and say, hey, find the bills or different things. But you could talk about the different bills that you have already and let them know that, all right, I pay this, I pay this, I pay this. And here's my account statement. You can upload your account statement as well. You can print off a PDF and you can upload that. Build a zero-based budget I can actually follow. Every dollar has a purpose. No disappearing money. So you want to see where all your money is going. Yes, you might be like, man, I spent money on this. I spent money on this. I spent money on this. Oh, what am I doing? Like, you get to see, it's nothing. Hey, it's a reflection of how you see where all your money is going, and you're going to be upset. I was just like that. I saw that money was going here. I'm like, dang, I'm spending money on this. I don't even use this. I'm spending money on this system. I don't even use this. I got this subscription. I don't really use this. Like, you got to start seeing all the different money going to different places that you really don't use or understand. Like, man, I got money. I'm tripping. So do that. The next prompt, I got you. Walk you through step by step on how to do this. So the next prompt is this right here. Split my income using the 50-30-20 rule based on my real numbers. Practical budgeting, not just theory, okay? Now, when it comes to budgeting, I know most people are like, man, I got to budget my money. It's not like I can't do certain things. It's more of you understanding where your money is going. Like, you understand your money is going to this bill. Your money is going to take care of this. Your money is taking care of this. All right, I have this amount of money left over. I can, do this. I can do this. You just having a plan for your money. That's basically what budgeting is, all right? Having a plan for your money. Because if you don't have a plan for your money, hey, your money gonna have a plan for itself. And when it starts sitting there, you can be like, y'all can spend money on this and this and this, but you really just wanna have a plan for your money, all right? Now, the next prompt, write me a 10-minute weekly write me a 10-minute weekly money check-in routine I can stick to. Small habit, big results, right? So you want to have something that you can stick to, because I know there's a lot of information out there and they tell you to do this and they tell you to do that and they tell you to do this. And that's based off of probably many different people's circumstances, but your circumstance might be totally different and you might not able to do certain things that they're talking about. So let's create a budget based off of what you have going on, what you can do on a month-to-month basis, so you can stick to it, so you can save. If you only save $1, or let's just say $10 per paycheck, at least you're consistent saving that $10. And over time, you're like, all right, I can save $15, and then eventually $20, and then eventually $30, $40, $50 every single month. But you can't get there until you actually look at where your money is at, look at where your money is going, understanding what is understanding that, hey, my money's doing all these different things, but I really don't have a plan for it. And I want you to have a plan for your money because you work really hard to learn the different skills, to do the different things, to get up, go to work, and do all these different things. And you look at the end of the month, I'm like, man, dang, where did all my money really go? All right. And then every year you be like, man, I'm going to do this. I'm going to try this. And then it fails within the first month. But no failing no more. We're going to have a plan. We're going to do this. We're going to win. All right. So hit the like button. If you haven't hit it, and we winning, right? So the next prompt, create a debt payoff plan using the debt snowball method. Knock out small payments first, right? So you also want to take care of your debt, right? So if you have some things that you want to take care of, if you have accounts that you need to take care of, you want to take care of it, all right? It happened, life happened, whatever the case may be, but you can take care of these small credit card debts, and then eventually you don't have no debt. You're leveraging, let's just say, for an example, one of the ideas that you might have, or one of the things that you want to do is start a business, or you already have a business. As you're making more money, right, you can take some of that money and take care of your debt. I don't want you to get back in debt, but most importantly, I want you to understand what happened and what you can do next and have a plan moving forward. Hey, we're focusing on forward. Moving forward, life happened, things happen, but we're moving forward. We're going to take care of what we need to take care of, do what we got to do to live an amazing life that God created. So I want you to plan out your money, have a plan for your money, and let's move forward to figure out what we got to do to have a better life. All right. And everybody has different things that they want to accomplish. But most importantly, I will tell everybody to go travel and see the world. Now, that's the reason why, not to, run on, but that's the reason why I joined the military or the Navy, especially is I got the opportunity to go different places that, man, I would never had thought to go to, but most importantly, I didn't have the money to go to, but I got to go completely for free because of the Navy, and allowed me to go so many different places and see so many different things, and it was amazing. All right. So what I would tell anybody is, as they get in their, things together, their money together, plan out a trip to go somewhere really nice and go, enjoy life. All right. Now, prompt number 7. Let's turn this into a monthly system I won't burn out on, all right? No stress, just steady progress. As you can see, like I said before, I want you to be able to do this on a paycheck to paycheck where you understand that, hey, based on what my circumstances, I can able to do this and not burn out. And I'm able to budget my money. I'm able to have a plan for my money. I'm able to do everything I need to do to get my money, my finances in order, my credit, right? Because like I said before, credit is nothing but a direct reflection of how you manage your money. Once you start fixing how you manage your money, you're going to start fixing your credit. And as you're making a little bit more money, you're going to be able to take care of more of that debt. And I'm not telling you to do all this extra stuff, but if you're like, man, I want to do more, you can do more. But I want you to be consistent first, right? Let's build out the foundation first. And then if you want to do more, you can do more without burning out of taking care of your finances, taking care of debt. Okay. And if you and your wife, or if you're single, or if you're married and you're watching this, you and your wife, come up with a plan, a game plan to, if you're in debt, to get out of debt, or come up with a game plan to put money away, to save money for, the future. Put money away to like, all right, I'm going to have this trip this year or next year. Put money away to like, I'm going to have a plan. Like I said, a plan for your money to like, all right, put my kids do these certain things. Just have a plan. All right. Now, the next thing we want to do is understand this. You don't need more income. You need a system that works. Prompt smart, repeat often, and watch things change. All right. Like I said before, you don't have to, like I said, go make more money first. What you need to do is just figure out what you have now, take care of that, see what you got to do, and have a plan for everything when it comes to your finances, when it comes to your money. Yes, it might be boring. Yes, it might be like, man, you see what you're spending money on, but you're only going to be able to fix the things if you actually look at it. All right. And I just want to help you through that process. Now, let's talk about how you can increase your credit score 25, 50, 100 points. How can you actually do this? I'm going to break this down. So one of the ways you can do that is, let's just say you're currently renting, right? So if you're currently renting, you can increase your credit score because of this right here, right? Sorry, because of this right here. If you've been living at that apartment for the last, let's just say 2 years, you've been living at that apartment for the last 2 years, that's 24 months of on-time payments that you already had, but it hasn't been reported yet. So you can get that reported because you pay your rent on time, you take care of certain bills. So you can get that reported to Experian, to TransUnion, to Equifax. And it affects multiple factors of your credit score. Now, Boom Pay wasn't available, but we had rent reporters. I'm going to show you different places you can go to that can help you. All right. So this place is going to help increase your credit score because, most importantly, you're reporting 24 months of on-time payments to your report, which will then improve your credit score. It also affects the age, right? Average age. Let's just say you've been at that place for 2 years or 2.5 years, right? That the day it gets backdated. So let's just say you've been living in that apartment. It goes to the date that is that you moved into the apartment, right? And then there's another place you can go to that goes all the way up to 5 years. So now you have a 5-year account being reported, which affects your age, right? Another thing about this is it also affects the credit mix, right? So it also affects this part of your credit score. So since it's affecting this part of the credit score, it's an installment account, it's a mix of credit. It also helps you in that category of your credit score. And technically it's a new account on your report, which also factors in of this part of your credit score. So now it's affecting the payment history, it's affecting the average age, it's affecting the credit mix, it's affecting the new accounts. So now you're going to see a significant increase by just adding that one account to your credit profile. So if you're currently renting, you might as well go ahead and get that reported to your credit report so you can see that increase of your credit score, right? It's a win-win-win situation. So let's check out the actual plan so you can see how much it costs. So if you Google, and I'm gonna have all these links in the description for you, so you can see like how much it costs, how much it is. So if ongoing rent payments reported, it costs $5 per month. That ain't bad. All right, you can be if you can't fit this in your budget, then don't get it just yet. Okay, but $5 isn't bad. Okay, $5 per month. Ongoing rent reported from this month forward. Only report on-time payments. Reports to Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. Continue to report even if you move. Credit score tracked included. Okay. Now another thing, if you want to do like past payments or past rent payments reporting, is going to cost an additional $25 one-time fee. All right. So you got to pay $25 for a one-time fee to get past reporting accounts. Okay. Which you had started reporting rents. We've gotten you report up to 24 months of past rent payments history with our past reporting add-on. So you can get started with that. So that's, like I said before, it's a win. So $25 for a one-time fee and then $5 consistent of you paying to get your rent reported to all 3 credit bureaus of 24 months of on-time payments. Amazing. All right. So another place you can do with this is rent reporters. Now, rent reporters are a little bit different. So let's break it down. So rent reporters, let's just see what they got going on. So the pricing. So enroll, pick a plan. Monthly plan is $10. Annual plan is basically $8. Check out Smart Pay 94. Pay a one-time fee of sign up. So if you do rent reporters, it costs a one-time fee of $94 and then $10 a month. for this specific product. So it is a win if you want to do it. Now, if you do Boom Pay, hey, just do one. You don't got to do Boom Pay and Rent Reporters, okay? Just pick one that works best for you, okay? Now let's look. Money back guarantee. Trying to see what else they have. I'm trying to see if they do past months as well, or did they change it? So one-time fee and then 3 months. Free credit score, 24 months of rent. So they do that. 24 months of rent history. So if you've been living at that apartment for the last 24 months, they can add that on. Now, another thing you can do, of course, that most people don't talk about is, well, some people, of course, do talk about it, and it's probably not that effective anymore, but is being added as an authorized user. Now, authorized user has their pros and cons, right? Now, the pros is you get all that reported information added to your profile. So if somebody adds you as authorized user, one of your family members, they got good credit and they barely use their credit cards, right? Being added as an authorized user will help improve your credit score because you get all their previous payment history. You get when they open up their account, and that gets added to your profile, which will significantly increase your credit score. All right. Now, if the bad to this is if they ever miss a payment, if they use their credit card all the time, it affects your credit score because we just learned, as you saw, that if anybody use a credit card, right, the utilization is maxed out, it affects your credit score. And as you can see, it's 165 points. So if they use their credit card, it's going to significantly decrease your credit score, right? So you want to make sure that they're not really using this card. And if they do use it, hey, they just need to take you off as they need to take you off as an authorized user so it doesn't affect your credit score. And if they if they have, life might have happened and they might miss a payment, make sure they take you off that card ASAP, all right? Because the last thing you want to do is have a late payment on your credit profile and it wasn't your fault, all right? So that is the cons. And another thing you want to do is, we're going to be talking about the don'ts of when it comes to getting your credit fixed. Do not co-sign for nobody once you get your credit fixed. I don't care what happens or what they tell you. Do not co-sign for nobody, all right? All right, we're going to show if somebody needs co-sign, they share this video so they can watch and fix up their credit so you don't have to go through that problem of co-signing and they mess it up and you have to take care of it, but you can't take care of it, so then it affects your credit score. All right, we're not going through that right now. So what I want you to do is, if somebody needs cosign, share this video. It's going to break, like you see, it's going to break down the whole entire process of them getting their credit fixed and if they need to learn. All right, so let's go over some other places you can check out to help improve your credit score, or some places you can add on your profile if you don't have no accounts on your profile. All right, now the places that you want to check out, there are multiple places, but we're going to start with Self, okay? Now, Self is a place that you can open up an account with Self, and it's a good place to help you build up your credit. And there are multiple places you can go to, but one of the places you can do, we just talked about Boom Pay, we talked about Rent Reporters, but another place you can also leverage is Self, all right? Now, Self, they started out with just a Self Credit Builder Loan, but now over time they got the Self Credit Builder Loan, they have the Self Visa credit card, rent and billing reporting, Self Cash, and many other different things, as you can see. And we're gonna go over some of the things you can check out. Maybe works best for you. But like I said before, pick an account. Don't open up all these different accounts. So you have to manage this account. You gotta manage Rent Reporters. You gotta manage Self. Boom, like, chillax. All right. We don't need all these different accounts. Just pick one or two. And like I said before, if you already have accounts, take care of the accounts you already have. And then you also, before you make a decision on what you want to add, I also want to talk about some credit unions as well. Well, based off of where you're living at, talk about like what would be best for you based on what you have when it comes to your credit profile, okay? So let's talk about self, and let's just break down what they have to offer. So as you can see right here, they have different plans. So I have the small builder plan, medium builder, large builder, extra large builder. Okay, so when it comes to this, the small builder, as you can see, is $25 per month for 24 months. So you have to pay, or you're going to create an account with self, and it's basically they're going to take $25 out of your account every single month for 24 months, and then once you complete the 24 months, then you're going to get back $511 of that. Let's just say, what is it, $600 that you basically put away. Okay, and then they're going to report that payment to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax of on-time payments. So you do want to make sure you're on time, being consistent with this as well. And then most importantly, also with the $25 per month, like I said before, you see what its effect. If it will affect your payment history, well, in a good way, your payment history. It will affect your age. It will probably decrease your age if you really don't have, because this is a new account and they don't do past reporting, right? Also, it'll affect the credit mix in a good way. It'll also affect it being a new account. So it's going to help improve your credit score as well by adding this account. And then over time, the age will build with this one primary account being added to your profile. All right. And then you can also, from what I remember, you can turn this small builder into, if you don't want to, into a actual secured credit, well, basically a credit card. All right, so small builder, this is one. Now, this is $25 a month. Now, if you want to do $35 a month, this is how much you'll get back. All right, you'll get back $717, and then you put up over time after 24 months, you would have paid $840. All right, final cost $123 of what it will cost you, but it's being reported to the credit bureaus, will help improve your credit score. All right, now you have another place you can leverage this. Another place, it does, as you can see the fees, you can check it out. Okay, so another one you can open up is a $48 a month for 24 months, and total payments, as you can see, you get back $985, and then they got the $150 a month plan, right? You get back $3,000, and then you would have put up $3,600. Now, everybody's circumstances a little bit different. You just pick what you can afford, what works best for you. All right. Now, the next place let's check out is Ava. All right. Like I said before, they kind of do a little bit the same, but a little bit different, right? So the Ava save and build credit account, we just talked about save and build, kind of like the same, but they got a little bit stuff different. So as you can see, with this one, pay towards secured loan monthly, set aside $25 a month and build positive loan history and get $300 after 12 months. As you can see, now build your credit history. Let's see what the pricing is. All right, so Ava credit, so we got the save and build. So the save and build, $12 for this, and then $25 extended the month Ava membership. Other, as you can see, and then reporting, as you can see, they got this as well. So it's a little bit cheaper, and you get more bang for your buck. Let's look at the pricing as far as the credit card, the Ava card, Ava credit builder card, instant, after verification not required, $0 collateral. All right, $0 membership, up to a $2,500 credit limit. Score improvement within on time, 30 days, score impact high. So you can get an Ava line of credit, as you can see. It's a win as well. So check it out. Now let's go over to another place that you might like. Is Credit Strong. It's kind of the same as Self, but they have different plans, different things going on. So they have, let's just see, products. So if you want to get a revolving account reported to your credit profile, like I said before, you want to have a mix depending on what you already have. Starting at $99 a year, no monthly payments required. $99 a year will get you a $1,000 limit of revolving credit, right? At $200 a year, you'll get a line of credit of $2,500 being reported. At about $250 per year, you'll get a $5,000 line of credit, max credit limit of $10,000, credit limit bumps of $500, bumps unlock with 3 on-time payments of just $25. As you can see, you can read over this. All right, credit limit $5,000 max, credit limit bumps. So over time, as you're doing this, all right, you'll get the bump of $250. All right, unlock bumps with 3 on-time payments of just $20. Okay, now with this, we'll unlock 3. So max credit limit of $2,500, credit limit bumps of $150. All right, unlocks bumps with 3 on-time payments of just $10. So 100% monthly bills. All right, receive FICO score monthly. Okay, so no credit check, no credit, bad credit, no problem. And then this basically what it does, it reports to all 3 credit bureaus. You add in this specific account. Now they do got personal and business as far as that. Now let's look at the installment account. So install and CS Max. I don't know what CS Max is, but we'll check it out. I got y'all breaking it down. So if you just do install, you can do a monthly payment of $28 for 48 months. Installment credit reported $1,010 this term, and then of course you'll get the money back. This one is $28 for 48 months. You have to, do that or be committed to that, as you can see. And then you got $38 for 36 months, and then you got $48 for 24 months. Okay. Now the CS Max, you got $49 for 60 months installment credit reported, and then you have $99 for 60 months of $5,000 being reported, and then $199 for 60 months, and that's $10,000 being reported, okay? Just pick which one works best for you, okay? No, I don't know with this. All right, so if you need to talk to them, hey, give them a call. Now let's move on to the next place that you might like. Now, another one you can do, and this one is kind of like a secured credit card. You got to add money on there. It is a metal card. All right, so I can't really see everything. So with this one, you're gonna have to download it and check it out. So they really not explaining much as far as how much it costs. All right, let's move on to the next one. You can check it out. I have the link provided so you can, check it out, get it sent to you. All right, so plans from Kickoff. Now, this is another big one you might have saw already. Kickoff plans from $5 a month, no credit check, no hidden fees, no interest, right? How it works. Plans, go to different plans that they have. So they have the $5 basic plan, so $5 being reported with a $750 kickoff trade line being reported to your profile, right? Then if you do $20 a month, then a $2,500 kickoff trade line will be reported to your profile, right? And then they have the Kickoff Ultimate, $35 a month being reported to your report, right? As you can see, rent reported, personal data, multiple things. You can check it out to see what actually works best for you. I guess they just got a secure credit card now, and you can see if that is something that you want to get started. But this is, small and affordable, $5 a month being reported. You get this specific trade line being reported to your profile, which will help improve your credit score. All right, Tomo Credit is another place you can check out that you might like. The Tomo line of credit is usually based off of your, how it worked before. They had shut it down, and I guess they revamped it, but it was based off of how much money was in your checking accounts that they'll see, and they'll give you a credit limit based off of that. Now let's check it out of how things change. So as you can see, all right, so meet the AI credit engine that manage and build your credit. So at $14 a month. You'll get up to $1,000 lines of credit, right? This is new, up to $100,000 credit line. Okay, this is monthly. You got to pay this every single month. And then at $69 a month, you get up to a $10,000 line of credit. All right. And then you can, see whatever one works best for you. Okay. And then they got a yearly. So yeah, you'll have to pay that, per year. So you check out which one works best for you. They got different, multiple things as far as Tomo. You might like that one. See which one works best for you. But like I said before, you don't want to be opening up all these different accounts. You just want to pick one to see what best works for how much you can afford on a month-to-month basis. All right, we're going to be doing better with our money. So you just pick one that you can, manage, that you can be on top of, that you won't forget about. And of course, you're going to be setting up for money to come out every single month on time. But most importantly, you just want to be able to manage certain accounts that you don't have to be paying for this account, because as you can see, all these different ones have different subscription fees, and that's money going to them and not to you. But of course, it is helping you. That's why I said just pick a few that works best for you as far as your credit. Now, the next thing that's going to be very important as well is you might not like none of these credit builder accounts. So I'll always tell people to go check out a credit union in the area, because most credit unions have credit builder accounts that you can sign up for, and it can it can help rebuild your credit, but most importantly, you're building a relationship with a bank, right? You're building a relationship with the bank. So as you're building this relationship with the bank, think about it. You're paying on time on a month-to-month basis with this bank, right? This credit union. And then once you have your credit score good enough, now when it's time for you to apply for a credit card, once it's time for you to apply for a personal or car loan or different things, you're most likely going to get approved because you created this relationship of being on time, being responsible, building that credibility up with the bank or with the credit union. They see money coming in, they see money flowing, you're doing everything. Or if you just have it as a savings account, they're like, all right, I can trust this person with more credit, and we're going to remember, we're using this credit to make us more money, or if you're trying to buy a house, but it'll make you more money in the long run if you're trying to buy a house, because you can pass that house down. You can borrow against your house. You can do certain things. But we're moving forward. We're thinking ahead, remember, all right? So just figure out which one works best for you as you're waiting these 35 days. Figure out the cost, the plan. Hey, make sure you download your account statement, see what the budget looks like. Hey, we're doing everything. We're going forward. We're getting things in line. All right, so just figure out which one works best for you as you're waiting, because as you're waiting, I'm going to show you what to do next. Once you receive some results back from Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, so we can, knock them out. But first and foremost, we got to get the finances, the money in check first before you move forward. Come up with the plan, figure out, and make sure you hit the like button, all right? If Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, right, send you this letter, and most of the time when you create a letter to send to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, usually this sometimes happen, not all the time, but I want you to be aware of this might happen, okay? So when you send a letter to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, sometimes they might respond back to you saying they need more identification to prove this is actually you. All right, so one of the things you can do is respond to that letter, provide more documentation to them to make sure they do their actual job, which is conduct an investigation to make sure everything is complete and accurate, everything is good on your report, right? So send that in. You can also give them a call to let them know that, hey, I actually sent this letter in, but they need more identification. Hey, just let them know, like, what is a faster way besides sending the letter in that you can provide this documentation. They might tell you to do Experian upload. They might tell you to do something else, all right? But you also, I just want to give you a heads up on they might do this. Another thing they might say is you sound like a credit repair company. All right, so if they do say that you sound like a credit repair company, you can give them a call saying, this is actually me that sent the letter. Here's my tracking number. Here's, you can provide proof that, hey, this is actually me that sent the letter. All right, this is no credit repair company. I need you to, go through the process of completing this investigation. Because like I said before, they're trying to stop you from disputing back and forth with them. They're trying to, get you to give up in the first round. They're trying to get you to, not go through the whole entire process. But since you're watching this video, you know what to expect. You know what's going to happen. You're going to be able to knock the credit bureaus out. And I'm glad that you're watching this information so you can understand, because most people get tripped up at this point and they're like, man, you know what? Just forget about it. But not you. You got the information. You know what to do. You know what to expect. All right. So round two, here's what we're going to do next. All right. So what to expect in this specific round. All right. So you got some accounts removed from your report. Hey, congratulations. You knocked the credit bureaus out. Accounts will get verified and accounts will get ignored. So I'm going to go through each process of what you should do. Let's just say your accounts came back verified or your accounts got ignored, right? Your dispute letters got ignored. So what should you do next? Breaking it down step by step. So there are multiple laws that we need to go over so you can understand what you need to do next. So the first law is 15 USC 1681. So this is a procedure Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax have to follow when you send in your letter. And let's go read over the law so you can understand, because you understand that I'm not a lawyer, just here to show you your rights. And we just going over the rights that we have as consumers to leverage when we send off dispute letters to the credit bureaus or any consumer reporting agency that reports information about us that we learned, right? So what we want to go to is 15 USC 1681, right? And then once we go there, we're going to click on it. And then as you can see, the specific law, but we want to go to subchapters, right? And then we want to scroll all the way down to letter I, procedure in case of disputed accuracy, right? So that's what we've been disputing, the accuracy of the account. Because when you got your consumer report, you saw on your consumer report that, hey, this account, Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, the open date last active, date last payment. So we created a letter in the first round to dispute the accuracy of the account. All right, so now this is what's going to happen next. So now I want you to read over the law so you can understand. So procedure in case of disputed accuracy, reinvestigation of disputed information. So this is what we did. Subject to subsection F and except as provided in subsection G if completeness or accuracy of any item of information contained in a consumer's file at a consumer reporting agency is disputed by a consumer and the consumer, which is you, notify that agency directly or indirectly through a reseller of such dispute, the agency shall, what they have to do, what they must do. There's no if, ands, or, what they have to do. Free of charge, right? Conduct a reasonable reinvestigation to determine whether the disputed information is inaccurate and record the current status of the disputed information or delete the item from the file in accordance with paragraph 5, and we're going to go over that, before the end of the 30-day period beginning on the day which the agency receives the notice of the dispute from the consumer or the reseller, right? So that's very important when you send your letter in that you do it certified so you understand that, hey, they received it on this date. That means they have 30 days to conduct an investigation and they have 5 days to mail that investigation back to you, right? So usually that happens between, the 30 days, but sometimes, like I said, they ignore it. So if they ignore your investigation and you sent your letters in and you have their tracking number and they don't respond to you within a timely manner, right? A 35-day period, now you have proof, you have evidence, you can leverage that. All right, and I'm gonna show you how you can, create your letters, the violations and everything. But I just want to go over the specific laws, okay? Another thing that most people mess up on is when they send a letter in, they don't wait the 30 days, right? So if you send another letter in, this is what happens, okay? I want you to read this so you can understand. So, except as provided in subparagraph C, the 30-day period described in subparagraph A may be extended for not more than 15 additional days if the consumer reporting agency receives information from the consumer during the 30-day period that is relevant to the reinvestigation. So if you send another document in, or you try to dispute the account again within that time, now they have 15 additional days. So now it's 45 days for them to conduct an investigation. So when you send your first letter in, just let them conduct it 30 days, 5 days, give it time for them to mail it back to you. All right, that's why I said about 35 days. And from 35 days from the time they received the letter, not from the time you sent it off. Okay, very important. We understand the law, right? So now let's go back and go to the next law, right? So 15 USC 1681 I-5, okay? Now let's go to that specific law, and basically what that said is we're gonna go down to number 5, right? So number 2, and then you continue scrolling down, teaching you how to go through this, number 3, and then number 4, and we're gonna go over 5. Treatment of inaccurate or unverifiable information. So here's what they're supposed to do when you send your letter in, all right? If after any reinvestigation under paragraph 1 of any information disputed by a consumer, which is you, a item of the information is found to be inaccurate or incomplete or cannot be verified, the consumer reporting agency shall, here go that word again, but they must do, not if or something else, what they have to do, right? Number 1, promptly delete the item of information from the file of the consumer or modify that information as appropriate based on the results of the reinvestigation, and also promptly notify the furnisher of that the information that the information has been modified or deleted from the file of the consumer, right? So what that basically says is when they do an investigation, they're either supposed to remove it or they're supposed to modify it. Because you pinpointed in your first letter that, hey, this account is inaccurate. Hey, delete this account according, because it's not showing maximum possible accuracy. So if it's not showing maximum possible accuracy, now they're technically either supposed to remove it or update the file. Most of the time, they just say verified and they don't fix nothing, which is a violation. Now you got them on that law and you're going to have them on other multiple laws you can leverage. All right. Now, that's what, as you can see, that what it's supposed to do, right? Modify it or remove it and then notify the furnisher of the account that, hey, this account been removed from the report based off of it being inaccurate, right? So let's go over another law as well. Let's just say your accounts came back verified. So 15 USC 1681 I-7. I want to go down to that specific law so you can understand how to go through the laws and what to do, right? So they verified your account. So 15 USC 1681 I-7. Here's what you can do, right? When they verify your account, you can ask for this. A consumer reporting agency shall provide to a consumer a description referred to in paragraph 6B3 by no later than 15 days after receiving a request from the consumer for that description. So if they verified your account, you can ask for a description of how they verified that account. So let's go up to 6B3. So you're going to go up to number 6, right? And you're going to go down to B, right? And then you're going to go to number 3. A notice, if requested by the consumer, a description of the procedure to determine the accuracy and the completeness of the information shall be provided to the consumer by the agency, including the business name and address of any furnisher of the information contacted in connection with such information and the telephone number of such furnisher if reasonably available, right? So that's what they're supposed to do within 15 days. See the information, they verified. We're going to talk about it. We're going to break this all down. I just want to show you the law so you can understand that, hey, you're doing everything in accordance with the law. So if you need to go talk to a lawyer, if you need to, provide documentation, you have everything and you understand what you have. You understand the rights you have as a consumer. All right. So let's talk about it some more. We want to leverage AI. So the first prompt we want to talk about, let's just say, act like a world-class dispute expert, right? As you can see, act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and find violations according to the Fair Credit Reporting Act because they verified my accounts without fixing the discrepancies within my account according to 15 USC 1681 I-5. All right, now what we're going to do is, like I said before, we're going to take the screenshot of the account that came back verified, and you can say, hey, act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and find violations according to the Fair Credit Reporting Act because they verified my accounts without fixing the discrepancies within my account according to 15 USC 1681 I-5, right? We learned the law. Now we're going to put that in place. We're going to leverage artificial intelligence to find the violations that we can leverage to then create our next set of letters to do everything in accordance with, so we can create a one-of-one unique letter so we can then be able to increase our chances of getting the account removed from the report, right? So let's just see what's going on. So let's break down what happened. All right, improper verification with unresolved material inconsistencies, right? Under 15 USC 1681 IA5, when a CRA, which is a consumer reporting agency, completes a reinvestigation, they shall, right? Delete, we just read it, or modify information that is inaccurate, incomplete, or cannot be verified. Hey, they cannot legally verify an account when the same trade line reports conflicting core data, right? The data fails metric to logical consistency. The account cannot be internally reconciled, right? This account fails that standard across multiple data fails, right? We just read it. They cannot legally verify an account when all right. So, all right, specific FCRA violations field by field. Number one, monthly payment inconsistency, right? Violation of 15 USC 1681 EB and 15 USC A5, right? Broke it down why this is illegal. A single installment account cannot simultaneously require and not require a payment. This is a core financial obligated field. Indicates unreliable source data. This account is unverifiable as reported. All right, that's one violation that we can leverage, right? All right, balance discrepancy. Violation of 15 USC 1681 EB. Equifax, Experian, TransUnion. The balance has this specific balance. Experian have this balance, and TransUnion have this balance. A verified account must report the same balance across Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, unless there is document timing explanation or transaction evidence. Neither is provided. This alone invalidates verification. All right. Number three, long-term contradiction. Violation of 15 USC 1681 IA5A, right? Equifax, Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, right, has 0 months. Experian have this month. TransUnion have this month. I believe this also violates 15 USC 1681 C. I'm going to exit some more laws so we can leverage that as well. All right, so a loan cannot have both 0 and 240 months. This is logically impossible under Metro 2 standards. 0 months term equals invalid trade line structure. And then you can leverage this right here. You can dispute based off of this right here. Number four, past due versus payment status conflict, right? Equifax, 0 past due current. Experian, 0 past due current. TransUnion, $287 past due, 120-day delinquent. You cannot be both current and 120 days late on the same obligation. This is material consumer harm and a high impact of accuracy failure, right? Number five, payment history conflict. Violation of 15 USC 1681 EB and S-2B, right? Account allegedly deferred. Oh, we need to go over this law as well so you can understand why they said 15 USC 1681 S-2B, right? Account allegedly deferred, shows recent payment, shows 120-day delinquency, reports different last payment dates, right? These data points cannot coexist legally. Whew. These data points cannot coexist legally. Indicates non-reconciled furnishing, and false verification. Man, if you had to go to court and experience TransUnion had to go to court and you had the providing documentation and the material, man, they will probably lose most of the time because you sent your first letter in and you certified the letter, and then they sent you a letter back and they certified everything is verified, everything is complete and accurate. And what the evidence shows, that's a lie, right? Man. All right, so number 6, right? Date open, inconsistency, violation of 15 U.S.C. 1681 EB, Equifax Experian. Date opens on this, Experience on this, TransUnion have this date. A loan has one origination date. This impacts age of account, the scoring, reporting integrity, right? Number 7, another violation, high credit versus balance conflict, violation of 15 U.S.C. 1681 EB, high credit, 6,000 balances this without documented capitalization or fees. This suggests improper balance calculation, inflated reporting. Why verify is legally invalid here? A CRA cannot legally verify an account when core fields contradict each other. The account fails Metro 2 consistency checks. The furnisher cannot reconcile discrepancy. Verification requires accuracy, not just confirmation of receipt. So yes, they verify, hey, the account belongs to you, but that's more to it. Verification requires accuracy. Verification requires accuracy. This established by Cushman versus TransUnion, Johnson's versus MBNA, Dennis versus BEH-1. Summary of violation, 15 U.S.C. 1681 EB, 15 U.S.C. 1681 A5, failure to delete or modify inaccurate information, failure to maintain maximum possible accuracy, furnisher failed to conduct a reasonable reinvestigation. So let's go back to that law and let's look up 15 U.S.C. 1681 S-2 so you can understand that law as well. So subchapter 3, and then we're going to go down to S-2, responsibilities of furnisher of information of consumer to consumer reporting agencies, right? So let's read over it. Duty of furnishers of information to provide accurate information. Number 1, A, report information with actual knowledge of errors. A person shall not furnish any information related to a consumer to any consumer reporting agency if the person knows or has reasonable cause to believe that the information is inaccurate, right? And you have your report and you said that, hey, this account is inaccurate. Letter B, reported information after notice and confirmation of errors. A person shall not furnish information related to a consumer to any consumer reporting agency if the person has been notified by the consumer at the address specified by the person for such notices that the specific information is inaccurate and the information is in fact inaccurate, right? Whew. So you read the law, you saw the information. They're not supposed to report inaccurate information when you let them know that it is inaccurate, and they consistently, they say that everything is still accurate, right? So we want to put so much pressure on Experian, TransUnion, Equifax when we create these letters, and then we have proper documentation. So now, like I said before, if you need to talk to a lawyer, if you need to talk to somebody, you have so much proof and evidence that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax violated your rights that, hey, they have no choice but to remove the account and possibly pay you if you go talk to a lawyer and they help you through this process, right? All right, so I put in this law, right? I put in another specific law, 15 U.S.C. 1681 CC, right? I asked if Experian, TransUnion, Equifax violated this law. Short answer was no. I wanted to double check to make sure that every law that we can leverage multiple laws, because like I said before, if we leverage multiple laws, we can increase our chances of getting this account removed from the report. And most importantly, you have proper documentation that, hey, they violated this law, they violated this law, they violated this law. And we want to be able to leverage this information. So when you have, let's just say, for an example, want to sue Experian, sue TransUnion, Equifax, you have the proof, you have the evidence, you have all the violation in accordance to the law, okay? And you can do that. Now, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to show you that, hey, but you would, if the account doesn't come off your report in a meaningful time and you don't get it off, go talk to somebody, because if you probably don't bring a lawyer, and they're going to consistently do the same thing over and over and over again. So, but usually this process does take time as you're fixing and repairing your credit. But don't get frustrated. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get like, this is all part of everything. And I just want you to know that, hey, you're going through these different things. And as you're going through it and fixing your credit and rebuilding and paying off your debt and taking care of your finances, this is going to be a part of the process of disputing. Don't get aggravated. Don't get agitated. This is just like all part of the process. Just understand that, hey, eventually these accounts will be off your report. Eventually your credit score is going to be much better, in a better place. Your finances are going to be in a better place. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get frustrated. Just continue being disciplined. Continue doing what you got to do. Continue taking care of what you got to take care of. And then eventually, as you see, those counts start coming off. But I just wanted to double check to make sure, were there any other violations? Are there any other laws that they may have violated? And as you can see, there probably has been or have not, but let's just double check. So they violated 15 USC 1681 strategic statute. Stat use this. EB, IA, IA2, IA5, IA6, 15 USC, S-2B, and then this specific as well. Now let's craft a nice letter based on the violations, all right? And then you're gonna leverage that prompt to craft a letter based on the violations, okay? Get that prompt for you, and then you're gonna say, now create a letter with the violation that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, right? All right, so now what we want to do is take this letter, right? Copy it. And the letter, all right, if you dispute multiple accounts, hey, this letter might be thick, okay? So if it's like too many pages for you to like do it online, just print them off, put it in a manila envelope. All right, you can get that. We already talked about that from Target, Walmart, one of these places, Amazon, one of these places to get you envelopes. I'm pretty sure you can get them from like Office Depot, Staples, Consumer Dave. Just an example. And then you're gonna put your address right here. Then you're gonna put your last four. You put today's date. All right, via certified, basically talking about what you need to talk about. And then we want to remove, all right, so we're going to keep on telling them to remove the account. Immediate deletion of the trade line. All right, let's see. I think it was this one. Or, we ain't trying to do no or. Delete this trade line. All right, and then let's continue scrolling down. Make sure we both are in alignments. All right, put your signature, sign it, print it. And then you can also, attach your driver's license on this letter as well if you want to. If you're going to send it, let's just say using the post, if you're going to send it online, you can just attach like a driver's license, a picture of your driver's license. Also, you can screenshot and add a picture of proof of residency. You can screenshot and add a picture of your social security card. You can have all three, print it all off, and then take it to the post office, right? One for Experian, one for TransUnion, one for Equifax. Craft these letters. All right. Now, a place you can go to online is this place right here. You can go to this place and you can go ahead and create you a letter, right? You can go ahead and create your letter to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. And then what we're going to do is Consumer Dave Experian, okay? And then you're going to upload the documents, all right? Now, I believe they only accept PDF. So since they only accept PDF, what we want to do is change this document, save it as a PDF. So file, download, and then we're going to download this as a PDF. Share this tab now. All right, so now we have everything, and now we're going to basically manually put the address of what we're talking about. All right, I think that's the address, top of my head. All right, and then click on save. And then you're gonna also, I meant to tell you, you wanna click on certified, class certified, okay? Return address. And then you're gonna scroll all the way up and then you're gonna click on, you're gonna process this job. All right, process this job, okay. I'm trying to make sure. So as it's doing this thing, consumer Dave, XP, Experian, round 2. Upload the document. I don't know what's going on with this site. All right, now let's do manual. And then we're gonna go ahead and drop that down. We're gonna click on save. And then we're gonna go ahead, add a return. Gotta put our information right here. Consumer Dave. North Florida, Jacksonville. Save changes. And then what we want to do now is just click on process this job, see if it works now. All right, so now what we want to do is click on verify. All right, so verify, everything is good to go. We got, our name up here, we got the address, and then we have the letter, right? Let's go down, make sure everything is good to go, certify, and then it's gonna tell you how much this job is gonna cost. So this job is gonna be around $8.19 to send it to Experian. So if you do that, if you have multiple pages, it might be a little bit more. So you do that times that by 3. So it might be $8 for this one, $8 for TransUnion, a little bit more, $8 for Equifax, a little bit more. So roughly you're gonna spend about $24 to $26, depending on, of course, where you're at. And then you'll approve, and then they will send it off as well. You go back to it, you verified everything. Like I said before, $8, you understand that the price, right? But if you don't want to use this site, you can print it off, right? Print off the letters. Like I said, get the big envelope. You have like a big envelope like this, right? It usually is like some manila envelope. It'll be a big envelope, and then you'll send this off to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. That letter is roughly gonna cost you to send, I think, around the same exact price, $7 to $8, probably a little bit more to send certified to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, and you just want to send that off certified to the credit bureaus. Okay. Now, the next example, right? We already did that prompt. They have 35 days to respond back to that letter because you didn't really request for them to provide you a description. We didn't go through that route. But if you do want to go through that route, you can create a letter to tell them to provide a description of how they verify that account. What I mean by that is, let me show you what I'm talking about. Now, we can create a letter based off of this law, right? Right. Provide me a description of how they verify the account, and then they'll have 15 days to respond back to this letter. All right, so it's either or. If you want to create this letter, you can create this letter. If you don't want to create this letter and leverage the first letter that we created, you can leverage that. It just, you have multiple options. I understand having multiple options. You sometimes get confused. What I would say is add both. Can we combine both letters? And I think that'd be more powerful. So combining both letters will help you increase your chances. So now you got them on the hook for doing the 15 days investigation, and then you pinpointed those different things. All right. So I just wanted to strategically show you, like, there's multiple ways you can leverage to get these accounts removed off your report. And I just want to open up your mind and show you what's the possibilities, right? Because most people don't even know that these laws are in place for Experian, TransUnion, Equifax to follow. All right, so a formal dispute plus method verification demand, 15 U.S.C. 1681, and all the specific laws. And then, like I said before, you'll grab that information and put it on the document, right? So let's go over the letter. Formal dispute of inaccurate credit reporting to whom it concerns. writing to formally dispute inaccurate, incomplete, and internally inconsistent information appearing on my consumer report. The dispute also serves as a formal request for a description of the method of verification pursuant to 15 U.S.C. 1681 A7 for any account you claim has been verified. All right, so disputed account information, we're talking about this one. Formal dispute, inaccurate, unverified reporting. Despite a prior reinvestigation, this account continues to be reported with material discrepancies that were not corrected, rendering that the information is not capable of being verified as accurate, right? Number one, A, monthly payment contradiction. Equifax experience shows this, TransUnion shows this. A single installment account cannot be simultaneously required and not require payment violation of this law. B, long-term violation of this law. C, past due violation of this law. D, balance discrepancies, violation of this law. Failure to conduct a reasonable reinvestigation, verify an account while leaving multiple unresolved contradictions constitute a unreasonable reinvestigation. Violation of this law and this law. Because the account is inaccurate, internally inconsistent, you're required by law to delete or permanently block it. It's a delete or permanently block it. All right. Formal demand of verification off of this law. And as you can see, this law, this letter is more powerful, right? Because now it puts everything, the onus on Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax. So now what we've done is we combined the laws that we did, we combined the inconsistency, we combined everything, and then we put it with the method of verification with 15 U.S.C. 1681 I-7. And with that being said, now they have 15 days to respond back to this letter versus the 35 days that we had to wait, right? So now they have 15 days to respond back. So when you print this letter off, send it to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, right? They have 15 days to provide you a description of how they verify that account. And let me let you know this. Usually they don't provide you a description at all. So now they violated that law. They violated other multiple laws. And now if you don't get these accounts removed off of this round, the next round, you're going to be able to knock the credit bureaus out. You're going to be able to get multiple accounts removed because now you have substantial evidence of them violating so many laws that is undeniable, right? Even though it's undeniable beforehand, it's even more like you have all this evidence to get this account removed from your report. All right. I'm excited to, share this information to you so you can leverage it and knock the credit bureaus out. So what you want to do now is just copy the letter, put it on the document, and then from there, fill out everything you need to fill out. Either send it online, print it off, and then send it certified, put it in a manila envelope because the envelope probably going to be thick because you're disputing you probably have multiple accounts or you have one account. I don't know, but you're going to need to send that off certified and then let me know the good news when you get these accounts removed from your report in the comments. And make sure you share this information. Don't forget, hit the like button. All right. Hold on. Forgot to say, what if Experian, TransUnion, or Equifax might have never responded to your dispute? So you created letters, you sent them in, but they never responded to you within a timely manner, which they have, remember, 30 days to conduct an investigation, and then they have 5 days to mail the investigation back to you. So what can you do next? Now, since they violated that law, right? Now we're going to create a letter based on this, and I have a prompt for you can leverage, all right? So let's just break down the prompt, leveraging AI so you don't have to understand, learn the laws, but I got you. So most importantly, let's go over to ChatGPT or whatever place you like using, Grok. There are other ones that are out there that you can leverage and, leverage these different prompts. So remember, very important to have the accounts that we're talking about, right? So you want to screenshot. Credit monitoring is very important as your dispute. I forgot to say, you want to keep this membership open because it's very, it's going to be helpful during the disputing process, during the updates. You can see the inconsistency. You can see everything as far as your credit. So act like, right? Screenshot the prompts. And here's basically what we're going to say. Act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and filing violations according to the Fair Credit Reporting Act because the credit bureaus never responded to my letters. Or if it was just, let's just say, Experian never responded to my letter, you would just, you'll put, let me show you, you'll put Experience. So, because, let's just say Experian never responded to my letters. I also sent them certified, right? I also sent it certified. So, and then basically you'll put that. So that's just an example. So either Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, or if all three, or if it's Experian and TransUnion never responded to you, or vice versa. You understand where I'm going with this. So just put whoever never responded to you in there, and then click on submit and let ChatGPT, do its thing, analyze everything according to the law, and let's see what's really going on. All right. So here's an example of what we're talking about. So got it. I'm going to break down this 20 years FCRA dispute exit and be very direct based on showing in the report in your statement. The Experian never responded to your certified dispute. There are multiple serious Fair Credit Reporting Act violations here. This is not minor. This is leverage. All right. So core FCR violation, Experian failed to respond. So according to violation number 1, failure to conduct a reasonable reinvestigation. So 15 U.S.C. 1681 IA1A, right? If the completeness of accuracy of any item information contained in the consumer's file is disputed, the agency shall, remember the key word, they must do. There's no and or they have to do this, right? The agency shall conduct a reasonable reinvestigation within 30 days. What happens here? You sent the dispute. You sent them certified. Experian never responded. The accounts made verified the report. This is a clear statutory violation. Key point. If Experian does not respond within 30 days, they lose the right to continue reporting the item. Ooh. Mandatory deletion is required. Hey. All right, so we can leverage that consistently, right? Second major violation, failure to provide results of reinvestigation. So, no results sent to you. 15 U.S.C. 1681 IA6A. Experian must provide a written notice of the results of the reinvestigation, including, as you can see, the results, a free credit report, notice of your rights, what happened, no response, no results, letter, no explanation, another direct violation of the FCRA. All right. Third major violation, failure to provide method of verification. Number 3, failure to provide method of verification, 15 U.S.C. 1681 IA7, right? If account is verified, Experian must, upon request, identify who verified it, explain how it was verified, and provide contact details. You never received this because they never responded at all. This is a separate violation, even if they claim it was verified. Accuracy violations visible on the report 15 U.S.C. 1681 EB. Even ignoring the no response issue, the account fails the maximum possible accuracy standard, right? This is a standard, okay? Conflicting and inaccurate reported across Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, 15 U.S.C. 1681 EB. Here are just a few objective inaccuracies. Monthly payment, we already know this because we already went over our report. All 3 cannot be correct at the same time. Payment status, Experian, current, TransUnion, 120 days delinquent. An account cannot be current and 120 days late simultaneously. I didn't say it. This is what the report says. So we're just going based off of the report, and we can leverage this for to help to get the account removed, right? So past due amount, Experian shows this, TransUnion shows this. Another material contradiction, date open inconsistencies. Experian shows this, TransUnion. If Experian verify this, what source did it use, and why does it conflict? All right, loan terms missing, incorrect. Equifax has this, Experian has this. A student loan cannot have 0 terms. These are material inconsistency, not formatting issues. Reporting them after a dispute equals willful non-compliance. Then we'll repeat that again. Reporting them after a dispute equals willful non-compliance. All right. Additional leverage, legal leverage. All right, 5, continue reporting after dispute equals willful negligence. Whew. All right, 15 USC 1681 and 15 USC 1681. Oh, right, because you disputed, you sent certified, they ignored you, they continue reporting. This opens the door to statutory damages, actual damages, attorney fees, and punitive damages. All right, summary of, yeah, I messed that up. Whew. All right, a summary of violation stack. All right, so all the multiple laws, man, these are a lot of laws that they basically violated. Okay, what I recommend, so basically what we recommend, but I got you. All right, so now what we want to do is, I got you, right? Now, of course, we're going to talk about filing a complaint and other things in the next later rounds. You can, talk to an attorney, all right? Remember, I'm not a lawyer. Just here to show you which your rights and what you can do according to your rights, right? You can talk to a lawyer. You can respond with another letter if you don't have time to, because basically you're trying to get these things removed to get your credit fixed. The lawyer route does take time, of course, getting all the document evidence, filing the case, and all that when it comes to, when it comes to a lawyer, right? So if you don't have time, I'm going to help you through this process of creating different ways to get the account removed. So the next prompt you will say is, now create a letter with the violations that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, right? Click that submit. Let AI, artificial intelligence, do its thing, okay? And then from there, once it's created, we're gonna create this letter, right? And you have options, of course. You can either, I'll show you, I already showed you how to leverage, you can either print this letter off or you can send it online. It's based on how you want to do this, okay? It's either or. All right, so notice of FCRA violations and demand for immediate deletions. So if, like I said before, if they didn't respond to you within a timely manner, this is the letter that you want to create. So of course, you're going to put your name, your address, your city, date of birth. You don't have to put your full social. You can just put the last 4 of your social, right? Put today's date, via certified mail, return receipt requested. All right, Experian, Information Solutions. All right, PO Box. So whatever credit bureau, of course. To whom concerns, this letter serves as a formal notice of multiple violations of the Fair Credit Reporting Act related to the above referenced account currently appearing on my Experian consumer credit file. I previously disputed the accuracy and completeness of this account in writing, and I sent my dispute via certified mail. Despite proper notice and proof of delivery, Experian failed to respond within the time period required by federal law. All right? Required by federal law. As a result, Experian is now out of compliance with the Fair Credit Report and must immediately delete this account, right? Or these accounts. So, number 1, FCRA violation. Failure to conduct a reasonable reinvestigation. First law they broke. Number 2, we talked about it, right? Failure to provide written results of reinvestigation. Number 3, failure to provide method of verification. Number 4, report information without maximum possible accuracy. Number 5, continue report after legal non-compliance. Demand for relief. Due to the violations outlined above, I formally demanded the following immediate deletion. All right, number 3. Oh, I like this. Hey, this is fire. All right. And you want to copy all that, right? Shoot, I might put a title letter top, even on the envelope. Put this on top. Notice of FCRA and demand delete. But as you can see right here, we created the letter. Move this over. Make this. Create a document, right? So this is your letter. Because like I said before, if you ever need to talk to a lawyer, if Experian Treasury and Equifax continue to play crazy, like I say, you want to have this as proof. And when we do our next round, you want to have these documents so we can leverage. I'm going to show you why. Okay. So you're going to create this letter, okay? Make sure everything is good to go. You can also put your driver's license on here and proof of residency, so you can print everything off all at one time, or you can just attach it. It's up to you. And then you're going to send this letter certified to Experian, okay? Go to the post office and send it certified. Make sure you add your 2 to 3 forms of identification. Very important: driver's license, proof of residency, picture of your social security card, or pictures of your passport, or another, let's just say, insurance statement. There are multiple documents you can leverage to attach with your document, okay? Send it certified, and then let's wait the 30 days and 5 days. Be patient with it. If they don't respond, I'm going to show you what to do next to knock them out, because they're going to respond. Either they're going to respond to you or they're going to respond to somebody else. So you got your letter sent off. All right. Now, as you're waiting the time, the 30, the 35 days in between time, right? Remember to be consistently tracking your money, see where it's going, taking care of credit card debt, doing the things that are required to get your credit score in the right way, because it's just the continuous steps that you're doing that's going to see an improvement of your credit score. Yes, life happened. Yes, things happen. All right. Nobody's here to judge, but moving forward, we're moving forward. We're moving forward to what we got to do. All right. The past happened. We're learning from the past. We're learning from the mistakes that we did. Now it's time to move forward and do what we got to do to get our credit score right, because there are different opportunities that you might want to get into. So don't, sit back and think that, hey, everything is going to be all right. Have a plan. We already have a plan moving forward. Just continue following the plan. Continue taking care of your credit card debt. Continue putting money away. Continue doing the things that you have to do, because it's all going to be beneficial later on. So continue tracking your money, see where it's going. Even if you just, put $2 to $3 towards credit card debt, it's still something versus not putting nothing, right? So you put an extra $5 a month, or an extra $15 this week, or an extra $20, whatever you can afford, right? This is why it's affordable. It's based on your budget, based on what you have. And if you do want to work a little bit extra to pay off some credit card debt or sell some things so you can knock down some credit card debt, it's a win, because now you're not spending extra, like you're working really hard, doing all these hours, you're doing what is required, you're taking care of your family, you're taking care of your household, but the credit card debt is hurting you and you're paying extra and fees and different things. So if you do a few things to take care of your credit card debt, it's going to be a win later on, and you're going to be able to pay off your credit card debt much faster, and you're going to be in a better place mentally, emotionally. You know what I'm talking about, all right? So let's move forward to the next round. Let's just say some of your accounts got removed and some of your accounts just came back verified, whatever the case may be. Or Experian Transaction Equifax didn't respond to your letters at all. What can we do next? I got you. There's a specific site that's out there that nobody talks about, that most people don't know about. If you follow this channel, you probably already know, but some people have no clue about this site that I'm going to share with you. So pay attention, because I'm going to break down step by step, like I have been doing, to show you how to get these accounts removed and put pressure on Experian Transaction Equifax to get the account removed from your report, so we can knock the credit bureaus out. All right. So sit back, relax, grab a pen, get some paper. You already know. Make sure you get something to drink. Okay, so we can just break this all down and we can move forward to get these accounts removed from our report. We have to do our job, right? We're taking care of our responsibility of paying down credit card debt, being on time with our payments. But we still experience Transaction Equifax, like to play crazy. So we got to apply pressure sometimes. All right. So if the accounts aren't falling off, and congratulations, if you got some accounts removed, congrats. Knock the credit bureaus out. Let me know in the comments that you got some accounts removed. Some of your accounts came back verified. Like I said, it's all part of the process. They're going to say it's verified, but we already know they didn't really do nothing. So let's break down what you got to do to get these accounts removed from your report. So this is a secret portal that nobody really talks about. Nobody even has no idea about, that you can leverage to get accounts removed from your report, right? Trump and there tried to shut it down, but it didn't happen. Got overruled. It's still intact. we still can leverage it. So here's what we got to do to get it. Here's what we got to do to leverage to get these accounts removed from your reports. Okay, so you have to first create an account with the CFPB. It's completely free. Just create your account, and then once you click on you Google CFPB, create a free account, start a new complaint, and then you'll click on once you're in your portal, you'll click on start a new complaint, and then you're going to be on this screen, right? And then from there, you just scroll down. Now, there are multiple things you can file a complaint about, but right now, we're talking about disputing, right? I mean, we're talking about experience, transient, Equifax violating your rights. So for an example, let's just say debt collection. Like, I'll be talking about that later on how to leverage or how to dispute directly with the debt collectors based on the violations of the FDCPA, because the FDCPA is an act that is in place, passed by federal, right, passed by the United States, right, that these collection agencies have to follow and abide by. And they be scared about it because most people don't really leverage their rights. Most people don't even know about the FDCPA. But we're going to be breaking down the FDCPA as well, so you can understand your rights within the FDCPA and you can leverage it so you can go ahead and talk to a consumer. I'm a consumer lawyer to help you with the whole entire process of suing a debt collector. And you probably don't even know that you can sue a debt collector as well. It takes time, it takes a lot of, but with artificial intelligence, it probably can help you draft up a complaint. But that's another topic for another day. I just want to let you know that, hey, you can get these accounts removed from your report. So first and foremost, let's go to credit reporting, right? Click on credit reporting. And then from there, you want to scroll all the way down. All right, scroll all the way down to credit reporting again, and then click on next, okay? And then from there, what we want to do as it loads up, all right, what type of problem are you having? So there are multiple things that you can do as well to dispute with them, right? So incorrect information on your report, improper use of your report, unable to get your report or credit score, credit monitoring, identity theft protection services, problem with fraud alerts or security freezes. I want to talk about that later on as well. The fraud alerts, when you should add a fraud alert, how to protect your credit report or your credit, how to protect your credit report. Go over these different things. So once you get your credit cleaned up, you'll understand how to protect it. Make sure nobody, gets access to your report. All these different things, right? And then problem with company's investigation into an existing problem. So this is the one you want to leverage. Problem with company's investigation into an existing problem. So let's just say, assume that, hey, investigation took more than 30 days, right? So that's one that we're going to be talking about next. Was not notified of an investigation status or results violation. Their investigation did not fix an error on your report. This one is, of course, having trouble submitting a dispute or getting information about a dispute over the phone, right? Having troubles, right? Problem with personal statement of dispute. Problem with personal statement of dispute, how to make sure. Have you already tried to fix this problem? Yes, right? Did you request information from the company? Yes. What information did you request? You don't have to fill this out. Optional. Did the company resident provide you with that information? No, right? And then from there, just click on next. Now, as you can see, they want to know what happened, and then they want to know what would be a fair resolution to that issue, okay? So now I want to show you how to leverage what we already been doing, which is artificial intelligence, okay? And then let me show you how to, let's just go back. Let's just go back to one of the prompts we've been using, the history we've been going through, and I'm gonna put in this, right? So, act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus year find violations according to the Fair Credit Report because they verified my accounts without fixing the discrepancy within my accounts according to this law. They also did not respond to 15 days according to 15 USC 1681 I-7. They also violated 15 USC 1681 6B3. They also violated 15 USC 1681 SH2. I also feel like they are willfully non-compliant. All right. And then you also remember what accounts did they verify still. So you want to add that as well to your screenshot, the document of what you're talking about. And then from there, let's I'll go ahead and I'm going to show you how to do a CFPB complaint. So we got to get the violations, we got to get everything that we need, and then we're going to craft a unique CFPB complaint to help us get these accounts removed from our report, right? So as you can see, understood, I'm going to answer as a senior. All right. So it breaks down everything, right? 15 USC, failure to maintain this. Your account reports mutually exclusive facts. All right. Courts are clear eternally. 15 USC 1681 IA5, 15 USC 1681 IA1A. So let's go over each one. Sorry. Verify without correcting inaccuracies, right? Violation of this law, right? 15 USC 1681 IA1A, unreasonable reinvestigation. So it's violation of that law. 15 USC 1681 IA7, failure to provide a description of method of verification, a violation of this law, right? 15 USC 1681 IA6B3, failure to describe verification procedure and results, violation of this law. 15 USC 1681 S-2B, furnisher of this failed to conduct a reasonable reinvestigation. Does this rise to willful noncompliant? This is the most important part, and here's the correct legal answer. You cannot declare willful noncompliance, but the facts now support an inference of willfulness. Here would support the willfulness in your case. You explicitly identified discrepancies. They verified anyways. They failed to explain how. They ignore statute MOV obligations. The errors, there are errors, not subtle. They are factually obvious. Courts have ruled continuing to report known inaccuracies after dispute can constitute reckless disregard. What you should say and not say. Do not say you are willfully noncompliant. Do say you continue reporting after notice reflects a reckless disregard for your obligations under the FCRA. The language matters. All right. As you can see, the language matters. So for me, I would have said, like, before we had artificial intelligence, I was like, yo, y'all non-compliant, y'all are tripping, right? How to frame this in ongoing tactical, man, these are multiple laws, right? Straight to talk. All right, so now what we want to do is create a CFPB complaint. Now, create an online CFPB complaint with the violation that will increase my chances to delete this account from our credit report, right? Now, let's break this down. I'm going to show you, but we only want to be disputing only with specific credit bureaus, right? We're not disputing, well, we're going to do an online complaint, but we're not going to make a complaint to all three. I'm going to show you later, and I'm going to show you why as well. So we're only going to be talking to one person or one company at a time, okay? And then from there, we want to go ahead and leverage that information. So as you can see, I'm submitting this complaint regarding incorrect credit reporting and repeated violations of the Fair Credit Reporting Act, FCRA, by Experian, TransUnion, or Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. So let's just say, we removed that part and we're just talking about Experian, right? So we copy this and the furnisher, or whoever the furnishers are, right? So if it's Capital One or anybody else, like collection agencies you want to put, right? So we copy that, put that over here, okay? And then from there, we go back. I disputed a Mohelia student loan account after I identified multiple material discrepancies internally contradicting data fields appearing across my credit report. Despite these discrepancies, the consumer reporting agencies, right, CRAs, stated that this account was verified and continued reporting the information without correction or deletion. All right, copy that, put that over here. All right, let's go back, share this tab. All right, so now let's continue reading. This account contains impossible, right, including but not limited to, number one, monthly payment reporting as $0 this. Long term with this. Account reporting status with this. TransUnion reports this. Balance discrepancies across bureaus. Inconsistent account open dates and activity dates. A single account cannot simultaneously be current and 120 days late. Cannot have both 0 month and 240 month term, right? It cannot both require and not require a monthly payment. This contradicts render this account not capable of being verified as accurate. Despite being placed on notice through my disputes, the CRAs continue reporting this account as verified in violation of the FCRA, right? Copy that. Make sure we put that over here. Got y'all. Let's go back. Specific FCR violations. Yeah, let's copy all this. So we just put everything over there, right? Put everything that we need, fix it up. No, put that right there. All right, and then from there, what will be a fair resolution? Let's go back, share this tab. I'm requesting self-required follow this. Immediate deletion of the trade line from Experian due to unverified confirmation of CR receipts reported in this account. All right. And number 3, assurance that compliance procedures are reviewed to prevent continued violations, right? And then from there, you can also upload the documents, right? You can upload those documents that you sent to Experian. So, the letters that you already sent to Experian, you can upload it right here, okay? And then you click on next. And then from there, what we want to do, what company is the complaint about? We're going to look up Experian Information Solutions, Incorporations. We're going to put our last 4, name as a pair, date of birth. We're going to click on all that. You're going to put your last 4 of your social. You're going to put your date of birth. And then you're going to go to your report. And the name that appears on Experian, you're going to put right here, right? And then do you want to complain with another company? No, right? You could have, but we don't want to do that. We just want to do one at a time, okay? Because there are accounts, I'm going to explain why, but there are accounts that are on Experian that some of those accounts are not on, well, some of those accounts might be on Experian and TransUnion, but not on all 3. And then you got some accounts that are on TransUnion, but not on the other 2 and vice versa. So we don't want to confuse them, okay? So we just want to talk about the accounts that are only reporting to Experian, and then we want to talk about the accounts that only report on TransUnion and Equifax, right? Because when you have the evidence, and we already showed proof of these accounts and the discrepancies and everything. So they want to complain with another company? No. And then you're going to click on next. Now, once you click on next, you're going to review everything, right? You're going to make sure everything is good to go. All you're doing is reviewing your personal information. You're reviewing the complaint that you created. And then from there, what's so good about the CFPB is they ensure that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, right? I'm gonna go through this again so we can do TransUnion. I'm gonna go and do Equifax, right? But what makes this so good is that the CFPB enforces Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax to respond back to them within a 15-day. They have 15 days to respond back to the CFPB. And usually what happens is 1 or 2 things might happen. Number 1, they'll respond back and then the accounts will come off your report. Congratulations, you knocked the credit bureaus out. Or number 2, all right, hear me out. They might ask for 60 additional days. I know 60 additional days sounds too long, but usually it doesn't take them 60 additional days. That's the time they requested, but usually it happens within the 30 days as any other dispute. So just wait the time, see what happens, continue checking your portal. Now I'm going to show you how to do the same exact thing. Well, I don't have to show you. I can just show you right here, right? So let me just scroll up, and then what we could do is you're going to create this. You're going to go through the same exact process, right? But now instead of talking about TransUnion, Experian, we want to talk about TransUnion or Equifax, right? So if I need to go back, let me go back to previous, and I can show you what I'm talking about. So we're going to go through the same CFPB complaint, right? You already submitted it. Now you want to change this up, right? And then we're going to talk about TransUnion, right? And then from there, just make sure everything is good to go. Then I'm going to go down to put this TransUnion. All right, make sure you talk about the accounts that's being reported on TransUnion. And then you want to upload the documents only for TransUnion, right? Click on next. And also you'll have to change up this complaint based off of what happened with TransUnion. Okay? And you can upload those documents. And then we will click on next. Okay? And then from there, we'll be looking up TransUnion. I like to use this one right here. Pay attention. All right. Name as a pair, date of birth, right? Fill all this out. So put your last four, your social, date of birth, name as a pair. Do you want to complain with another company? No. Click on next. Once you click on next, you're going to go to step 5 of 5. You're going to review everything. Make sure you know your personal information. Do the same exact thing. Everything's good to go. The complaint is good to go. Everything's good. Click on submit. And then wait 15 days, continue checking your portal with Experian and TransUnion, right? Now let's do Equifax, right? So you understand what I'm talking about? Let's go back to previous. I'm gonna walk you through this, all right? Step by step, all right? And then we're gonna put Equifax, right? So now I only have, for an example, just one account that we're trying to dispute, for an example. But of course, you're gonna have multiple accounts that you're referring to. So this is going to be a little bit longer, but it's okay. And then from there, we just want to go back down and click on and remove this from TransUnion to Equifax, okay? And then you'll upload all the documents that you sent off to Equifax. And then you'll click on next. And then from there, Gotcha. All right, so we're going to remove that and look up Equifax. Information Solutions, Incorporations. We're going to do social. Last four, name as appears on your report, date of birth. We're going to have all these documentations. All right, and then from there, do you want to complain with another company? No. Click on next, review everything, right? Name, the complaint, you add like all that stuff, review it, click on submit, and then like I said before, Experian TransUnion Equifax have 15 days to respond back to the CFPB, okay? They have 15 days to respond back to the CFPB. You're gonna get some things removed, or you're gonna get they're gonna ask for additional time, and then you just wait, and then continue checking your portal, doing what you have to do as well. Now, I wanna talk about what you do if Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, let's just say, didn't respond to you within a timely manner. I'm going to show you how to create that complaint. All right, so click on next, but I'm going to go back to previous, go back. All right, so now we're on the first part, right? So we're going to click on credit reporting, right? And then we're going to click on credit reporting again. And then we're going to click on next. All right, I got you step by step. Now, what type of problem are you having? All right, now there are other different issues that you can fix, but for right now, we're gonna be fixing this one, right? So problem with company's investigation. Now, if you're having problems, we'll talk about the other ones. Like if you're having problems cleaning up your personal information. If you have problems, I haven't showed you, but later on, I will show you how to remove the inquiries on your report by leveraging the law and not doing the information that you hear out there, all right? Do it the correct way, because even I was taught wrong as far as inquiries, but now that I learned, I have the information. I've been teaching people the right way to remove inquiries, all right? incorrect information, problem with company's investigation into an existing problem. Investigation took more than 30 days. All right. Have you tried to fix this problem? Yes. Did you request information for the company? Yes. What information did you request? It's optional. You skip it. Did the company provide you with this information? No. All right. Now, this complaint is going to be totally different from the one that we just previously did because, and if you did have this problem, you can let them know, like you did one complaint and then let's just say they didn't respond. And then the second one, they didn't respond. It's up to you, but how you want to, add that, but you can add both. You can add that, hey, they did this and this. Pretty sure they violated multiple laws anyways. It's going to be some of the laws anyways that we're going to be complaining about. So now we're on the one that we created before. Let's just say we sent off a letter and then they didn't respond. So now what we want to do is tell them, hey, now I'll create an online CFPB complaint to help us increase our chances to getting this account removed, right? Hey, I like that. I like this one. I like this one. I like this one. I prefer this one right here. So y'all saw that, right? So harm, yeah. I like that. All right, so it gave us a way to file a complaint with the let's just say Experian. So let's say what happened and type it in, right? I'm filing this complaint because Experian Information Solution Incorporation violated the Fair Credit Reporting Act by failing to respond to my dispute via certified mail, failing to conduct a lawful reinvestigation, and continue to report inaccurate, contradictory information on my report. I disputed the accuracy and completeness of this Mohila student loan account. Appearing on my Experian credit file, my disputes were sent in writing via certified mail, and Experian never received proper notice. Despite this, Experian failed to provide any response within the 30-day time frame required by federal law, right? And then we're going to then copy. Next, what we want to do is copy the violations. We're going to put that right here. And then from there, we're going to copy the other parts, right? And remember, we're only talking to Experian. We're only talking to one credit bureau at a time. All right. So right now we're just talking to Experian, and then like I showed y'all before, you only want to do one complaint at a time. All right, then the documents you can upload. You can upload, let's just say, a letter that you sent to Experian. You can also upload proof of tracking, right? So you can upload your picture of your certified letter or your copy of your receipt that you got from the post office. Take a picture of it and you upload. This is all proof, right? Just like if you had to go to court, right? You have all documents. You have everything that you need to back up your claim and win in court, right? So if you went to court, for an example, you have the letters that you send. You have the not CFP. You have the certified tracking return receipt and the receipt from the post office. You'll have your second letter that you send following up. And then if they continue doing what they're not supposed to do, you have that. And then you have the letters, you have the violations, the laws that they broke, and you have evidence, all documentation, evidence, document everything that happened. And they can, all right, so now you can also upload the same exact thing that I talk about. So the letters that you sent and how they didn't respond within, 30 to 35 days, right? They didn't respond to you at all. You have the tracking, picture of it, and you can take a picture and upload it. All right, so just upload all the documents, all the evidence that only for just Experian, right? All the letters that you sent to just Experian, not TransUnion, Equifax, just the letters that you sent off to Experian, right? And then from there, what we want to do is just click on next. What is it? What company? We're looking up Experian. Information Solutions, Incorporations, Social, name as a pair, date of birth, right? You're going to fill all this information out. Social Security, last four, date of birth, name as a pair. Do you want to complain with another company? No. click on next. Now, when you click on next, just review everything like I said before. Make sure everything's good to go. Personal information, addresses, personal information address, your complaint, and then click on submit. And then CFPB is going to reach out to Experian on your behalf. Experian have 15 days to respond back to the CFPB about your complaint. And then hopefully by then you get those accounts removed. Some of those, I know everything ain't gonna fall off, but hopefully everything does come off for you and you can move on with your life. But if they don't, then I'm gonna show you what to do in the next round. But let this round pass, right? We just did Experian. You're gonna go back like I showed you before and do TransUnion. You're gonna go back and do Equifax, right? File all 3 complaints to the credit bureaus to get those accounts removed from your report. Just wait, don't send nothing off, all right? Because we learned in the law that if you add more stuff, it's gonna basically extend the timeline of them following up with you. So just wait the 15 days, and then they're gonna ask, probably within those 15 days, they're gonna ask for additional more time. Just wait the additional time. It's not gonna take 60 days for them to conduct the investigation, can do what they have to do. Just be patient with this process. And then from there, we're gonna do round 4 of what you need to do next after Experian Trends. Let's just say you don't get everything off. All right, I'm walking you through step by step. So the next process is learning this other portal that nobody really knows about. You can leverage it to get accounts removed as well. And I'm gonna show you how. All right, I got you. Got those complaints submitted. Now it's time to knock the credit bureaus out, get those accounts, those collections that charge off, those bankruptcies, whatever is holding your credit score back. I'm hoping that you get success in this specific round because I understand the things that you're doing, right? Submit off 1 round, you probably got some deletions. Hey, congrats. Second round, got some deletions. Third round, now it's time to get some more deletions. So I hope your credit score is improving every single round. You're seeing the progress of what you're doing. And don't forget, remember, as you're disputing with Experian, as you're disputing with TransUnion, as you're disputing with Equifax, remember that we have to still take care of the thing that we need to take care of that's going to help also improve our credit score, which is the utilization part of our credit score, right? Taking care of that part, right? Because Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, those accounts, those things happen, but that's kind of out of our hands as far as accounts are coming off in a timely manner, right? It's kind of out of our hands, right? We're doing our process, we find the violations, we leverage the laws, we submit this dispute off, and then we're hoping that, hey, based off of what we did and everything that we're doing, we get these accounts off, right? In this specific round. But things happen and everything doesn't work how we want it to work. We hope that all those accounts come off this round. But some of those accounts are gonna come back verified. Yeah, we already understand. Some of these accounts are gonna come back verified. They're gonna say this, they're gonna say that. But I'm gonna show you another strategy of what you can do in the next round. I want you to be aware that, hey, everything isn't gonna happen how you want it to happen. But let's, move forward, continue focusing on the things that we need to do to get our credit score up. So one of the things, of course, is checking out paying your stuff on time, right? Taking care of your on-time payments, repaying credit card debt. If your utilization is super high, what can we do to knock, let's just say, 1% down or even 0.5%? So I want to challenge you to pay down some of your credit card debt, pay a little bit extra this round or this month to your credit card debt so you can see the improvement. Do a little extra overtime to improve your credit score. Do a little extra overtime, not only to improve your credit score, to put money away for your future life. Do some of these things different that, all right, this happened this time, but I'm trying to make changes for the future. I'm trying to make changes for the better. And the only way you can make changes for the better is actually making a change and doing the things that you need to do to have better finances, to have a better credit score, to have better money management skills. Like all these different things we got to work on, we got to focus on. And the only way you're going to do it is by actually doing it, right? So I just want to encourage you and motivate you. Most importantly, not, of course, to knock the credit bureaus out, but most importantly, to also have a plan for your money. Word of the day, or words of the day, is have a plan for your money, right? what am I going to do with my money when the check comes in and it hits my account? What am I going to allocate towards these bills? I'm going to allocate towards this specific credit card. I'm going to take some of the funds and do for this. I'm going to plan out a trip, right? Or not a trip. Trip is good. But plan out money for my future self. Plan out money for I call it sleep well night account. Like you have emergency funds, all right? Different things. Just have a plan for your money. Have a plan for your money. All right. So now we're going to focus on what happens next, right? Round 4. So let's break that down. Let me share my screen so you can see what I'm talking about. So round 4 is all about leveraging the BBB, right? I'm going to show you how to leverage the Better Business Bureau, right? Quote unquote. So I'm going to show you how to leverage this specific site to help increase your chances of getting more accounts removed from your credit report. I'm going to break this down. So we're going to leverage the BBB, and we're also going to leverage artificial intelligence, right? So as far as the artificial intelligence, what you want to do, of course, is when you get your results back, some of those accounts came back verified. So what we want to do is hopefully in your chat GPT that you have a save file on the side, right? That, hey, let's go back into that specific file and let's put in what actually happened this round, right? So you'll let chat GPT know that, hey, some of my results came back verified, right? Some of these accounts came back verified and some of these accounts got deleted, right? So the ones that came back verified, what you're gonna do is screenshot those accounts again, and we're gonna leverage this prompt right here. It's gonna be kind of the same prompt, but the second prompt is gonna be a little bit different. So act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and filing violations to the Fair Credit Reporting Act because they verified my accounts. I should have put again, without fixing the discrepancies within my account according to 15 U.S.C. 1681 I-5. They did not respond in 15 days according to 15 U.S.C. 1681 I-7. They also violated 15 U.S.C. 1681 B3. They also violated 15 U.S.C. 1681 S-2. Now I also feel like they are willfully not compliant. And also we filed a complaint with the CFPB and they still didn't remove the accounts. So we also want to add that part in the prompt. I forgot to add that part, but you want to add that part of, hey, I also filed a complaint with the CFPB and some of these accounts still came back verified. So what can we do as far as more violations stacked upon more violations? And then we're going to leverage those violations and ask ChatGPT, now create an online BBB complaint with the violations that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, right? And from there, it's going to craft a complaint, and I'm going to walk you through how to use the BBB. So this round, we can increase our chances of getting an account removed from our report. So you see how every single month stacks on top of each other. So round 1, we got the we submitted our letters in, right? Once we submitted our letters in, guess what? They're supposed to conduct an investigation, all right, according to the law. And then after that, some of those accounts came back verified. And since they came back verified, that means they said that everything is 100% accurate. And by them saying it's 100% accurate, we know that that's not the truth. So since it's not the truth, we then found more violations that they just broken the law. So now we created our second round of letter. And they continue breaking the law and not removing the account. Now we filed a complaint. And we probably got some more accounts removed by filing a complaint with the CFPB. Now, when that happened, they didn't remove what they're supposed to remove based off of the things that we found. So now we have more violations that we can, leverage. Now let's file a complaint with the BBB. And then the next round, I'm going to show you how to do something different that most people aren't talking about as well. And we're going to break down what you can do to still increase your chances of getting that account removed without you waiting 7 long years, right? So whether you do nothing or not, those accounts are going to stay on your report. So we might as well just do what we got to do to get these accounts without waiting 7 years for it to fall off. All right. So how to file a complaint with the BBB. What we want to do is leverage ChatGPT, right? So we're going to leverage ChatGPT to do what we already did before. And I'm going to show you how to file a complaint. All right. So now it's about leveraging this specific complaint. So we talked about that specific, we talked about the prompt that we want to use. Like I said before, I just added it a little bit different. As you can see right here, I said now I also feel like they are willfully not complying. I also submitted a complaint with the CFPB, and they still did not remove my account from Experian, right? From Experian. So this is what we want to do. All right, so now let's submit that. And then, like I said before, just add the screenshots as well. And let's see what artificial intelligence come up with, right? Because now we don't have to overthink this. I'm like, man, I did this and this happened, and I tried this and I did this happen, right? Before, I used to teach, right? Do it this, do it this, do this, do this, and continue doing this, right? But now, since artificial intelligence is available, since these different things that are here that can help us, now we don't have to overthink this process, right? We basically can pick and choose of what we want to do based on what we feel like is best for us to get these accounts removed from the report. And I just want to show you how to, be a manager of the systems and how you can leverage the system to help you, right? Because now you don't have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars to pay somebody to fix your credit. You can just leverage little old ChatGPT, old artificial intelligence to remove these accounts from your report. You can leverage this information, okay? And you can think about different things you can do to get this account. And possible as long as you prompt it, give it the right instructions, tell it, what's going on, and based off of your situation, because everybody's situation is different as far as, credit. Everybody got different things on their report, so that what makes it unique. You're not creating the same letter everybody else has created. There, of course, people, use template letters, but some of those template letters don't work 100% of the time. So now you can create a one-of-one letter that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax never seen before, and then you're leveraging your evidence, everything that you have to get these accounts removed from your report. And I'm so excited for you. All right, so what we want to do now is see what happened, what is stated, so we can get these accounts. So understood, I'm going to analyze exactly how a consumer rights attorney, 20 plus years, dispute expert, and I'm going to be very precise because you are now in the willful noncompliance territory. What you describe, verification without correction, no proper response, CFPB complaint ignored, is where deletion to lawsuits are born. All right, so Experian, stack FCRA violations, post CFPB. Below is a clear, provable violation tied directly to facts on the report and your procedural history, right? So we can leverage this, okay? And then let's go to the next part. Just had to copy something really quick. Number one, illegal verification without correcting discrepancies, right? 15 U.S.C. 1681I-A-5A. If information is found to be inaccurate, incomplete, or cannot be verified, the CRA, the credit reporting agency, must delete or modify it. This is what they're supposed to do. They must delete or modify it. All right, what happened? You disputed specific factual discrepancies. Experian claims the account was verified. The same contradictions still exist. Objective discrepancies still present. Monthly payment still the same. Payment status, past due amount, loan terms, dates open, last active, last payment, defer across Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. Legal conclusion: Experian cannot legally verify contradictory data. Right? Verification that leaves inaccurate intact equals false verification. Violation of 15 U.S.C. 1681I-A5. Right? Failure to respond within 15 days to modify 15 days, failure to respond within 15 days to method of verification request. 15 U.S.C. 1681I-A7. Upon request, CRAs must provide the method of verification within 15 days according to the law. What happened? You request method of verification. Experian did not respond within 15 days. No name, no address, no process disclosed. Independent statutory violation. This alone invalidates the verification. Failure to provide complete results of reinvestigation. 15 U.S.C. 1681 I-6B3. Results must include description of the reinvestigation procedure, business name, address, and phone number of the furnisher, notice of consumers' rights, what happened, no meaningful explanation. What is it? No description of how discrepancies were resolved. Number 4, furniture, Mohila failed to conduct a reasonable investigation. Man, 15 U.S.C. 1681 S-2B. Once experienced four-year dispute, Mohila was legally required to, number 1, investigate. Number 2, review all relevant information. Number 3, correct or delete inaccurate data. Number 4, report accurate results back to Experian. They did not, right? As you can see, key point, a furnisher cannot verify data that is internally inconsistent. Mohila is now liable. Whew, so you can knock that out, right? So yeah, same exact process, but of course a little bit different on your report. Number 5, failure to maintain maximum possible accuracy. We understand that. Number 6, willful non-compliant post CFPB. All right. Violation stack summary. What this means strategically. Next move, best practices. All right, so you can do different things, but what we're going to do is now I'll create an online BBB complaint with the violations that will increase my chances to delete this account from my report. All right. So as it's doing this thing, now we're going to leverage this, right? We're going to leverage this to then craft a BBB complaint. Right? And then HR complaint, credit reporting errors, failure to correct incorrect information, complaint, details, copy and paste. All right, so now I'm gonna walk you through the process of how to actually do this step by step. I got you, I'm gonna break it down. And as you can see, violation after violation after violation, they failure to do certain things, because if it was, shoes on the other foot, right? Let's just say, for an example, we was driving, right? And the speed limit was 50 and we did 55, 60. Guess what? We will be held accountable for speeding. We will be held accountable if, let's just say, if we were speeding and so happily something happened, like we'll be held accountable for certain things. So we feel like Experian, TransUnion, Equifax need to be held accountable. And the only way to hold them accountable, we'll talk about it later on, but one of the ways we could talk about it, but I just want to give you these different ways first before we go the legal route. Right now, I don't know everything about the legal route. Let's break everything down, have substantial evidence of them. We already have, but enough evidence. So now, Lord, you have everything documented, everything happened. Now I was just like, hey, here's my case. I did this. Number 1, I submitted a second round. I showed proof of it's not reporting correctly. I also screenshot it. It's on my letter. Also filed a complaint with the BBB, showing them how they are still reporting stuff inaccurate. I also filed a complaint with the BBB. And we're also going to talk about that in the next round. And we also did this, and they broke all these laws. So, all right, man, so I'm just excited, all right? So let's go through the complaint with the BBB, because I just want, you to understand and see what it looks like, so you can understand what you need to do. You're taking care of your part, but Experian, TransUnion, Equifax is still playing crazy. All right, so now what you want to do is Google BBB, right? Better Business Bureau. All right, so what we're going to do is click on it, of course. And then from there, as you can see, make it a little bit bigger for you. We're going to put in, let's just say, for example, Experian, okay? And then from there, what we want to do is click on, then as you can see, we have the main, right? You can look over everything, overview about the business details. Right, they're giving a lot of information now. All right, so business started. Here go I guess these are the people in charge, latest reviews. Okay, and then from there, what we want to do is look for reviews, right? We already know it's probably not good, but we want to click on complaint. And then as you can see, the complaints, and you can check out the complaints. Let's look at a few complaints. I recently reviewed a copy of my report and I was shocked to find I had been a victim of identity theft. I did not recognize the accounts. Please remove them from my credit report. They are hurting my ability to obtain credit, account name, account number. Thank you. All right, so this is also an issue that happens as well. As you can see, this person was a victim of identity theft, and consumers submit the documents. And what's technically supposed to happen when you say you're a victim of identity theft, they are supposed to block the account as soon as they receive the official document saying that these are their victim. They're supposed to block the account, let the furnisher or the person know that, hey, this account has been blocked from this profile, whatever they have to do to, verify certain things, right? And most people go through this. I won't say most people. Some people go through this problem, and if they go through this problem, I would tell anybody that if they're a victim of identity theft, we're going to be talking about that later, of the process of like what paperwork you need to file, what you should submit, and if you want to, or I'll highly advise you, I would tell you to go talk to a consumer lawyer, right? Because if you have these accounts, you're a victim, you have a mixed file, and what you're not doing is saying that, hey, well, most people think that, I'm assuming that they think that they can't get no help if they've been a victim of identity theft as far as accounts being on their report, or not just a victim, but let's just say they're a junior and like myself, right? I had some of my dad's accounts on my report, and when I talked to a lawyer, right, when I talked to, the lawyers that we work with, he told me that I could have got paid a lot of money. What happened with your dad, right, is because Experian, Transient, Equifax reported data that impacted my credit score because those accounts did not belong to me. Even though if they were good or not, they still impacted. Like, now, of course, if they was negative, like, it's a super impact because of it wasn't my accounts, right? Number two, right, if you have a mixed file and you have accounts that don't belong to you, of course, and they're hurting your credit score, that negatively impacts your life, your score, for you to apply. There's so many different things. When the lawyer was talking about different things of how it affects everything as far as your score, right? Your ability to get it approved. And I was like, man, I didn't even think about all the different things that people might be going through. Mixed files, accounts that's not on them, that don't belong to them, accounts that, hey, they've been there at this address, or they might have the common same name, and they have accounts on their report that don't even belong to them. It's just so many different things. So that's why monitoring your credit is so important. Understanding what you can do, or what you can do if this happens. So this person and other people like this person go through these different things, but I'm gonna show you what you got to do to remove the paperwork that you can file to potentially get the account blocked from your report. And then, like I said before, you should reach out to a consumer lawyer as well. So, my bad. Now, what you want to do, of course, is click on, as you're here, you want to click on submit a complaint, right? So file a case, file a complaint against Experian. So what we want to do is review everything. All right. So is this complaint solely about buyer's remorse? You regret spending money on a product or service. Is your complaint based solely on price that was higher than prices charged by others? Are you solely seeking an apology from the business? Are you filing a complaint for the BBB information only? Is your complaint solely about discrimination or civil rights violation? You know this answer, either yes or no, right? All right, for me, I will put no, because none of that. Is this an employee? Is this an employee/employer complaint? No. Does your complaint seek a criminal penalty? No. Has the complaint have been filed in court? No. Are you a business attempting to collect money from another business? No. All right. And then you click on continue, okay? Now, you'll fill out all this information, right? Right? So you fill out all that information, put your address, country, United States, continue. This issue occurred within the last 12 months. Yes. Does your complaint involve a health issue? No. So tell us about your problem. So what we want to do is copy, of course, what we read over in ChatGPT, right? Very important. Make sure you read over everything. You have 100 too many. All right, so you probably had to get rid of some stuff. All right, so we just had to get rid of that part. Tracking, account order tracking number optional. Please enter the amount or money you desired. All right, please enter the amount of money you are disputing with the business. Other explanation. So we're gonna put immediate, basically delete the from my Experian credit report, right? So, and then you also wanna upload the letter, right? So upload the letter for the letters that you sent to Experian. And you can also take a screenshot if you want to of the complaint that you filed with the CFPB. All right, so make sure you check everything. Optional. Am I U.S. active? Like, are you this? You'll check it if you are. Would you be willing to help the BBB or complaint reporting to answer any additional questions? Check it, yes or no. I have agreed. I authorize, right? I consent. And then you'll click on submit, right? You'll submit this complaint just only for Experian. Now let's look up what you'll do for TransUnion, right? And type in trans. All right, so TransUnion. All right, so complaint. From there, we're gonna do the same exact thing, right? Submit a complaint. No, 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 no. One, two, three, four. Click on continue, use the address. No, no, no. And then we're gonna do the same exact thing. Gonna put in the information that we need. Skip that, the desired other. I remove the account from my credit report. Upload the documents on your letters that you submitted to TransUnion. Click on continue. All right, continue. Click on continue. Review everything. Submit. Right, same thing. Go to Equifax. All right. So Equifax. So you can check it out. Complaints. They have over 8,000 complaints in the last 3 years, 5,000 last 12 months. All right, have you already tried to use? No, 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 no. We already know what the process. I'm just walking you through so you can understand what you need to do. All right, so continue. First name. 3444. It's up to y'all if y'all want to fill that part out. 32. Continue. And then, like I said before, fill out everything. Yes, no, review everything, put in what happened. All right, skip over that. And then we're gonna put in other again, and then click up upload and upload the documents, the letters that you created only for Equifax, right? And then click on continue, review everything, make sure everything is good to go, click on submit, and now let's talk about what's next. All right, so now we created our complaints for Experian, we created a complaint for TransUnion, we created a complaint for Equifax, right? That all three submitted. Now, what we got to do is just wait. So I'll continue checking your email as far as the BBB complaints, right? And then give it about 30, 35 days. All right, so about 35 days from the time you submit your complaint. Okay, just give it about 35 days and let's see what happened. Hopefully you get some more accounts removed from your reports based off of you filing a complaint with the Experian, okay? And as you're waiting the time, make sure you're taking care of your credit card debt, doing what you got to do, pay some more balances off, take care of more credit card debt, like just continue doing what you got to do to decrease that utilization. And if you already decreased your utilization, is at zero, congrats. All right, let's continue working on improving your credit, doing what you need to do. If you're trying to buy a house, look at some places that you want to go, home buying at. Look at some different places. Go talk to a loan officer. Go check out some properties. Do some things. If you're trying to get a car, you should be trying to leverage that to make you some more money. But if you're looking to buy a car, go look at different credit unions in your area and just look at the different programs that they might have. Also, if you're trying to buy a house, you also want to look at some of the credit unions because they have some, no money down programs, or they have some programs where they give you the down payment, right? Down payment assistance. There are many programs out there that you're probably unaware about, just like myself included, right? When you look at these credit union programs, there are so many different things that people have to offer that we're just unaware and we don't have no idea. But once you start doing the research, you'll start to find out, oh man, I can do this. Oh, once I get my credit score above this, I could, check this out. All right, now if you're trying to get business funding, all right, let's see where you're at. Because like I said before, there are banks that only pull from Experian. There are banks that only pull from TransUnion. There are banks that only pull from Equifax. So once one of those credit scores are great, right, good enough, 680 or let's get 700, 700 or above, right, 680 or higher, then we can go to banks that only pull for that specific credit bureau, get some business funding so we can leverage that to invest into our business, and we're gonna, make the money back, pay off the credit card, and continue repeating the process, right? I just want you to, understand that so much possibilities, and as you're fixing your credit, as you're fixing your credit, you're gonna get tempted. I meant to tell you that earlier. You're gonna get tempted because you're going to get all these different offers that, hey, you got a pre-approved for this credit card. You get a pre-approved for this credit card. Hey, check out this. You should sign up for this. Credit Karma might alert you saying, hey, you got the odds to get approved for this card. Just, be easy. Don't take the bait just yet, right? Because what you want to do is I want you to get better offers. I want you to get the offers from Amex. I want you to get the offers from the other different places that offer better quote unquote cards if you need it. Okay. So let's just be patient, just wait, and let's just continue doing what we're doing to get ourselves back to where we need to be. All right. Now, after that, just wait the 35 days. Now I'm going to explain next what the next round looks like so you can knock the credit bureaus out. All right. So I hope you're excited about this journey. This process is going to take time. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get unfocused. Continue doing what you need to do. Who cares about what other people say? Just continue doing what you have to do. Reading your Bible, being consistent, paying off your credit card debt, doing what is required, and then eventually you're going to reap the benefits of what you've been sowing. All right. So I'm excited to help you. Stop it. No problem. But we're going to continue. I'm going to show you what to do next round. Now, hopefully you got some deletions on your credit report. Now it's time for round 5, right? Now, make sure you waited the time allotted. Remember, we have 30 days for the credit bureaus to complete the investigation and 5 days to mail the investigation back to you. All right. Now it's time to, do something a little bit different. Add some more pressure on Experian, on TransUnion, and on Equifax to get those deletions from your credit report because you already saw the inaccuracies. They completely violated your rights. So now what we need to do is add on to what we already did so we can increase the chances of getting more deletions from your credit report. And I'm going to break this whole entire process down of what you should do next in round 5. Okay. So what we need to do is file another complaint, but we're going to file another complaint with somebody totally different that you probably didn't think that actually might can help you. And I'm going to explain. So this place right here is called the Attorney General, right? So the Attorney General is what we want to file the complaint with. And all you got to do is, for an example, put the state. So Florida Attorney General, all right? And then you find your specific state of, Florida Attorney General. Now, as you can see, we want to file a complaint against Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax, right? General inquiries or complaints. Okay, and then you're going to put your first name. You're going to put your last name. You're going to put your street address. You're going to put your city. You're going to put your state, zip code, county, phone number, your email address, confirm your email address, subject, inquiry. The subject is inaccurate credit report or inaccurate credit reporting. The name of the firm company. So who's the complainant? So the name of the company is, let's just say, Experian, okay? And then you're going to put Experian, street address, their city, P.O. Box, I believe, 4500, and then city, Allen, Texas, zip code. You guys can Google it. And then you can also put the phone number. You can put Experian's website, there was no date of transaction, amount paid, payment method, Questions and comments? No, or if you are 60 years older, but all right, are you in the military? Yes or no? If no, non-applicable. Okay. All right. If English, is this English most common used? And yes. Please answer the common sense question. Restricted amount, spamming programs. Is English the most common language used? Yes. Okay. No all submitted complaint subject. Okay. And then click on. So what we want to do is questions and comments. So we want to put what actually happened. Okay. So what we want to do is leverage artificial intelligence to help us with this. Okay. So now what we want to do is, of course, open up the same prompt you already have with ChatGPT. That's very important. You're going to open up the same exact prompt that you already have. And I'm going to go through what we've been using. All right. So we want to use the same exact prompt of what we already had. And then we're going to file the complaint with the CFPB. I mean, the Attorney General. So I'm going to share the tab. Escape. Now, the prompt you want to use is this right here. Now, create an online Attorney General complaint with the violations that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report. And then we're going to let it do its thing. Hey. All right, absolutely. Below is a general complaint written the way consumer protection attorneys and regulators expect to see it, factual, statutory procedure, and escalation ready. This is not a casual complaint. It's designed to signal willful FCRA noncompliance, show pattern plus regulatory notice, pressure experience into risk-based deletion, not reinvestigation. You can copy and paste this directly into your state and general online complaint form. All right, so Attorney General Complaint Fair Credit Reporting Act. All right, so Experience Solutions. So here go the company, the address, and go city, state, zip code. Okay. You can also remember we're going to create one for Experian. We're going to create a separate one for TransUnion and create a separate one for Equifax. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about. So, type of complaint, like I said before, credit reporting inaccuracies, or I guess we can put all these if you want to. Unfair, violate, credit reporting inaccuracies, failure to correct disputed information, violations of the Fair Credit Reporting Act, or unfair and deceptive business practices. Man, I'll either put these two. Shoot, I'll add all three on these. Let me see if I can copy and paste. So let's copy and paste, and let me show you what I'm talking about. Go back to this subject and category. I'll put a comma. Credit reporting accuracy, failure to correct disputed information. Comma. Right. If they let me put all of these, I'm gonna do all violations of the Fair Credit Reporting Act. And unfair. Okay, yeah, I'll do all that. And then we're gonna fill out experience address. I'm sorry, let me share my screen again. So right here is what I was talking about. You'll put the whole entire subject right here. So I'll copy and paste all of that, right? So I'll put the credit reporting inaccuracies, failure to correct disputed information, violations of the Fair Credit Reporting Act, okay? And, comma, and unfair and deceptive business practices, okay? Put the name, Experian, and then we're going to take what we found already, the street address, Okay, I'm gonna put it right here. City, Allen, Texas. And then we're gonna put, oh shoot. The zip code right here, website. Y'all know, put the Experian website. There is no date of transaction. There's amount paid. There is no payment method. And then questions and comments, you're gonna copy the type of complaint, right? So share this tab. I'm submitting this complaint because Experience Information Solutions Incorporated has repeatedly violated the Fair Credit Reporting Act, 15 U.S.C. 1681, however you say that, by verifying inaccurate credit information without correcting known discrepancies, failing to provide required disclosures, and continue to report inaccurate information even after regulatory escalation. The account at issue is Mohila student loan account appearing on my Experian credit report. All right, detailed statement of facts. Woo! All right, I like how they basically did this. I dispute the inaccuracy and completeness of the Mohila account with Experian in writing, despite being notified of specific factual discrepancies. Experian repeatedly verified the account without correcting the inaccuracies and without providing proper reinvestigation disclosures required by law. I escalate this matter by filing a complaint with the CFPB. Even after the CFPB involvement, Experian continued reporting the inaccurate account without correction or deletion, demonstrated a pattern of disregard for federal for federal consumer protection law. Demonstrating a pattern of this disregard for federal consumer protection law. Man, I like that. All right, specific violations. Number one. All right, so verification without correcting inaccurate or incomplete information. 15 U.S.C. 1681 IA5. Experian verified the account despite unresolved discrepancies, including, as you can see, this one right here, this one, this one, this one, this one. These contradictions cannot be all accurate. Verifying such data without correction violates the FCRA, right? Number two, failure to provide method of verification within 15 days. 15 U.S.C. 1681 IA7. Upon request, Experian failed to provide the name, the address, the phone number, or verification without use to allegedly verify the account within the legal required time frame. Number three, failure to provide proper reinvestigation results. 15 U.S.C. 1681 IA6B 3. Experian failed to provide a meaningful description of the reinvestigation process, failed to explain how discrepancies were resolved, and failed to provide required disclosures. Number four, failure to maintain maximum possible accuracy, right? Experian continues to report materially misleading and contradictory information that does not meet the maximum possible accuracy standard required by law. Standard required by law. It's required by law, okay? Number five, furniture of noncompliance. 15 U.S.C. 1681 S-2B. The furnisher of Mohila failed to conduct a reasonable reinvestigation or correct inaccuracy information after receiving notice of dispute from Experian. Number six, willful noncompliance. 15 U.S.C. 1681 N. Because Experian received multiple disputes, verified inaccurate information without correction, ignored method of verification requirements, continue reporting after the CFP complaint, its conduct constitutes willful noncompliance, not a clerical error, right? Harm to the consumer. As a result of Experian's action, I experienced ongoing damage to my credit profile increased risk of credit denial and unfavorable lending terms, significant time, stress, financial harm, attention to correct errors experienced, legally obligated to resolve, resolution requested. I respectfully request the Attorney General office to investigate experience information solution for violations of fair credit. Require experience to immediately delete this account. Require experience to provide written confirmation of deletion. Take additional enforcement deemed to appropriate to prevent continued violations. Okay. And then, of course, you already have supporting documents needed. So we're going to copy all this, right? Let's see if we can copy and paste all this. Share this tab. Oh, shoot. Yeah. Hey. So it does let you paste everything that you need to. All right. So to make sure you're not, is English, a spammer, right? Is English the most common language used in the U.S.? All right. You're going to answer that question. All right. I understand that your office did not give legal advice. I understand that your office cannot take legal action for me individually. All information submitted with the complaint is subject to inspection pursuant to chapter 119 Florida statutes. Whoever knowingly makes a false statement in writing with the intent to mislead public servant in the performance of official duty shall be guilty of misdemeanor of the second degree punishable under these laws. I'm filing a complaint to notify your office of these activities of the business individual to seek any assistance you may able to render. And then from there, what we want to do is just click on submit, okay? Okay. And then once we click on submit, now we file a complaint with Experian, okay? Now, the next thing you want to do is file a complaint. You're going to put your first name, last name again. We're going to put the street address. You're going to put your city, county, email address, confirm email address. And then from there, you're going to do, instead of Experian, what we want to do is file the complaint with TransUnion. Okay, so remove all this, remove the street address, right? Remove the city, remove the state, remove the zip, okay? Remove the county phone number and then the website, okay? You're going to put TransUnion's information. And then you might have to change this up because you might have some stuff that was removed on Experian. Let's just say was removed on Experian, but wasn't removed on TransUnion, or vice versa. You get what I'm saying? So TransUnion might have some accounts that is not reported on Experian. So you might want to, fix this up a little bit for the accounts that you are talking about on TransUnion. Okay, so you might have accounts that's being reported on TransUnion that got deleted from Experian, or accounts on Experian. You talked about Experian, but they might not be on TransUnion or Equifax. So make sure your complaint is a little bit different. Make sure you double check it. Make sure you're talking about the accounts that need to be removed from TransUnion, so they know when you file this complaint that these accounts are the ones that you're talking about. Okay, that's reported on TransUnion. The same thing you're going to do for here. So once you submit your complaint for TransUnion, now you're going to remove everything. Okay, you're going to remove everything, and then we're going to file a complaint with Equifax. Okay, first name, last name, street address. Put your information, subject, and then we're going to put Equifax right here. We're going to put Equifax street address, city, state, zip code, county if you need, phone number, website of Equifax, and then date of, well, we'll need that, date of transaction, amount paid, payment method. And then from there, we want to create a different complaint for Equifax. Just use the same type of prompt that I just showed you and create a complaint for Equifax. All the accounts that were violating your rights, we want to do that for Equifax. Create that complaint, then click on submit. Okay. Now, here's what's next. All right. So here's what's next. You submitted the complaint. You might you should probably receive an email from the Attorney General's office, okay? And let them do their due diligence of everything, but you want to wait about 30 to 35 days or might a little bit more time because they're going to probably, contact the Experian, TransUnion, the Equifax on your behalf based off of what you provided, and they might need some more information from you. Okay, so all you want to do is file your complaint according to the discrepancies, the different things that they violated. You have all the documentation, you have everything that you need to provide the Attorney General, like, hey, I sent this letter, I sent this letter, I sent all these different letters, I filed a complaint. They still, as you said, continue to report inaccurate information on your credit report. They don't fix it, they don't modify it according to the law. I would like this account to be removed from my credit report. So what you want to wait is just 30 to 35 days, right? So they have 30 days. Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, remember, required by law, have 30 days to investigate your dispute. And then they have 5 days to mail your dispute back. So wait about 30 to 35 days. Okay, wait about 35 days from the time the Attorney General's office receives your complaint and notified you. So just wait, put it in your calendar to do your next round. All right, so your next round is going to be totally different. I'm going to break down what you should do next to knock the credit bureaus out. It's going to be a little bit different so you can see, so we can increase your chances of getting these accounts removed from your credit report. Hey, congratulations. Once you got some more stuff removed, remember, this is a process. This is going to take time. And remember, credit is nothing but a direct reflection of us. So let's continue managing our money, doing what we have to do on our side, taking care of our bills, paying things on time, reducing credit card debt. If we need to add, just continue doing what you've been doing of changing the way you manage your money, okay? And also continue to create a plan for your money. You're going to put money away for your future self. You're going to put money away for these bills. Well, not put money away. You're going to put money away for, your sleep well night account, what we call it. We're going to put money away to take care of certain things and continue doing what we've been doing. All right, now I'm going to show you what you need to do once this round is complete, and I'm going to show you what you do next round. All right. All right, now it's time for round 6. Here's what you should do in round 6, okay? We're going to attack Experian, TransUnion, Equifax another way, okay? And I'm going to show you what to do. So round 6 is what we want to do now is, let me show you, let me share my screen. So we want to do this right here. You're going to tell ChatGPT, act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and find violations according to Metro 2 compliance, okay? We're going to leverage Metro 2 compliance to help us increase our chances of getting these accounts removed from the credit report, right? So you also want to attach all the screenshots like you've been doing so ChatGPT can get the visual of how we can leverage the violations, okay? And then from there, we're gonna, of course, create a letter, okay? So there's gonna be a little bit different, like I said before, but now what we wanna do, get the violations so we can see what's going on and then leverage that information to get the account removed from our report. So like I said before, grab the screenshots of your the ones that are still being reported on your credit report, okay? So we can leverage that to get the account removed from the report. All right, so perfectly, this is exactly where Metro 2 compliance gives you a non-FCRA leverage that most people miss. I'm going to break this down like a senior Metro 2 compliance auditor with Transfurnisher, not a YouTube surface level task. All right, everything below is based on data actually shown in your screenshot compared against Metro 2 format compliance condition rules. Metro 2 compliance violation. Account Mohilia. All right. Metro 2 requires that all fields work together logically. Your account field systematic consistently checks, which makes it non-verbal by definition. So number 1, contradictory payment status. Metro 2 violation. Fields involve payment status, amounts, past due, current balance, all right, monthly payment amount, MP, what's being reported. Experience shows Payment status equals current. TransUnion shows 120 days delinquent. Amounts past due equals $0 on Experian, $287 on TransUnion. Monthly payments equals $0 on Experian, and then $58 on TransUnion. Metro 2 rule violated. Payment status must accurately reflect delinquency and align with amount past due and monthly payment fields. Okay, so this is based off of Metro 2 compliance. An account cannot be reported as current if there's an amount past due, there's a 120-day delinquency, a required payment exists. Metro 2 logically inconsistently, Metro 2 condition code failure. All right, so this is a different way to attack Experian, a different way to attack TransUnion, and a different way to attack Equifax based off of what they're supposed to follow according to their procedures and stuff. Okay, so monthly payment field invalid for account type. All right, fields involved: account type installment / educational, monthly payment amount. Being reported, monthly payment equals $0 on Experian. Monthly payment equals $58 on TransUnion. Account is open plus installment. Metro 2 violated. Installment loans must report a valid monthly payment amount unless this account is documented deferment / forbearance and a proper special comment code and compliance condition code are present. Your report shows no valid deferment compliance coding, yet shows a $0 payment. Okay, improper use of monthly payment field, missing required deferment coding. All right, this is why the screenshots is very important, so you can leverage the information to get these accounts deleted from your report. All right, don't need to be an expert. We're just leveraging artificial intelligence to help increase the chances of getting the account removed from your report. All right, so fields involved. So number 3, another amounts past due field misreported. So field involved, amount past due, payment status, payment rating. All right, what's being reported? Amount past due is $0. Amount past due $287. Metro 2 violated. Amounts past due must be greater than $0 if payment status reflects delinquency. You cannot legally report 120 days delinquent. All right, with $0 past due on the same obligation. You cannot legally report. This is what Experian, TransUnion, Equifax has been getting away with consistently violating the law. And if you, as a consumer, consistently violated the law, you already know how it happened. But it seems to be okay for Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax to continue doing the same thing over and over and over and over again, right? And I know as you're probably frustrated because now we're in round 6 and they still haven't fixed these discrepancies, and they continue doing, still continue getting away with this. Okay, so like I said before, it's very important for you as a consumer to document everything, have everything that you need, just in case we need to talk to a lawyer. Okay, you cannot legally report 120 days delinquent or $0 past due on the same obligation. Metro 2 failed contradiction and valid delinquency structure. Number 4, here's the 4th violation: terms, duration, field failure. Okay, field failure. Fields involved: terms, duration, account type, what's being reported. Equifax 0 months. Experian, TransUnion shows 240 months. Metro 2 rule violated. Installment loans must report a valid non-zero term duration. A 0-month installment loan cannot exist under Metro 2 standards. Y'all see it. This is crazy work, okay? Invalid term fields, right? Non-verifiable loan structure. All right, number 5, date of last payment versus current status conflicts. Date of last payment versus current status conflicts. Fields involve date of last payment, payment status, date last active, what's being reported, date of last payment varies, account reported as current, simultaneously reporting as 120 days delinquent elsewhere. Metro 2 rule violated. Dates must align with payment status and delinquency history. If an account is current, recent valid payment required. 120 days delinquent, last payment must precede delinquency timeline. Chronologically, data conflicts. Metro 2 validation failure. Number 6, deferment comment with required condition codes. All right. Fields involve special comment code, compliance condition code, payment status, what's being reported. All right. So comment, student loan dash payment deferred, payment status current, delinquency reported elsewhere, no visible deferment compliance coding. Once you start doing this, you're going to see the same thing with your account, right? As I'm doing with my client's account. So right now you can see I'm going through the process. And you're going to see all the discrepancies, not with just if you have multiple accounts, you're like, I can't believe this. And it's going to be frustrating as well. Okay, you cannot, Metro 2 violated, deferment requires, all right, Metro 2 violated. Deferment requires proper condition codes to suppress delinquency and payment requirements. Deferment requires proper condition codes to suppress delinquency and payment requires. You cannot report a deferment text without proper deferment structure, improper special comment usage, missing compliance conditional codes. Okay. All right. So this is, we got some more about it. All right. Number 7, balance versus high credit inconsistency. Fields involved current balance, high credit, what's being reported, balance $6,245, high credit $6,000 balance. Metro 2 violated. Current balance should not exceed high credit unless justified by fees, interest, and properly coded. No such justification is shown in balance. No such justification is actually shown. Metro 2 failure summary. This is big. All right, this account violates Metro 2 because it contains conflicting payment status. All right. Oh, failure. All right. So Metro 2. All right. This is a summary. So Metro 2 failure summary. This is big. This account violates Metro 2 because it contains conflicted payment status, invalid monthly payment coding, contradictory past due data, invalid loan terms, chronologically date conflicts, improper deferment reporting, balance and high credit mismatch. If data cannot pass logical validation checks, it cannot be certified as accurate or verifiable. While this matters more than FCRA alone, Metro 2 compliance is how verification happens. Metro 2 compliance is how verification happens. If Metro 2 is broken, the data cannot legally be verified. Responses become false certifications. Furniture plus CRA liability increases. This supports this law, right? Next, so here's what we want to do. Now create a letter with the violation that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report. Hey, all right, so this is what we're going to do next. So we're going to force TransUnion's hand, TransUnion, Experian, and Equifax, right, to get those accounts removed from your report, okay? All right, this letter combines Metro 2 failures, FCRA, statutory false verification, CFPB attorney escalation. This type of letter gets routed to Experian legally, executive compliance, not customer service. So, to whom it concerns. So you're going to copy and paste this letter, and we're going to put it into Google, okay? All right, I'll show you what I'm doing. You're going to put your name, you're going to put your address, you're going to put your date of birth, you're going to put the last 4 of your social, all right? You're going to put today's date, all right? Experian, who we're talking to, right? So move this out the way so I can see. This letter serves as a formal notice of continued statutory and Metro 2 compliance violation related to above reference account appearing on my Experian credit report, right? I previously disputed this account multiple times, requesting the method of verification, and escalated this matter through the CFPB and other regulatory channels. Despite Experian verified this account again without correcting material inaccuracies and continue to report data that it's internally contradictory and non-compliant with Metro 2 on reporting standards. At this stage, this matter constitute willful non-compliance. Number one, all right, false verification without correction. 15 USC 1681A 5A, right? Experian verified this account despite unresolved factual discrepancies, including but not limited to this, right? Monthly payment reporting this, account reporting as current, account past due reporting as $0, while another bill reports $297 inconsistent account. Open dates, inconsistent loan terms, 0 months versus 240 months. An account cannot be verified while containing unresolved contradiction. Verification under these conditions is legally defective and require deletion, not continue reporting, okay? Metro 2 compliance failures, unverifiable data. This account fails multiple Metro 2 logical violation rules, including, right, payment status conflicts, monthly payment failed, invalid, right? Amount past due, misreported, invalid loan terms, date of last payment, deferment comments, reported without required compliance condition codes, balance exceeding high credit. Under Metro 2 standards, data that fails logical consistency cannot be certified as accurate or verifiable. Any verification based on such data is false certification. All right, failure to provide method of verification. 15 USC 1681I-A7. I requested a method of verification. Experian failed to provide the name of the verifying party, the address, and the phone number. Experian process used to verify the data. The information was not provided within 15 days, rendering the verification invalid as a matter of law. All right, defective reinvestigation results. 15 USC 1681 I-6B3. Experian failed to provide a meaningful description of the reinvestigation process or explain how the reported contradictions were resolved. A generic verified response does not satisfy statutory requirements. Furnisher non-compliance. The furnisher of Bohelia failed to conduct a reasonable investigation, correct inaccurate information, reconcile Metro 2 inconsistency. This exposes both the furnisher and Experian to liability. Number 5 or number 6. All right, willful non-compliance. 15 USC 1681 N. Right, because Experian verified inaccurate data without correction, ignored Metro 2 inconsistency, failed to provide method of verification disclosure, continued reporting after CFPB escalation. This conduct constitute willful noncompliance, not a clerical error, right? Demand for relief. Due to the violation outlined above, I'm demanding immediate deletion of this account, render confirmation of deletion. As well, if Experian fails to comply within 10 days, I'm prepared to pursue. Okay. Sincerely, your name, your signature, your name. All right, let's delete all this. Okay. Now, here's what your next steps are going to be, right? You're going to, create one for Experian, right? We create a letter for Experian. We're going to create a letter for TransUnion, okay? And then we're also going to create another letter for Equifax. We're going to do the same exact thing and do one, find the accounts that are reported on TransUnion, take a screenshot, right? Let me show you what I'm talking about. We're going to take a screenshot like we did earlier, okay? Okay, I'll make sure it's showing, or like we did earlier, okay? You're going to have your screenshots on TransUnion, right? Of TransUnion that's being reported on TransUnion. And then you're going to say, hey, for TransUnion, these are, double check to see which ones are being removed, which ones that didn't get removed for TransUnion, and just double check the ones, okay? And then we're going to take the same type of thing and we're going to say, we're going to create a complaint only for TransUnion, okay? And then we're going to do the same thing. Once it's done, we're going to create a letter for TransUnion. Okay, now we're going to do the same exact thing and create a letter for Equifax. Okay, find the ones, you already got the screenshots. Make sure those ones are not on Equifax, right? Because we don't want to create a letter that have accounts on Equifax that we don't need to be disputing, right? Because they already came off. So, like I said before, congratulations if you already got some accounts removed. So win. But now what we want to do is create a separate letter for Equifax. All right. So now we have Experian letter, we have TransUnion letter, we have Equifax letter, and make sure you attach your documentations. Okay, very important. Attach the documents that's needed as well: driver's license, proof of residency, social security card, passport, just extra verification. Send this letter certified to Experian, to TransUnion, to Equifax. All right, and then of course let Experian, TransUnion, Equifax do its thing. They have, like I said before, 30 to 35 days, or they have 35 days by law to respond back to you. All right, so just wait the time, and hopefully you get some more deletions off your credit report, get these accounts removed, and you didn't have to wait 7. I'm gonna show you what you need to do next round if, of course, you didn't get the removals that you're looking for. Okay, but hopefully you got some more deletions, you got some more accounts removed. You didn't have to wait 7 long years for the account to stay on your report, right? We got these accounts removed, all right, in 6 rounds. It probably, let's just say 7 to 8 months in, right? About 7 months in, whatever the case may be, but you got some deletions, okay? Now I'm going to show you what you need to do next round, okay, to get some more accounts removed. All right, we're going to continue knocking Experian, TransUnion, Equifax out round by round, okay? They might hit you with the blow, right? Then you had to, go sideways, left to right. But this is a consistent battle, just like when you see boxers go around, pound for pound, right? We're around, 6, 7? I'm about to show you do round 7. We're going to, get some more haymakers, some more jabs, some more knockouts, all right? Or some more knockdowns, some more accounts deleted. They might come back up, but hey, you got me showing you the information that you need to get some more knockdowns, some more accounts removed, some more things off of your credit report. And remember, you're doing what you're doing. You're doing the things that you need to do that are required by yourself to continue taking care of your credit, right? Just continue doing what you got to do, but we're going to continue knocking the credit barrels out. Man, I'm so excited for you. All right. So let me show you what we need to do in the next round to get some more deletions, some more knockouts, some more knockdowns, some more things off your credit report so you can see your credit score continue, gradually going up. All right. All right. So round 6 was with, Metro 2, the FCRA, the attorney, all the different things that we did, right? Now, round 7 is all about Metro 2 violations, right? Just Metro 2 compliance that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, right? They have to abide by these compliance procedures, okay? So all we're going to be disputing is just based off of Metro 2 compliance. So what we want to do is go back to what we've been doing, which is the ChatGPT, right? We're going to go back, open up our previous history with what we've been doing. So now what we want to do is just create a letter based off of just Metro 2 compliance or violations, okay? That's the only thing we're going to be doing so we can hit them with stuff that they're supposed to be already following according to the law, right? So Metro 2 compliance, let me share this tab. So now what we want to do is say, now create a letter with only Metro 2 violations that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, right? So we just want the Metro 2, everything with Metro 2 compliance, okay? Got it below is pure Metro 2 base deletion demand letter. No FCRA citations, no mixed arguments. This is written exactly how Metro 2 compliant auditors and furniture compliant teams think. This letter attacks data integrity, logical validation, and certification failure. With Metro 2 fails verification collapse, When Metro 2 fails, verification, collapse, and deletion becomes the lowest risk option. I also followed preferred dispute letter structure, clean, organized, and surgical. Notice of Metro 2 non-compliance and demand for deletion. Okay, so we're gonna copy this. Okay, so let's break this down of which this letter looks like. So this letter is a formal notice of Metro 2 compliance violation related to the above reference account currently appearing on my Experian credit file. This account fails multiple mandatory Metro 2 logical validation and consistency requirements, rendering it unverifiable, unreliable, and non-certifiable under Metro 2 reporting standards. All right, so this is the standards that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax must follow, which they're required, what they have to do. Because the data structure itself is defective, this account cannot be accurately maintained or verified and must be deleted immediately. Okay, shoot, when you print this letter off, hey, circle that. You know what I'm talking about? Highlight that on your credit report. On your letter. Print that letter off. Hey, must be deleted. Highlight it, circle it, underline it. Okay. Outdated and incorrect data structure. The following Metro 2 violations remain present after prior disputes and alleged verification attempts. These are systematic data failures, not consumer disagreement. These are systematic data failures, not consumer disagreements. All right. Hey, we're not talking, based off of, we're not arguing based off of just, theory. This is based off of facts. Facts. All right. So Metro 2, so let's knock them out. Metro 2 violations, account level. Number 1, contradictory payment status reporting. Metro 2 fields involved. Violations. Account is reported as current. Simultaneously reported elsewhere as 120 days delinquent. Amount past due is reported as 0. Monthly payment reported inconsistently. $0 versus $58. Metro 2 requirement violated. Payment status must logically align with the past due and monthly payment fails, as an account cannot be current and delinquent at the same time. Nor can delinquency exist with a $0 past due amount. All right, let's hit them with you already know. One jab. All right, number 2, invalid monthly payment coding for an open installment account. Metro 2 fields involved. Account type, monthly payment amount, compliance condition, violations. All right, account is reported as open plus installment. Monthly payment reported as $0 without a valid deferment condition coding. So Metro 2 requirement violated. Installment accounts must report a valid monthly payment account unless a properly coded deferment or forbearance condition is present. No such complaint coding appears. All right, number 3, here's the third violation. Amount past due field conflicts. Metro 2 fields involve amount past due, payment status, violation, amount past due report as 0, delinquency status report simultaneously. If an account reflects delinquency, the amount past due cannot be $0. This is a direct Metro 2 logical validation failure. Hey, it failed. All right. I'm talking about number 4. Here's the next way we can get this account removed. Invalid long-term reporting. All right. Metro 2 field involved. Terms, duration, account type, violation. Loan terms reported inconsistently, 0 months versus 240 months. Metro 2 requirement violated. Installment loan must report a valid non-zero term duration. A 0-month installment loan is not permissible under Metro 2 standards, okay? All right, number 5. chronological date conflicts, Metro 2 fields involved, date of last payment, date last active, payment status, right? Violation, date of last payment activity does not align with the reported payment status or delinquency timeline. So here's the Metro 2 requirement violated. Dates must logically correspond with payment status, all right? Chronology inconsistent, invalid data, integrity, and verification. All right, y'all see it, right? So number 6, all right, improper deferment reporting. Measure 2 fields involved, special comment code, compliance condition code, payment status. All right, all this is like very important. We might think this is not important because we probably don't understand, but according to Metro 2 standards and according to their requirements, all this stuff that's being reported on your report is important. It must be a certain type of way. All right, so violation, comment indicates student loan payment deferment, non-compliant deferment condition code presents delinquency and payment data still reported. Metro 2 requirements violated. Deferment status requires specific condition codes to suppress payment and delinquency reporting. Text comments alone are insufficient and non-compliant. Number 7, all right, balance exceeds high credit without supporting coding. Metro 2 fields involved. Current balance, high credit violation. Current balance exceeds high credit. No explanatory coding to justify fees or capitalization. Metro 2 requirement violated. Balance and high credit must maintain a logical consistency unless properly coded adjustments are present. Our demand for action due to Metro 2 compliance failures outlined above. This account cannot meet Metro 2 certification or verification standards. Continued reporting of logically inconsistent data violates data integrity requirements. I'm formally demanding the following things, right? Immediate deletion of this account from my expand file. Written confirmation that this account has been permanently removed. No further reporting of unverifiable Metro 2 data. All right, this notice is provided to allow Experian the opportunity to resolve a documented Metro 2 compliance failure without. Please govern yourself accordingly. All right, so sincerely, your signature, your printed name, right? So copy this letter, open up a Google Doc, fill out everything, make sure everything is, got your name, got your address, got your date of birth, got the last 4 of your social. Send this letter in. Certified, right? Add your 3 forms of identifications. Okay, very important. Driver's license, proof of residency, water bill, light bill, cell phone bill, account statement, insurance, whatever has your name and address on it. Also, the 3rd verification, social security card, passport, another way to verify this is actually you. So Experian, TransUnion, Equifax can actually do their job, so it won't get kicked back. Okay. Remember that. And you already know what to do if it does get kicked back, okay? And from there, you're going to send that letter off certified. We're going to create another letter for TransUnion. Remember, send it the same thing, same exact process. Create a letter for TransUnion. And then we're going to create a letter for Equifax. Print that off. Send it certified, okay? We're in round 7. Now, hopefully, send these letters off. Remember, you have to wait 35 days, okay? Hopefully, you got some more accounts removed from your report. Once you waited that time, got some more deletions, you taking care of your credit card debt, you should see an improvement, because like I said before, it's going to be like up, down, hopefully consistently going more upwards now of you taking care of your credit card debt. You're taking care of these accounts getting removed off your report, and you should see an increase of your credit score, consistently going up by this round, okay? Now, as you're doing this process, like I said before, we already know, don't get upset. It's part of the process. We already know Experian, TransUnion, Equifax is going to quote unquote say verified, all right? We already know we don't need to be upset. It's just a part of the process. This is why, we're documenting everything. We have copies of everything. And so, like I said before, you might have to talk to a lawyer if by the end of, 12 rounds, you don't get these accounts removed from your credit report, right? You did a year of consistent disputing. Now you might have to talk to a lawyer, and we'll talk about, what you should be doing, what you should not be doing, whatever the case may be. But for right now, we're just going through the flow of getting these accounts removed or sending them the letters, doing what is required, doing everything we need to do to knock the credit bureaus out, to get expand, TransUnion, Equifax, and consistency, persistent, and discipline. All right, it's gonna help us. Now I'm gonna show you what you need to do next in the next round, because like I said before, you already know they're gonna play crazy. So don't be frustrated, don't be upset. Just know that, hey, this part is part of the process, and we're just doing what we're doing that's required. We're taking care of our part of making sure we're paying things on time, making sure what we got to do. But as we already know, Expand, TransUnion, Equifax is going to play crazy. They're going to act like whatever, but we're not going to, give up throughout this whole entire process. All right, now we're in round 8. Round 8, it's time to knock the credit bureaus out some more. All right, let's get some more deletions. Let's get some more removals off your credit report. I'm gonna break down what you need to be doing in this round so you can increase your chances of getting some more things removed off your report, and you can see an increase of your credit score. All right, I'm so excited for you in this process. You consistently doing what you got to do. All right, so now let's talk about what is required, what we need to do. Let's break it all down. All right, hopefully you got some more deletions in the last round. Now let's talk about what we need to be doing in this round. And just continue following the process, continue following the flow. It might sound like I said before, we're not going to be frustrated. It can be frustrating, but we're not going to be frustrated. We're just going to continue the process, doing what we need to do. Okay, all right. Don't be in a rush to get certain things. We're not in a rush to get a house. We're not in a rush to do certain things. All right. Just continue following the process, and hopefully your credit score is improving. And remember, I'm going to talk about some things later on in the video, but if you're trying to get access to funding, and let's just say one of your credit scores is good enough to get access to funding, you can do that. You have to just look later in the video, and I'm going to show you banks that only pull from Experian. I'm going to show you banks that only pull from TransUnion. I'm going to give you a list of banks that only pull from Equifax. All right, I'm giving you everything you need for you to be successful as far as your credit. Right, I just want to give you the information so you don't have to pay for this information, because I paid a lot of money for this information and I learned the things. Now I'm giving it to you so you can do it yourself. But remember, if you don't have, because some people don't have time to do this whole entire process. Hey, the link is in the description. You can sign up for our services. But now I'm giving you everything. I'm talking about step by step. I'm just going to show you what you need to do, how to do certain things, because you really don't need to build business credit I ain't gonna say a certain way, but you don't have to do all the different things. You just need to have your credit score good enough and then have your business already open, creating a business account, and then apply for a business credit card. And then you have access to the funding that you need to then, let's just say, get a $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 business credit card. And if you're investing for, let's just say, to get access to, if you're in real estate, if you're trying to buy e-commerce, if you're trying to, leverage the credit to market your business for advertising dollars, and, to get more clients in your service, if you're trying to buy equipment for your business, whatever the case may be, there's so many different things, but it all, varies. But I'm just wanting to let you know that, hey, if one of your credit scores is good enough already, you can go get access to the funding that you need. Like I said before, you have to, look for it should be broken down to chapters, and you should be able to click on the chapter where you can get access to funding, where banks only pull from certain credit bureaus most of the time. All right. And I'll show you different strategies and different things so you can get access to this funding. But for now, I'm going to show you what you need to be doing in round 8 to knock the credit bureaus out. So now it's time to file a complaint with the CFPB. All right. Because now you already sent in multiple letters, you did multiple things. So now it's actually time to leverage the CFPB again to increase the chances of getting these accounts removed from your report. You file a CFPB complaint in like round 3, right? We're in round 8. We have multiple things that happen in between that time. So now it's time to leverage the CFPB even more to increase the chances of getting these accounts removed from your report. And let me share the tab. You should already know how to log into the CFPB. If you don't have an account, you already know, create an account. You should already have an account created. So it's time to log into the CFPB, and let's go ahead, apply pressure on Experian, apply pressure on TransUnion, and apply pressure on Equifax, okay? So now what we want to do is click on credit reporting, okay? For now, click on credit reporting, and then from there, scroll all the way down, click on credit reporting again, and then click on next. So what type of problems are you having? So what we are having is problem with company's investigation into an existing problem. Which best describes your problem, right? The investigation did not fix the error on your report. Have you already tried to fix this problem? Yes. Did you request information from the company? Yes. You don't have to fill this part out. No. Click on next. Okay. And now from there, what we want to do is now we want to leverage, of course, artificial intelligence to help us with this process. So now what we're going to do is file the complaint with the CFPB. All right. So now we're going to go back to this. All right. So now we're going to create it because we already should have ChatGPT. We already should have, not a process. We should already have the history that we've been, creating the different type of prompts. So now what we want to do is create a complaint based off of the previous history of what you've been, letting ChatGPT know of what's been happening as you've been fixing your credit. All right, so now create an online CFPB complaint for everything that happened, such as Metro 2 violations, BBB, Attorney General, and FCRA that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, okay? All right, so we're going to copy and paste this one right here just because it's, okay? So we're going to copy that, share this tab instead. You can fix this up how you want to. All right, so now what we're doing is I just wanted to, read over everything, make sure everything's good to go. All right, so now this is only for a complaint with Experian, right? Because we're going to create 3 separate complaints, right? One for Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. I just had to read over it, fix everything, good to go. So now, we're doing everything what we need to do. That's up to you if you want to publish it. If you don't want to publish it, okay. And then from there, all right, and then you can also attach current documents, right? Select the uploaded files of the letters that you sent in previously, right? So the last couple of rounds, you can, attach those documents, okay? Then we're gonna click on next. Very important. What company are you looking for? We're looking for Experian, Information Solutions. We're gonna put social, name as it appears, date of birth. You're gonna fill out these fields, right? You're gonna put your last 4 of your social. You're gonna put your date of birth, and then you're gonna put how your name appears on Experian's credit report, right? Do you want to complain about another company? No, okay? Because we're going to go back and do TransUnion, go back and do Equifax, okay? So now you're going to do is just click on next. Now, once you click on next, what we want to do is just verify all our information, make sure everything's good to go. Click on submit, all right? Now, once you click on submit, what's going to happen is Experian has 15 days to get back. Experian has 15 days to get back to the CFPB. And then usually what happens is the Experian is going to ask for additional time unless they just automatically remove the accounts, and congratulations if that happens. But they usually ask for an additional time frame. So just be patient. Don't get upset. They're going to ask for 60 additional days. Usually it doesn't take them 60 additional days. It usually takes them the 30 allotted days that they usually do things. So give it time. Continue checking your portal for what happened. All right. Now let's talk about what you need to do for TransUnion, Equifax. Okay. Now what you want to do, of course, is you're going to do the same thing again. Right. You're going to do the same thing again, and then just make double check. But we're only going to be talking to TransUnion. So you're going to go back to ChatGPT, and then say, hey, create a CFPB complaint only for TransUnion, okay? Put that in, only for TransUnion, then go back here, copy and paste everything that you need to do, and then scroll down, and then I will respectfully request the CFPB require TransUnion, whatever they put, to number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, right? Attach the documents for only TransUnion, and then click on next, right? And then from there, what we want to do is be looking up stuff for, let's just say, TransUnion. All right, so TransUnion Consumer, all right, TransUnion Consumer Solutions are usually leverage. All right, so social, name as appears, date of birth, put your social, put your date of birth, name as appears. Do you want to complain with another company? No. Click on next, okay? And then we're going to do the same type of process. Click submit, and then from there you should get, like I said, TransUnion have 15 days to respond back to the CFPB, and then continue checking your portal, making sure you'll see, and then they'll notify you that, hey, these accounts got removed. Hey, congratulations, you got some more accounts removed. Credit score is going up. All right. Now we're gonna, repeat the entire process. We'll do the same thing, right? Go to previous. Well, I'm gonna go through it. I'm just going through this part really quick. All right, same thing. Make sure I like the credit complaint only for Equifax, right? And then you're gonna copy and paste everything that you need to do, put it over here on Equifax. And as you're, going through it, just make sure, I'm respectfully request CFPB require Equifax, whatever, and then attach the documents, the letters for only Equifax. And then from there, what we want to do, what this company, we're gonna look up Equifax, right? Equifax, information, solutions, date of birth, name as appears, name as appears, social. You're gonna do the same exact thing, all right? Last 4, date of birth, name as appears on your credit report. Do you want to complain with another company? No. Click on next, review everything, click on submit. And now, like I said before, Equifax has 15 days to get back to the CFPB. They're gonna ask probably for an additional time. Continue checking your portal, seeing what happens, seeing if those accounts got removed from your report. And if it did, congratulations. You knocked the credit bureaus out. Knocked them out again, got these accounts removed. As we know, I'm gonna say it again, you should know that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax might not remove those some more accounts. So now what you should be doing in round 9. And I'm gonna break down the entire process. Just wait the time allotted, about 35 days before you submit your next set of letters, all right? We're continuing to, be on top of this. Don't get overwhelmed. Just continue being consistent. Don't get frustrated. Remember, it's all part of the process. Just continue creating letter after letter. And I'm going to show you what to do in the next round because it's going to be totally different. We're going to leverage some different type of laws, a different type of process to, increase the chances of getting these accounts removed from your report. I'm excited for you. Continue doing what you need to do. Continue paying down your credit card debt. Continue paying things on time. And then for now, as you're waiting this time process, continue doing what you need to do. But I'm gonna show you what you need to do in round 9, so you can understand this process, understand what you got to do to knock the credit bureaus out. All right, round 9. What you should be doing in this specific round. So what we're going to be leveraging is something a little bit different. We're going to be leveraging a different set of laws so we can increase the chances of getting, knocking Experian out, knocking TransUnion out, knocking Equifax out. And I'm going to break this down so you can understand what you need to be doing, okay? Looking forward to it. I'm excited to show you another set of way to increase your chances of getting these accounts removed without you waiting 7 long years. All right, so we're in round 9. All right, we're jabbing, hooking, giving Experian, TransUnion, Equifax everything we got. We're going to continue giving them everything we got because most people give up after the first and second round. But you're in round 9. You're going back and forth. You're not letting up on Experian. You're not letting up on TransUnion. You're not letting up on Equifax, and that's amazing. So now what we got to do next is leverage these set of laws, okay? And most people don't even know that there's another set of laws you can leverage. So the next set of laws is this right here, this specific prompt. Act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and find violations according to Florida, let's just say your state. So we're going to put your state laws. All right. So for example, for this example, we're just using Florida state laws. And then we're going to go back, right, over to ChatGPT and leverage that. Okay. So remember, we're going to add the screenshots of whatever accounts that are still remaining on Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, right? And then from there, what we want to do is act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years and find violations according to Florida state laws. All right. And then from there, go ahead, click on submit. And now you're going to see some more violations. Okay. So basically what we're going to be doing is this right here. So I like a dispute class expert. Now let's get some more violations. Okay. Let us do his thing. And then we're going to create a letter. So I understand I'm going to approach this as a Florida-based consumer protections credit litigation expert, not just federal. FCRA Florida gives you parallel state laws leverage, right? Especially once there is a false verification, misleading reporting, and continued conduct after notice. Below are Florida-specific violations that will apply in addition to the FCRA based on it's visible in your report and everything that's already happened, dispute CFPB. Okay. Number one, Florida Deceptive and Unfair Trade Practices Act, FDUTPA. All right. Why this applies? Okay. All right. Credit reporting is a trade or commerce under Florida law. Courts have repeatedly allowed FDUTPA claims alongside FCRA claims when conduct is deceptive or unfair. Deceptive, unfair conduct shown here. Number one, verifying an account as accurate while contradictory data remains. Reporting an account as current and 120 days delinquent, zero past due. What we are learning. Continue to report after certified dispute, CFPB complaint, BBB complaint, Attorney General complaint. A reasonable Florida consumer would be misled. A reasonable Florida consumer would be misled by this reporting. All right, this is number two, false, misleading, or deceptive credit information. Florida statute 817, false advertising, misrepresentation. All right, basically this specific law, right? Why this applies? Experian represents to creditors and consumers that this information is verified and accurate. The data is objectively contradictory and non-verifiable. Verification occurred after notice of errors representing contradictory data as verified. Material misrepresentation, false representation under Florida law. All right, number three, unfair collections, credit practices, furniture, liability. Florida Consumer Collection Practices Act, right? Most people don't even know that they have these laws. All right. So relevant provisions, these are the specific law. Why? Mostly expose reporting delinquency while also reporting deferment, reporting a balance past due and delinquency inconsistently, continually inaccurate reporting after notice from the CRA's. Furnishers cannot knowingly report false or misleading that status in Florida. All right, this violates this law. All right, unconscionable acts under Florida law. I think I'm saying that right. All right, offend public policy, are immoral, ethical, or oppressive, cause substantial injury to consumers. Why this qualifies: multiple disputes, attempts ignored or falsely verified, regulatory complaints filed and ignored, continue reporting despite knowing and contradictions, forces consumers to chase correction across agencies. Florida courts consider pattern noncompliance. I think I'm saying that word right. I don't want to continue saying it wrong. If I'm saying it wrong, negligence per se under Florida law are a legal principle why a statute is violated and cause harm. Negligence is presumed. While this implies Florida consumer protection statutes imposes duties, Experian and Mohili breach those duties, harmful, resulted credit damages, financial risk. emotional distress. You don't have to prove intent, statutory breach, negligence, per se, whatever, how you ever say that. Continued misreporting after notice equals willful conduct, right? Under Florida law, continual conduct after notice elevates exposure to this certified disputes, CFPB complaint, BBB complaint, Attorney General complaint, continue reporting after notice supports this, and this. Florida law violates summary. All right, so this is basically the summary. All right, now what we want to do is create a letter with the violation that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, right? So now it's time to create a letter based on these violations. This letter serves as a formal notice of continued legal noncompliance by Experian Information Solutions Incorporations, right? Regarding the above reference account appearing on my Experian consumer credit file, despite multiple disputes, certified correspondence, and regulatory complaints, Experian has verified this account without correcting documented inaccuracies, continue reporting non-verified Metro 2 data, and engage in conduct that now constitutes willful noncompliance under federal and Florida law. Number one, factual and procedural history. All right, so as you can see, number two, Fair Credit Reporting Act, right? Failure to provide method of verification, defective reinvestigation of results, failure to do this, willful noncompliance, Metro 2 compliance violations as well, Florida state violations, okay? Now, they have multiple stuff, but let's just say create a letter with only violations from state laws, all right? We don't want to mix it all up, okay? So now we're going to just leverage the state laws to help us increase the opportunity to get these accounts removed from the report, okay? So now it's going to be a little bit different with the state laws based on, of course, your current state. And then from there, let it create this letter. And then what we want to do once it's completely done, right? We're going to copy this letter, put it in Google Doc. So we have a copy of this. Now, once we do that, we're going to print the letter off. We're going to send it certified, as you can see. It breaks everything down. We're going to send this letter certified to Experian. We're going to create one for TransUnion. Remember, we're going to create one for Equifax. We're going to do a little bit different, okay? And then from there, you're going to send that certified and wait about 30, 35 days. And then hopefully you got some more deletions in this specific round, all right? Just, as it's, doing this thing, like I said before, send this letter off certified. Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, remember, have 35 days. I'm going to continue reminding you. When the time they receive it, put it in your phone. All right, I got 35 days. I got 35 days to respond. Hopefully you got some accounts removed off your report within the next 30, 35 days. And as you can see, what we want to do now is create the next round of letters because you should be already knowing that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax is going to verify some of these accounts again. But some of these accounts should get removed from the report. Congratulations. Now let's go into the next round. Let's knock Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, hit them with another jab. And I'm going to show you another letter that you need to create before we go into our final round, which is round 12 of what we need to do. Leverage this, get these letters out ASAP. And if you have any questions, put it in the comments. It's round 10. Now, hey, I know you should be excited. Hey, congratulations if you got some deletions in the previous rounds. Hey, we moving forward. I understand. Life happened. The process, Experian, TransUnion, Equifax continue still to play crazy, but we got something cooking for them. I'm going to show you what to do in this specific round so you can increase your chances of getting more deletions every single round because at the end of the day, this is a process. This isn't going to happen overnight. But if you're willing to do the work works, as you can see. But hopefully you got a lot of items removed off your credit report, and hopefully one of your credit reports is all cleaned up. Or 2 out of the 3 is all cleaned up. If it's not, it's okay. Continue going through the process. Continue doing the work, continue doing what you have to do. We understand that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax like to play crazy. There is something that you can do later on, right? And I'll show you. You probably have to talk to a lawyer because now you have a whole bunch of facts, right? And at the end of the day, when you go to court, guess what? You have all the facts that you need. You probably don't even have to go to court. It's probably going to happen. Hey, before you get these accounts removed off your report. But congratulations for making this far within this video. I'm going to break down what you need to do in round 10. Remember, continue what you have to do. Continue to have a plan for your money. Continue paying off your debt. Continue removing, paying off it. Continue putting money away for your future self. Continue doing what is required of you as a man, as a woman, as anybody that is watching this specific video. I want to continue, moving forward. We understand the past is the past. We learn from our mistakes. We understand from our mistakes. Now we're going forward. We're doing what we got to do. And I'm excited for you in your future as far as credit, because now you understand the possibilities. Now you understand what you can do. Now you understand the possibilities of leverage, how you can invest your credit to make you money versus what you did in the past. And we're not here to judge the past, right? We're not here, but we learn from the mistakes. All right. So now let's go forward. Round 10. Here's what's next for you in round 10. What we're going to do round 10, we're going to apply more pressure again. We're going to apply another CFPB complaint. We did it, a couple rounds, but we continue pressing forward on the next complaint of what you need to do as far as the CFPB. Now, here's what you got to do. You got to log back into the CFPB. Here's what you want to do. All right. Submit a complaint. We're going to click on credit reporting, right? Or other. Scroll all the way down, click on credit reporting again. All right. I walk you step by step. All right. Next, what we want to do is click on problem with a company's investigation to an existing problem. Their investigation did not fix the error on your reports. Have you tried to fix this problem? Yes, of course. Did you request information? Yes. What information did you request? This is optional. You don't got to fill that part out. Did the company provide you with this information? No. Then from there, what we're going to do is just click on next. Okay. Now, what happened? What best describes your problem? Now, remember, I've been teaching you how to leverage artificial intelligence. Okay. I've been, guiding you and showing you what you can do. Okay. Because you don't have to remember everything that you did. You have history. You have artificial intelligence. You have AI, right? So all you got to do is go back to the open tab that you already have, that you've been creating your, what we've been leveraging these prompts with, and do what is required for you, okay? Now, what we want to do next is, all right, now create an online CFPB complaint with everything that happened, such as Metro 2 violations, BBB, Attorney General, FCRA, estate laws, that will increase my chances to get this account removed from our report, because we leveraged the FCRA laws. We did the BBB, we did the Attorney General, we did the Metro 2 compliance. We now leverage the state laws. Now let's put everything together, all right? This is the reason why I did it this way. First we did an investigation, then we leveraged the FCRA laws, then we filed a complaint, then we did the Attorney General complaint, then we did the we also did the BBB complaint, then we switched it up. We went to the Metro 2 compliance, all right, because we trying to catch them in everything. We gave them so many chances. We did the Metro 2, we leveraged the Metro 2 with the laws, then we went back now we went to the state laws, then we filed a complaint. Now we're here filing a complaint with the state laws, all right? So, and everything is being documented. So when it's time and you need to, talk to somebody, a lawyer, we have proper documentation. We have everything needed. We have screenshots. We show them specific inconsistencies and within every single account. So they can't say they don't have proof. They don't have the stuff that we show, because now we have certified return receipts. We have everything. We have everything that we need, that if he was to go to court, it'll be like, there will be no way for them to fight against you, because you gave them every opportunity to delete this account off of your report. Okay. All right. So based off of what they say, CFPB compliant credit reporting systematic compliance failure, right? What happened? Copy and paste. So now what we want to do is leverage this right here, this prompt they gave, this timeline they gave us. Okay, so I filed a complaint due to repeated violations of the Fair Credit Reporting Act, state consumer protection laws, industry data reporting standards, Metro 2, by expanding information solutions related to this specific account. Apparent on this credit report, this matter has been escalated through multiple disputes, right, and regulatory channels. Yet, Experian continues to report the account without correcting document inaccuracies or addressing compliance failures. All right. So what we want to do is copy all this, okay? And then timeline of escalation history. Number one, I disputed this account Experian repeatedly. I requested method verification. I filed a complaint. I filed a Better Business Bureau complaint. I filed a state general complaint. Despite notice from multiple regulatory bodies, Experian continues to report contradictory and misleading information. All right, federal law violations. Okay, Metro 2 reporting violations, state law violations. Okay, requested resolution. I immediately delete this. All right, so we know what to do on consumer harm. So this affects you as a consumer. So you can also add that as well. All right, copy and paste. Now we're going to take that back over here, put that inside there. Okay. You can double check, read over it, make sure, you like it like that, unless you want to put it in sentence form or you're going to keep it laid out like this. It's all up to you on how you want to do this. Would you like to publish this? All right. What will be a fair resolution? So we go back over here, copy this, resolution requested. This is what I request. Then you want to attach the documents, okay? You want to attach the select file and upload the letters that you previously sent because you have the documents that you have in Google Doc, and you can, download it, or you can download all of them and then upload every last one of them if you want to. It's up to you. And I'm letting you know that some people don't even get to round 10. They give up on the first, second, sometimes. Some people give up after the first round because they don't understand what to do next after that. And people overcharge for certain information, and I understand, but I'm here to help you. Also going to show you how to clean up your personal information. I know we haven't talked about it. I'm just going through these. So if you have personal information that need to be cleaned up, I'm going to show you how to do that. If you have inquiries that need to be cleaned up, I'm going to show you how to do that. If you have a bankruptcy on your report, I'm also going to show you how to do that. I'm also going to show you how to remove collections a different type of way than what I previously showed you, because some people is about that life going after the collection agency. So if you're about that life and want to go after the collection agency, I'm going to show you how to properly do that as well, and have enough documentation. So if, let's just say, the collection agency responds back to you the wrong way or responds to you, you can sue them if you want to. I'm going to show you how to, I can't show you how to sue, but I can show you the proper documentation so you can take it to a consumer lawyer and say, hey, here's all the evidence I have. Can you take this case for me or help me with this case or whatever that looks like? All right, do you want to complain with another company? No? Okay, click on next. Once you click on next, review everything, click on submit. And remember, Experian has 15 days to respond back to the CFPB. And usually, like I said before, they're going to ask for an additional time if you're not already aware. And then just let that time, it usually takes about 30, 35 days for them to, complete the case. Just continue checking your portal. I'm going to show you how to do the same thing now. We just did Experian. Now we need to go back. Oh, sorry. I forgot to share this tab. So, sorry, I didn't share this tab, but what company is a complaint about? Experian, right? Social, name as appears, date of birth. Put your social right here. Put your date of birth right here. Put your name as appears on your credit report, and then no, right? And then now I'm going to show you, you're going to click on next. Sorry, you're going to click on next, review everything, and then submit it, right? And like I said before, Experian has 15 days to get back. Just continue checking your portal to see what happened. Now, let me show you what to do now. So the next, what you will do is you'll go, It'll be submitted. You'll go through the same exact process, but now we're going to be disputing with TransUnion, Consumer Solutions, name as appears on your credit report, date of birth, social. All right, so you're going to put your social, you're going to put your date of birth, name as appears on your credit report. Do you want to complain with another company? No, okay. Click on next, submit it, and then wait the time that is allotted, and then watch those accounts start coming off your report. All right. Now, the next thing, you're going to go back and walk through the same exact thing. Equifax, information, solution, social, date of birth, name as appears on your credit report, right? Do you want to complain with another company? You're going to put no, right? And then you're going to click on next, okay? And then from there, what we want to do, of course, is after we click on next, just click on submit, review everything, your personal information, and then let Equifax, they got 15 days to respond back to the CFPB. And then just do your, just wait. Don't do nothing else. Don't submit another complaint as far as disputing with those specific accounts. If you're cleaning up your personal information, if you're trying to clean up other things, that's a little bit different. But don't dispute again with those accounts. Let that complaint fully be done. Let the investigation be completed as far as those specific accounts that you're disputing, okay? And hopefully you got some things removed off your report. And like I said before, of the understanding that Experian, TransUnion, Equifax is going to play crazy. You already been through a round. You already know it's going to happen. So don't get frustrated. That's all I want you to do. I mean, that's not all I want you to do. That's one of the things I want you to do. Just don't be frustrated. Just do what you have to do and continue just submitting your disputes and submitting what you have to do every single month. Don't get frustrated with the process. Just know that this is a part of the process, and this is what it's going to have to take to get these accounts removed off your report. All right, just continue doing what you got to do, and I'm going to break down what you need to do in round 11. All right, it's round 11. Here's what we got to do now. Okay, round 11. We're going to leverage all the things that we've done so far in the past. We're going to put more things together to create another letter. Yes, another letter. Yes, you got to do another letter. I know it's frustrating, but we're not going to be frustrated. We're just going to continue being excited, continue doing what we got to do in the process. All right, so round 11, let's get into it. So round 11, here's what we want to do in our prompt. Like I said before, don't get frustrated. I know it's frustrating, but don't get frustrated. All right. It's to the point that, these credit bureaus do what they want to do whenever they feel like doing it, but don't be frustrated. Just continue going through their journey, going through the process, going through what you need to do to get these accounts removed from your report, because at the end of the day, once you get them off your report, you're going to be so excited because now I feel, like, all right, I'm good. I'm moving in the right direction. But most importantly, you have the information. You're going to know what you need to do. You can then leverage your credit to do so many different things other than, of course, as far as like your insurance, interest rate, and so many different things that you're going to have better interest rate. You're going to have better insurance. You're going to have better thing as far as credit. But you're going to be able to leverage it to make you money. And that's one of the upsides. I ain't gonna say like that's one of the upsides of credit. You can use it to make you more money, right? And there are different things you can do as far as credit, and we're gonna get to that later on. But I gotta keep on pushing forward to help you stay motivated to knocking the credit bureaus out. Let's knock them out. Let's Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. Let's give them blow for blow. Continue pound for pound. Don't give up. All right. We hit them with everything we got, and soon, hopefully, everything falls off. But now this is a prompt. You're going to say, right, act like a world-class dispute expert with 20 plus years, filing violations according to the specific state that you're in. So, I put Florida state laws, Metro 2, and FCRA. Okay. And then now what we want to do is create a document based off of that. So you're going to grab your screenshots of whatever negative accounts is left over. And then hit them with that specific terminology as far as, that specific prompt, okay? Let's hit them with that. Let's get these accounts deleted from the credit report, okay? And then after that, we're gonna then create the letter based off of everything that we found, all the different violations, okay? We understand they're probably gonna come up with kind of the same laws that we learned already. As you can see, maximum possible accuracy. They're gonna have the Metro 2 compliance already. They're gonna have the state laws that basically that they violated as well. Metro 2 compliance, as you can see. Nothing's changed. We just put in more of it together to send off to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax of whatever's left as well. Because sometimes you got to hit them a different way, right? We can't continue sending in the same letters over and over. We got to hit them with a different angle. We got to hit them with a different law. We got to hit them with a different violation. We got to hit them with a different type of hook. We got to hit them with a different type of left jab, right jab. We got to hit them different ways. We got to deflect sometimes, block, continue moving. You get where I'm going with this. So I just want to show you another way to hit them so you can get these accounts off your report. So now the prompt that I had was now create a letter with the violations that will increase my chances to delete this account from my credit report, right? Demand for deletion due to federal, Metro 2, and Florida law violations. All right, factual background. Notice and opportunities to fair credit reporting at verification. All right, so now what we're gonna do is copy that, right? All right, so you're gonna have, you put this in the Google Doc. I forgot to tell you to put each round. You could round one, my fault. So this will be round 11, right? We are organized. We have documentation. We got everything, right? So you're gonna put your name, right? You're gonna put your address, date of birth. You don't have to put your full social. Your full social, you can do last four of SNN. All right, you can put that right there, right? And then you can just put your last four of your social. Just want to show you, sorry. You're gonna put today's date. You're gonna put, all right, leave that. Put the account number. You can put the full account number. You don't have to use the last four digits of the account. Whatever you have on your report, you just grab it off of your credit report. All right, whether it's full, X's, stars, whatever it looks like, you just grab whatever's on there. And then you can remove some of this stuff, but leave it, continue adding this on your report. All right, so now what you need to do, of course, is once you have, your letter with all the discrepancies, once you have the letter with like all the violations, everything you created, now what we got to do is send this letter off. You're going to make one for Experian. You already made it for Experian. You probably made one. We need to make one for TransUnion, and we need to make one for Equifax, okay? So make sure you send this letter off. Certified is what you already have been doing. Send it off certified. Of course, we got to wait 30, 35 days and watch some of these accounts start coming off like clockwork. Continue doing what you need to do to get these accounts removed from your report. This is basically what you need to do for the next, for this specific round, because we just putting everything together, right? We have Metro 2 compliance, we have the state laws, we have the FCRA laws, and we just have everything combined to help increase your chances of getting this removed off your report in this specific round. You can fix it up how you like it. You can add, take away, whatever you like. This is just to give you an overview of what you can possibly do as far as leveraging the Fair Credit Reporting Act, the different things that are there for you to help get these accounts removed from your report. All right. I just wanted to show you what you can do, what's possible, and what is, I'm gonna say what is required, but the things that Experian, TransUnion, and Equifax have to do and what they're not doing. So I just wanted you to put all this together because everything from the time we did round one to now, it's like in a way. So now in this specific round, you can leverage everything to get these accounts removed off your report. All right, so let's continue knocking the credit bureaus out. Do not get frustrated. All right, it's part of the process, doing what you got to do. Now let's talk about round 12. All right, it's round 12. Man, we came a long way from round one, right? Round two, round three. Now we at round 12. And let's talk about what we need to do. Now, there are things you can do in this specific round, right? You have enough evidence to probably file a lawsuit. So I'm not a lawyer. I'm not here to show you. I'm just here to show you what your rights, right? So you could probably file a lawsuit. You probably, if all these accounts haven't fallen off by now, you probably have enough evidence, enough documentation to talk to a consumer lawyer and show them everything you've done and probably get guidance on filing a lawsuit against Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. But if you don't want to file a lawsuit and you want to continue, hit them another round. The next thing I would tell you to do is we already created a letter. Now I would just tell you on this last round is do a complaint and do a complaint where everything is that you've done so far from round one to round 12. Okay. That would be my advice on this, unless you talk to a lawyer, because by now, if nothing comes off by then, if it's not off, then and it's not fixed, then you will have to probably talk to a lawyer. But for now, we're round 12. Let's go ahead, get this off, get this complaint off. Okay. So what we want to do now is open up the CFPB. If you should already know by now how to leverage the CFPB, so I'm going to show you the prompt to use to help you. So we're going to click on credit reporting. I got you step by step. All right, credit reporting. Just exciting. Credit reporting next. And hold on, I forgot to say, sometimes it might take a little bit longer for different individuals because when I help people fix their credit, some people have like 10 accounts. Some people have like 30 accounts. Some people have like 50 things that's holding them back. And then some people have, I think the most I had was like 240. Like it wasn't all items, but it was compiled with Experian, with TransUnion and Equifax. So you have all these different things on your report. So it might take a little longer than other people because you have more items on your credit report as well. So just go through this process and continue doing what you have to do to get these negative items removed from your report. And also, we're gonna talk about it later, by you going through round 1 through round 12, and if like you got most of these items removed off of your report, now you have the skill of expert. You learn this skill and you can help other people with fixing their credit and make $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a month helping people fix their credit. I could talk about it a little bit more. It's probably like 5-10 minutes. Talk about like how you can leverage this skill that you learn to help people fix their credit. And you can charge, just like you could charge to do this for people. Okay, but let's just stay on topic. I just wanted to show you. That's why I'm so excited. I'm excited because of you're fixing your credit, you're understanding, you're going through the process, but you can leverage it right for yourself, and then of course you can help your family members but you can also get paid as well for this specific skill to help people as well. So, all right, let's get into it. So we're on the CFPB. We're around 12. Let's get it. So next, and then from there, what type of problem are you having? Problem with company's investigation 206 problem. All right. Investigation set more than 30 days. The investigation that fixed the error on your report. All right. Have you already tried to fix this? Have you already tried to fix this problem with the company? Yeah, we already know. Did you request information? Yes. What information? Skip that part. On the company? No. All right. Okay. And then from there, what we want to do is leverage artificial intelligence, go back to your previous history. All right. Now, what we're going to tell ChatGPT is now create an online CFPB complaint with everything that happened from round 1 until round 12, or let's say round 11. That will increase my chance to delete this count from our report. And let's just use everything we've done. I'm filing a complaint due to repeated escalated violations of the Fair Credit Reporting Act, Metro 2 data standards, and Florida State Consumer Protection Laws. Experian Information Solutions in connection with these accounts appearing on my report. This matter has progressed through 11 documented disputes and escalation rounds, yet Experian continues to report the account without correcting known inaccurate or addressed structural data failures. The conduct described below demonstrates a pattern of willful noncompliance after notice, not a good faith dispute process. All right, so as you can see, right, hopefully by now, most of your accounts are off, right? We're in round 12 and you got, like, you disputed, like, you went through this process, and hopefully, like, you have a lot of these accounts off. But this is just for an example of nothing ever happened from round 1 through round 11, right? Because most of you all should have got some results. Most of you all should have got some deletions. Most of you all should have seen an improvement of your credit score by you paying down your credit card debt, by you removing these negative items off your report, by you doing certain things, of course, to get these accounts off your report. So hopefully by now that round 12, you're in the 12th month, like a year disputing. Like, I know this is, of course, how this video is, but within a year disputing that you got things removed off your report, you knocked the credit bureaus out, you got some deletions, you hit them, you hit them, you did what you got to do, you went through the process. So hopefully by now, this is just an example of if nothing happened. And most of the time, something happens, okay? I really haven't seen a case where nothing gets removed from round 1 through round 12 if you've been consistent and persistent and with this whole entire process. So let's go ahead, copy and paste chronological history, round 1 through round 11. As you can see, violations, they got everything that you need. This is the reason why you want to continue using the same history and prompt. I mean, the same history of, talking to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax round by round about what's going on with your credit, right? Let's go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So consumer harm, emotional distress, significant time spent, loss of financial opportunities, increase, all right, ongoing, many different things. All right, so now what we want to do is go ahead and put that there, this, right? So we got everything. And then from there, just read over it, make sure everything is correct based off of everything you had, everything you've done from round 1 through round 12, just make sure everything is good to go, okay? And then from there, what would be a fair resolution? Most likely it's probably the same what would be the fair resolution, but we can double check what this came up with to see if it's the same, right? Immediate deletion from, or you can just provide written confirmation. Yep, see, sorry. So yeah, it's kind of the same. So immediate deletion from this report. So we just leave it this the same. And then you can attach all the documents from round 1 through, all the letters that you sent off to Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. Hopefully by now we get these accounts removed. All right. Click on next. Okay. And then from there, you should already know what to do. But if if you don't know, go over it again. Experian Information Solutions, name, social, date of birth. So you're gonna put your social, right? You're gonna put your date of birth, okay? And then you're gonna put, your name as it appears on your credit report, all right? And would you want to complain with another company? Remember, we're gonna do no, okay? And then we're gonna click on next. And then once we click on next, we're gonna review everything. Make sure everything's good to go. Then you're gonna click on submit. Then Experian, remember, has 15 days to respond back to the CFPB. They're going to ask for additional time. We already know to be patient. Don't get overwhelmed. Don't get frustrated. They're going to ask for more time to, do their quote unquote due diligence, check over everything that you said, and look at the complaint. And then from there, wait, continue checking your portal, continue checking to see what happened. And then hopefully you got all your accounts removed off your Experian, all the negative accounts removed off your Experian credit report. And then you're going to go back through this whole entire process. And for an example, you're going to, instead of Experian, we're going to complain with, TransUnion, right? TransUnion information, TransUnion Consumer Solutions, social, name as appears, date of birth. You got to fill all this information out, right? Name as appears in your credit report. Do you want to complain with another company? Yes or no? No, right? Then click on next. Then once you click on next, make sure everything is good to go. Click on submit, and then we're going to go back and do Equifax, right? Remember, same thing for Experian applies to TransUnion. They have 15 days to respond back to TransUnion, Equifax, Information Solutions and Corporations. So social, name as appears, date of birth, fill that information out again. You want to complain with another company? No, click on next, review everything. And now, all right, the credit bureaus, the consumer reporting agencies, Experian, TransUnion, Equifax have, 15 days allotted time, to respond back to the CFPB. And then hopefully you got deletions off Experian, TransUnion, Equifax. You got these removals, so we don't have to, continue doing this process. But if you don't, get all the deletions, then I would tell you just continue repeating the process of disputing, right? Continue leveraging different laws, different things that we've already done, and hit them. Continue knocking them blow after blow. Or, like I said before, you can talk to a consumer lawyer and see what are the things you can do, because now you have enough, documentation, enough evidence, enough things to be removed off your report. Now I want to cover different things and different strategies as far as, let's say, going removing, like if you have collections, removing charge-offs, right? No, not charge-offs. Removing collections, removing a bankruptcy, removing hard inquiries, removing the personal information, how to add a fraud alert on your credit report. If you're a victim of identity theft, like what can you do with that? Going over other different things you can do to fix up your credit, going over how to rebuild your credit, different strategies based off of like what you can do based off of what we already talked about, how to continue rebuilding your credit. Also talking about how to get access to business funding, the different type of banks and the different places you can go to based off of like your credit score is good on Experian. There are banks that only pull from Experian based off your credit score is good on TransUnion. There are banks that only pull from TransUnion, and then there are banks that only pull from Equifax, right? I have a list of banks that I have for you, so you can go check them out. And then how, once you get access to the funding, what can you do with the money? Different type of things you might want to, sit down and get more information about, get more understanding. So you're not making, you're going in with, the right information, or why you're going in with the right information, you're going in with the right knowledge to actually do what you're trying to do. And, it's up from there. But also talking about, all right, you have this skill, how can you also, make some money off of this skill as well? It's just, everybody is a little bit different. Everybody's not trying to fix people's credit, but you can leverage this information if you want to help others. You don't have to. You can just, like I said before, leverage your credit to make money. Everybody's a little bit different, but if you want to, you can. And I just want to show you what it looks like as well. I'm going to show you how to do all of that. Hey, I'm just excited for you. We round 1 through round 12. Hopefully round 12 is knockout based off of everything you've done from round 1 through round 12. And, Experian, TransUnion, Equifax, they try to stand with you in round 12, but eventually, they fell by decision, or they fell by knocked out, or they fell by technical knockout, which is the laws and things that are placed. All right. So, all right, I'm going to show you how to do the other type of things to get those other type of accounts or items off of your report as well. Now, I want to talk about different strategies you may use to get collections. Maybe you have hard inquiries, maybe you have a bankruptcy on your credit report. I want to talk about different strategies you can use to get these accounts off of your report without you waiting 7 long years. So we just talked about dispute strategies from round 1 to round 12 on how to remove basically anything from your credit report, whether it's open or closed. You can use that strategy to remove basically everything off your credit report, right? But now, of course, you're not going to be messing with your, accounts that are, good in good standards. But the ones that are negatively affecting your credit score, you can use from round 1 to round 12 the different strategies to remove those negative items off your credit report. But let's say you can go at it a different way to, knock the credit bureaus out. So I will talk about, let's say, collections. You can leverage what we call is the FDCPA right here, 15 USC 1692, right? And there are specific requirements that the collection agencies have to abide by. And I want to break down some things that you can use because there are multiple laws that you probably are unaware of that they violate on a consistent basis, and nobody holds them accountable as well. So that's the reason why they continue to do what they do, because nobody's really holding them accountable. Nobody's, doing what they have to do to, go after them. So they're doing what they want to do and getting away with everything they're doing. So here's some of the things you can do to leverage the laws that are in place to get these collections off your report by just specifically leveraging the FDCPA. And if you're probably, I don't know if you went through the CFPB and went over some of the things that they might have, but you can go directly after a collection agency as well. So here's what you can do. If you go to, let's just go to Google right here. If you go to 15 USC 1692 and you look it up. Now this is the Fair Debt Collections Practices Act. And then you click on this one. And remember, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just here to show you what's really going on, all right, with your rights. Okay. So if you go there, okay, and you click on, let's just say, the subchapter. Click on the subchapter right here, and there's a breakdown. Move this out of the way. There's a breakdown of all the laws that collection agencies have to abide by. And I know some of you all don't want to go through each specific law, but one of the ones that you can read over, some of them, but one of the ones that's like very important that I suggest that you read is the communication. So communication in connection with debt collection. So if you read over this specific law, right, and you understand that, hey, this specific law can give you the ability to remove a collection off your credit report, because most of the time, the collection agencies really don't abide by these requirements, okay? And if you read over these specific laws, guess what? Let's read over just a few of them. So number 1, if you do this, and I'm gonna show you a strategy that you can leverage. And if you do it, you can sue the collection agency, okay? All right, without the prior consent of the consumer given directly to the debt collector or the express permission of a court of competent jurisdiction, a debt collector may not communicate with a consumer in connection with the collection of any debt, number 1, right, at any unusual time or place, or a time or place known or which should be known to be inconvenient to the consumer. The absence of this knowledge of a circumstance to the contrary, a debt collector shall, remember what the word shall means, they have to do, assume that the convenient time for communicating with a consumer is after 8 o'clock a.m. and before 9 o'clock p.m. local time at the consumer's location, okay? So if they contact you before 8 a.m. local time of where you're at, right, or 9 p.m. after, that's a violation of this one specific law, right? So number 2, if the debt collector knows that the consumer is represented by an attorney with respect to such debt and has knowledge of or can readily ascertain such attorney's name and address, unless the attorney fails to respond within a reasonable period of time, a communication from the debt collector, or unless the attorney consents to direct communication with the consumer, or at the consumer's place of employment if the debt collector knows or has reason to know that the consumer's employer prohibits the consumer from receiving such communication. Okay?
And then you can read over, but this is another important one as well. So if you read over cease in communication, right? This is like a very important law as well. If a consumer notifies a debt collector in writing that the consumer refuses to pay a debt, or that the consumer wishes the debt collector to cease further communication with the consumer, the debt collector shall not communicate further with the consumer with respect to such debt. I want you to read over this again. If a consumer notifies, so if you notify a debt collector in writing that the consumer refuses to pay a debt, so you can notify a debt collector in writing, you can send a letter to a debt collector and notify them that you refuse to pay a debt. That's what it says in the law. Or you can do this, that the consumer wishes the debt collector to cease further communication with the consumer, the debt collector shall not. So when you send a letter saying that, hey, you refuse to pay the debt, they must stop communicating with you. That's what it says. I didn't make it up. That's what it basically says. Also, you can also let them know that you want to cease communication, and they're supposed to, stop communicating with you. Okay. So number one, accept, right, to advise the consumer that the debt collector's further efforts are being terminated. So remember, when you say I refuse to pay the debt, they have to stop communicating with you. So if they communicate with you other than these three things, it's a violation. It's a violation. I had to make sure if it's 3 or 4. It's a violation of this law. All right. And you can document everything that happened, talk to a consumer lawyer, and All right. So number one, advise the consumer that the debt collector further efforts are being terminated. Number two, to notify the consumer that the debt collector or creditor may invoke specified remedies which are ordinarily invoked by such debt collector or creditor. Or number three, where applicable, to notify the consumer that the debt collector or creditor intends to invoke a specified remedy. If such notice from the consumer is made by mail, notification shall be complete upon receipt. Now, another thing that you want to do is, of course, right here, as you can see, when you send that letter in to a collection agency, what you want to do, of course, is have a copy, the certified mail return receipt, right? But you also want to document, let's just say you send that letter in and they respond back to you. Let's just say they call you, leave a voicemail, or they text you, or they send an email. And also, another thing I forgot to tell you is if you text them, let's just say they text you and you say, I refuse to pay this debt. If they text you back again, that's also considered a violation as well. Even though it says like you send an email, if you write it previously, in different court cases, text, email, over the phone, you say, I refuse to pay this debt. And if they contact you again, like if they text you, you say, I refuse to pay this debt, and they text you back, or you say in another way that you refuse to pay the debt, and they contact you again, other than those three things that was outlined in the law, that's a violation of the law. So what you want to do, of course, is document everything that happened. And when you document everything that happened, who are they going to believe? You or the collection agency? Because now you have proof that you sent the letter in. You have proper documentation that you documented, hey, they called after this time, they called during this time. I told them not to call me. They sent me an email. They sent me multiple messages. They did all these different things, right? And you have proper documentation. You can take this over to a consumer lawyer, and most likely the lawyer probably will help you, right? Because you have substantial enough evidence to then, win the case. Okay. Now, from there, you just document everything that happened to you, right? So you sent the letter in. They basically called you. You just notify, write everything in, like a journal. Okay. Now, another thing, of course, that you can leverage is this right here, right? You can leverage, once this happens, you documented everything, you can either talk to a lawyer or you can then file a complaint with the CFPB. All right. And the attorney, there are multiple things you can file, but remember, this isn't 100% guarantee that, hey, if you file a complaint, that this is automatically going to come off of your credit report. If you don't do nothing, they're going to continue doing stuff. Okay. So you can click on right here. You can submit a complaint, log in, click on debt collection. It's a little bit different. We usually click on credit reporting, but you're going to click on debt collection. All right. Now, what type of debt is it? Is it auto debt, credit card debt, federal debt, medical debt, mortgage debt? payday loan debt, private student loan debt, rental debt, telecommunications debt, I don't know, other debt, right? Or as you see as other debt, they got such as health club memberships, utilities. All right, so let's just say, for an example, telecommunications debt. Or if you don't know, you just click on I don't know, and then you click on next, okay? And then from there, what we want to do is you want to click on communication tactics. Now, if any other thing happened to you as far as like a debt collector violated your rights, as you can see, there are multiple things. And if you read over it, if this happened to you and you have proper documentation, you can leverage it. So right now we're going to talk about communication tactics, but I want you to see that, hey, there's electronic communications, there's attempt to collect debt not owed, there's written notification about a debt, there's false statement or representation, right? Threaten to contact someone else or share your information improperly, that's a violation. Took or threatened take negative or legal actions, right? So there are multiple things, and if you click on each one, you can see what they're talking about. So let's just say took or threatened to take negative or legal action. So threaten or suggested your credit would be damaged. Threaten to arrest you or take you to jail if you did not pay. Threaten to sue you for every old debt. Threaten to turn you into immigration or deport you. Collected or attempted to collect exempt funds. Seized or attempted to seize your property. Sued you in a state where you do not live or do not sign up for the debt. Sued you without properly notifying you of a lawsuit. So look at all these different things that, hey, you can go after, right? Threaten to contact someone else, right? Contact you after you ask them, contact you after you ask them to stop. Oh, I like that one. We gonna go with this one right here. I like this one. Use abusive language. All right, so contacting your employer, contacting you instead of your attorney, talk to a third party about your debt, right? So these are different things that they also, if they do this as well and you have proper documentation that, hey, they talk to like a spouse or somebody else about a collection that is not you, as you can see, this is a direct violation. Also, written notification about a debt. Did not receive anything to verify debt. Did not receive notice to write. Notifications not disclosed. All right. Attempt to collect debt not owed. Electronic communications. Communications tactics. False statements or representation. So you can see this other one that is not yours. That was not paid. That was already, as you can see, electronic communications. You was contacted through text message, social media, email, other, right? Which best describes your problem. Contacted before 8 a.m. or after 9 p.m. Frequent or repeated messages. All right, use obscene, profane, or either abusive language. You told them to stop contacting you, but they keep trying. All right, and the communication tactics. This is one, same kind of thing. But I'm going to go over this one right here. Threaten to contact. So contacted you after you asked them to stop, right? So you told them you refused to pay this debt. Basically, they're supposed to contact you. You told them to stop contacting you. Have you already tried to fix this problem with this company? Yes. Did you request information from the company? Did you request information from the company? No. You didn't request information. All right. So what happened? Remember what we've been doing? We've been leveraging artificial intelligence of like everything that happened. You can share with, artificial intelligence that, hey, you're going after a collection agency and they violated this specific law. You told them, hey, I refuse to pay this debt or I have a lot, whatever the case may be, of a way that you told them to stop contacting you according to this law, and they continue contacting you. And here's my proper documentation of everything that I, let them know to stop contacting me. Okay. And then you can leverage that specific law. Okay. And then you upload it to artificial intelligence and they'll create you an online complaint to where you can copy and paste, read over it, make sure it's good to go of the timeline and everything. And what would be a fair resolution? I'm just putting something right here. You probably want the collection off of your report immediately. All right. You can also attach the documentation of everything that you've written down, right? So now you have proof, you have evidence as well. Then you'll click on next. Okay. And then from there, what will be is collection company that contacted you about a debt. So for an example, let's just say portfolio. This is just an example. I'm not saying You will know portfolio collection. All right. You'll put your account, social, then you'll put that information, right? Is there a company where the debt is from different than the company? No, I don't know. All right. And then you'll click on next. All right. So you'll put the account number, you'll put the social, right? And then you'll put, no, I don't know. And then from there, click on next. And then most likely you have click on next, review everything, make sure everything's good to go as far as your information. And most likely that collection will come off of your credit report. Okay. Now let's talk about, and remember the collection agency has 15 days to respond back to the CFPB. All right. So don't forget about that. Just continue checking your portal. Let's just say you have a bankruptcy on your credit report. What can you possibly do? All right. So just like I taught you the strategy from round 1 to round 12, you can leverage the information within the bankruptcy to get the bankruptcy off your credit report, right? Now, there are other things you can do as well to get the bankruptcy off your report, such as go to the courthouse of where the bankruptcy was filed and ask them, can you provide me a document saying that you don't report to the credit bureaus? And they'll provide you a document saying they don't report to the credit bureaus, and you will leverage that specific document to go after LexisNexis, to go after other people that are, of course, selling information about you, but that's reported information about you. And you go after LexisNexis because Experian, TransUnion, Equifax got their information most likely from LexisNexis. They extracted that information and put it on your report. So you can go after LexisNexis, all right, to get the account removed from your report, and then you can go after the credit bureaus as well to get those accounts removed from your report. And you can also leverage the CFPB as well. Just go through the process. It's just another way to attack to get that bankruptcy off your report as you're attacking the other negative accounts that's either associated or that's hurting your credit score. So that document helps. All right, that's what the strategy we've been using, and it helps to get those off of your report. Now, let's just say, for an example, you have hard inquiries on your credit report. What you want to do is, for hard inquiries, you want to give Experian a call. You want to give TransUnion a call. You want to give Equifax a call. These people, give them a call. Tell them that you want a copy of your credit report. Once they text you, not text you. Once they send it over through the mail, you're gonna go to the inquiry section, right? Once you go to that specific section, what you're going to see is inquiries. You're gonna say hard inquiries. They're gonna say soft inquiries. Don't worry about the soft ones. The soft ones is based off of, like, it's not affecting your credit score. It's basically you gave either permission or some people just checked your credit score. Well, people that you gave permission to check your credit score, right? So like Credit Karma, different places you'll see soft inquiry from Credit Karma, or like a credit card that you already have, or different things you will see soft inquiries with. But the hard inquiries are the ones that you're going to see. Those hard inquiries, it's going to say some is going to have permissible purpose, some of them are not going to have permissible purpose. So the ones that don't have permissible purpose, you want to craft a letter based off of this specific law, which is 15 USC 1681 B, right? Permissible purpose, because there must be permissible purpose for those hard inquiries to be on the report. That's the reason why some of them have permissible purpose and some of them don't. And if they don't, it's a violation. So you can leverage that to get those inquiries off of your report without waiting 2 years, because they're going to stay in your report for the next 2 years. And after, let's just say 2 or 3 months, they really don't affect you that much. But if you have too many hard inquiries within the short period of time, and if you have too many open new accounts and you're trying to apply for credit, you're most likely going to get denied. Okay, so what you want to do, of course, is, all right, get those hard inquiries off. Let those accounts, those new accounts mature. Don't apply for new credit after you already got approved for credit. Just let that account mature on your report. Don't continue applying, and get, the inquiries off of your report. And that's a strategy. You can remove those hard inquiries without waiting 2 years for it to fall off. Now let's talk about if you're a victim of identity theft. If you're a victim of identity theft, I would tell you to go contact a lawyer. Very important. Contact a lawyer, because a lot of people don't know that being a victim, yes, you can file a police report. Yes, you can file an identity theft report. But sometimes, even though if you file those different things, sometimes it doesn't come off of your report. So if you're a victim of identity theft and you have accounts that don't belong to you, go talk to a consumer lawyer, right? What they're going to do is tell you to file an identity theft report. They're going to tell you to file these different things. And then you're going to have a conversation with the lawyer, and they're going to help you go after Expand TransUnion Equifax. Because usually what happens is when you send these specific documents in, it don't come off automatically. Even though there's a law that says that, hey, they must block this information, they usually don't sometimes, okay? So I highly suggest you talk to a lawyer if you're a victim of identity theft. And if you are a victim, I will put a phone number in the description for you to have a conversation with probably the paralegal, with the lawyer's assistant, and then they'll be able to then, schedule a call with the lawyer if you're a victim of identity theft. All right. Now, personal information, we already talked about personal information and how to remove personal information without you waiting 24. We already talked about how to remove personal information off your report. All right, leveraging Experian Online, TransUnion, Equifax. You can also leverage the CFPB as well to, get personal information removed from your report. Most of the time, that stuff comes off. If you're having a hard time, just file a complaint, okay? If you're having a hard time just removing it off your report through the different things I showed you. Now, let's talk about a fraud alert. A fraud alert is is important to have when you're not really trying to apply for anything as far as credit. Like you just done applying, you're good. A fraud alert it's another extra layer of security. So if you add a fraud alert on your credit report, right, you're going to add your phone number. Basically, you're adding a phone number. So if anybody tries to apply for something they first have to give you a call before they open up the account, right? Or before they approve the account. So a fraud alert, you can add a fraud alert on your credit report, and you can always give them a call to remove a fraud alert. You can give Experian, TransUnion, Equifax a call. It's just another layer of protection of your credit. And I'll say add it if you're not really applying for nothing, if you're not doing nothing, have it on your report just in case, all right? All right? But you just want to have it on your report as well, just an extra layer of security. If you're not applying for nothing, have somebody give you a call if anybody tries to steal your information, all right? It's very important. As you know, your credit score is very important. Protect it at all costs. It's your score, all right? So credit rebuilding, we already talked about credit rebuilding. You understand that there are different things you want to, add to your report as you're fixing your credit. But one of the places I always recommend is go to a local credit union, right? When you go to a local credit union, it's very important, okay? Because you can build a new relationship with the credit union, but they have credit rebuilding products that will help you, let's just say, rebuild your credit. So once you rebuild your credit once you apply for like a personal loan, like a secured personal loan, right? Most likely, all you got to do is just put up like $100 or $200 and pay that back, and then you built that relationship, right? You built that trust with the credit union, just like I'm building trust with you, right? I showed you how to do things. Now you trust me to help you fix your credit, okay? Unlike most people, they sell this information, but I'm building trust with you. So what you want to do is build a new trust with a new credit union. You probably have an old bank and the trust is gone. Times happen, whatever the case may be, but that bank no longer trusts you, okay? So what you want to do is create a new relationship with a new bank, build up new trust, open up a savings account. You don't have to have a checking account with a credit union. Start, adding $1, $5, $10 there in your savings account. Okay, continue building, stacking that specific savings account. And once you do those certain things, now what happens is you build in trust. You apply for it. Let's just say a loan, a secured loan. You pay that back. Now you build even more trust. Also, if you add, let's just say you get their secured credit card or a specific credit card with them, and you're building up more trust. So when it's time for you to apply for a business credit card or a loan or whatever the case may that you need, you're most likely to get approved because you built trust. And most of the time, you don't need you don't have to have way perfect credit score to get approved, as long as your credit score, because when I went to talk to a credit union, right? Like they said, like the average credit score in this specific state was like a 680. So if you had like a 680, 670, you'll get approved for certain credit cards. You might not have like the best interest rate, but you'll most likely get approved. And what's going on now? Hey, the interest rate might be a little bit different. So there are different ways. Now, setting your child up for success is very important as well. I wanted to talk about that. When you, let's just say, apply for a credit and you're doing way better than you did before, you can set your child up for success by adding them as an authorized user on one of your credit cards. But just be aware that if you're going to use the credit or if you're going to do certain things, don't add them. But if you just get a credit card that you're never going to touch, never going to use, add them to that specific credit card, because by the time they're 18, right, you know, added, let's just say if they was 12 years old, now they have 8 years of history. You see where I'm going with this? So by the time they're 18, they have 8 years of on-time payments. They have 8 years of credit age. So unlike, you know, you starting off, you're setting your child up for success. You're teaching them everything, and then by the time they're 18, they'll be able to leverage their credit to invest into income-producing assets. They can leverage their credit to do certain things. So you want to set your child up for the better. You know, we had to learn, we had to go through those growing things, those different pains, but now we have the information, we have the understanding. So now you can set your child up for success. And there are different credit unions where you can actually, when you can add them as an authorized user, just go in, have a conversation, set your child up for success. All right. Now I want to talk about getting access. So very important. One of your credit scores, like I said before, all three of your credit scores might not get, let's just say, at a 700, right, at one time. But one of your credit scores might be good enough. So one of the things you want to do is I want to talk about talk about is going to different banks that pull from different credit unions. Go to different banks that pull from specific credit bureaus, okay? So I want to break down some different things that you can check out, and I want to give you a list of banks as well, and you can do some more research on like other credit unions as well that you might, let's just say in your local area that I might not, you know, talk about. But you can also do research within that specific credit union. So if you call, let's just say 3 credit unions in your local area, and you can just, you know, have a conversation, talk about, hey, who do you guys pull from? What do you guys check? Do you guys have a business checking account? What are some of the things? Just have a conversation, right? These are humans. Have a conversation with them. Ask them. They'll tell you certain things. And then you just, you know, take notes. Write everything down. So when it's time for you to apply, you know that, hey, I'm good enough and I'll be able to qualify for the certain things. All right. So let's break it down. So there are banks that only pull from Experian. There are banks that pull from TransUnion. There are banks that only pull from Equifax. But of course, there are banks that pull from 2 out of the 3 and all 3 of them. Okay. But these are the ones I'm going to be talking about that's only pull from Experian. So we have these, as you can see, but I want to pull up my actual notes so you can see some documents. Some banks that only pull from certain credit bureaus, okay? These are the banks I was talking about. I'll have more, and hopefully, like, I'll put like a PDF together and drop it in the comments. Drop it in the description so you can have like more banks. But this is what I have for right now. So there's banks that only pull from Equifax, right? So as you can see, we got DCU, National Research Lab, Federal Credit Union, SECU of, I think, Maryland, NIH, FCU, Signal Federal Credit Union, Sky Point Federal Credit Union, Age Fed Credit Union, Interior Federal Credit Union, PenFed Credit Union, Justice Federal Credit Union, Chevron Federal Credit Union, Langley Federal Credit Union, AOD Federal Credit Union, Hancock Whitney Bank, Truist. All right. Only pulls from Equifax. And I think I was talking about Lightstream, but that's part of Truist as well. Only goes from like Equifax, right? So that's what, 16 different things, different banks you can go to that only pulls from Equifax or TransUnion. You might have to lock your report to see which one, but let's just say your credit score isn't good on Experian and TransUnion, but you have a really good score with Equifax. You can go to the banks that only pull directly from Equifax and get approved for credit, right? And then you can get the business credit, leverage the business credit, invest into income producing assets, right? Or your business. That's going to bring you in more money that you're going to be able to then pay down pay off the credit card. So for an example, if you have a business and you need extra money for marketing, and then you leverage the credit card of, let's just say you got a $20,000 credit card, you invest $5,000 into marketing, then that marketing will get you more clients, and then you pay the money that you sold the different products. You'll be able to pay back the credit card and continue growing your business, right? Or if you bought a property, and then you'll be able to then pay the credit card off when you sell it or refinance or do certain things, right? So that's where you can just leverage business credit. Or you can invest into different things, such as if you was into like cars, you can buy a car, get a car, rent it out to people, and people will pay you a lot of money every week to use that car to go make the money, and then you have some type of payment, and then you just of course take some of that money and pay back the credit card, right? So here's like another list of banks that only pull from Experian. As you can see, we have First Tech, Chase, BOA, PNC, PSECU, Andrews Federal Credit Union, State Department, Affinity, Redstone, NASA, Unify, Federal Credit Union, American Heritage, and United Nations. And I believe, all right, Amex also pulls from Experian as well. So that's like, those are like list of banks that you want to actually go to. And then as you can see, that's 14 credit unions. And imagine like 3 of them. You have 3 from Equifax that gives you, or business credit cards. They usually give you higher limits. So you got a 20, 20, 20. So now you got $60,000 with, let's just say, banks that only pull from Equifax. And then you have another list of that only pull from Experian. Another $60,000. And then another $60,000 for banks that only pull from TransUnion. You get where I'm going with this? So right there, that gives you access to over $100,000 in funding. So as you see, like, there are different banks that pull from specific credit unions. But let's talk about TransUnion. So we got Navy Federal, we got Barclays, Alliant Credit Union, Regions Bank, Lake Michigan, Apple Federal Credit Union, Tower Federal Credit Union, TrueMark Financial Credit Union, Corporate American Family Credit Union, Apple, New Horizon Credit Union, and BMO Harrison Bank usually pulls from TransUnion, right? And this is what I have for just TransUnion. So now you have a list of banks that only pull from specific credit unions. So now you'll be able to move how you need to move, because now you understand the banks that pull from here. So now you can be strategic, like, all right, I can get funding for this. I can get funding for this. I can get funding for here. So now you have the information. So now you can just go strategically and apply for credit that when you need it, you can leverage it. All right. Just want to, share you the information as well. As you can see, I just made a list, kind of the same, right? Now, how you can leverage your credit to make money. Like I said before, there are different ways you can leverage your credit to make money. But one of the things I want to tell you is you need to do your research on this, right? So you can do, of course, you can leverage real estate. Don't just go dive into real estate if you're not, educated on it. So if you want to do Airbnbs, you can get your credit good enough, buy your property, and leverage that to do Airbnbs. You can do the same thing for Turo, or you can do car rentals. You don't have to just use Turo. You can do it. There are other ways. There are other platforms that are out there that you can put your car on that also will make you money, right? You can leverage your credit for, if you already have an existing business, you can leverage your credit to get you more equipment, more money for marketing, to get more clients, right? Facebook advertisement, right? There's different ways you can leverage your credit to, make you more money. But what happened to some people is they leverage their credit and thought that they'll be able to pay it back later, whatever the case may be. But what I would tell anybody is leverage your credit into something that's gonna make you money. So once you make the money, you can pay back the credit card debt and continue growing what you're trying to grow. Leverage your credit, like if you have like you do here, for an example. All right, you do here, you need to open up another location, and then from there you add more people in there, and you can leverage that, take the money that you're making. If you have a barbershop, same thing. If you have lawn care, you take, car wash business. There are so many different things, e-commerce business, but you want to get educated if you're just getting started, if this is something that you actually want to do before you actually leverage your credit, right? There are so many different things that you can do now as far as credit that will make you money. So just pick something that you really like, focus on one thing first, right? Make $1 million with it, and then move, if you want to go to 10 million, then go to a different avenue as far as business before you try different businesses, because every business have their growing pains. Every business have,
the ups and downs. Every business have like, all right, dang, I should try this. But when you try another business, this is what I did in the beginning because I didn't understand. But I did different businesses, but once you figure out the one business that you like, don't continue trying to do this and this and that, because every time you try to do another business, you're hurting the other business and it's stopping the business from growing. Okay, so just making a formed decision on which you want to go all in on, and that's gonna help you leverage your credit to make you money. Now, if you don't have, I know I basically talked a lot, but I want to give you the information, but most importantly, if you don't have time to do rounds 1 through 12, a link will be provided in the description and pinned to the comments where you can sign up for our services, and we'll do everything completely for you based on your budget, right? So based on what you can afford, we'll have different plans if that's something that you would like to do. But I gave you the information to go from round 1 to round 12 without needing no more information. You have everything that you need to fix your own credit. But if you don't have time, like some people don't have time because they're truck drivers, some people don't have time because they're business owners, some people don't have time because they have life going on, they don't have time to fix their credit. But if you do have the time, you can leverage the information. But if you don't have the time, I got something for you. We'll do everything for you. And I appreciate you for watching this video. Until next time.